all. I'm Samriti Grover, a journalist and content creator, and on behalf of Dataquest Cyber Media, would like to welcome your presence at the 28th edition of ICT Business Awards and Dataquest Digital Leadership Conclave. As India's leading and the first magazine on information technology, Dataquest has been chronicling the journey of the ICT ecosystem in India since 1982. The publication has been an active voice for the industry, actively highlighting its achievements, underlining the challenges, and advocating for policy updates and changes. We have been voicing the changes, especially the latest policy changes that the country should take to make India a global powerhouse of business and IT exporter in the world. Today, we are unveiling the 28th DataQuest ICT Awards and Conclave. Started in 1993, it was called DataQuest Awards, where we awarded IT Man of the Year. The awards evolved during later years, and Lifetime Achievement and Pathbreaker of the Year were also added subsequently. The theme of today's DataQuest Leadership Conclave is New World Order, Time for Tech to Shine. Since March 2020, the world has been battling the pandemic and seeking new ways to keep the business and livelihood going. Indian IT companies and all stakeholders have not left any stone unturned in this. The digital transformation and IT adoption, which the industry has seen, is among the fast-paced and on war footing, writing a new era for IT and its services. This 28th edition of ICT Awards will witness industry leaders sharing their insightful thoughts and vision and how they are paving the new world order. We would like to express our gratitude towards our partners and industry associations whose constant support helped us to bring the 28th edition of ICT Business Awards and DataQuest Digital Leadership Conclave. Our technology partners, Nokia, Gold partner ST Telemedia, Global Data Centers, Internet partner Nixie, Training partner NIIT, Power partner Numeric, Academia partner APJ Education, Associate partner IESA, and Research partner Cyber Media Research, and of course our platform partner vConfex. Now I would like to invite Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman Cyber Media Group, to start the 28th edition with his opening remarks.
Good morning. Welcome all of you to the 28th ICT Awards and the DataQuest Digital Leadership Conclave. As you know, for the last 8 years, we've been recognizing the exceptional talent in the ICT industry. We started off with the Person of the Year, and then after that extended it to make it the Lifetime Achievement Award as well as the Pathbreaker Award. This year, we also have a special award, which is for the Atmanirbhar Bharat Award. These are some of the ways in which DataQuest recognizes people in the IT industry who have really made the IT industry what it is today. Digital Leadership Conclave is also a landmark event in the calendar of the ICT industry today, where people assemble, the leadership views are shared, and we've got a lineup of absolutely fascinating speakers for you today. Dr. Devi Shetty is there, Mr. Rajay Chaudhary, Dr. R.S. Sharma, Rajesh Gopinathan, Devjani Ghosh, Som Mittal, Sunil Bachani, R.S. Pawar, Meena Ganesh. We have the CEOs of Cisco, AT&T, Nixie, Qualcomm, SAP. So, the who's who of the industry is here. We have academicians like Professor U.V. Desai. And I'm sure there will be very, very rich discussions that we will have throughout this conclave today. The ICT industry is really at a crossroads today. There has been completely new definition of business, industry, social, economic fabric of the world. Thanks to the pandemic, we are looking at a completely transformed digital society. The last 1.5 years have shown to us how technology has accelerated and how ICT is now going to be the key to each and every business. So it is no longer digital transformation. It is digital at the core. Everything has to build around, technologies, around different kind of technologies. And these technologies are no longer just limited to, a piece of hardware and software. It is all about data. It is all about the cloud. It is all about mobility, it is deep tech, artificial intelligence, machine language, and so on. And it is impacting whether it is agriculture, whether it is payments, whether it is healthcare, education, you take any sector, there is complete transformation that is taking place that has got accelerated in the last 1.5 years because of this. And uh, and I think the talks that we will have today, the interactions that we will have today, will paint a very, very new picture of the world that we are entering now. With those few words, I once again welcome all of you. Really look forward to hearing these views of the industry leaders on how the new India is going to look like, and I then look forward to recognizing the excellence of the three award winners, and I would personally like to congratulate them on the great work that they have done in terms of achieving absolutely landmark goals. We are going to have the three winners, Mr. Rajesh Gopinath, Mr. Som Mittal, and Mr. Sunil Bachani, towards the end of today's program. So once again, welcome to all of you and have a great session ahead.
Thank you, PG sir, for your heartwarming welcome. like to invite the speaker, the man who needs no introduction. For 40 plus years, he has led reforms and leveraged IT to simplify administrative processes. As the founding Director General and Mission Director of UIDAI, previously he served as the Chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, the Secretary of the Department of Electronics and Information Technology in the Ministry of Communications and IT, and the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand, among other portfolios. Currently CEO, National Health Authority, and responsible for managing the National Digital Health Mission, also serving as the chairperson of the Empowered Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19. IAS batch of 1978 from Jharkhand cadre, I would like to invite Dr. R.S. Sharma for his keynote address on the digital imprint of the vaccination program.
So friends, good morning. I must begin by thanking the Cyber Media Group and their chairman, Mr. Pradeep Gupta. And I have had the privilege of participating in many of their programs. So they are very consistent for many years, and they are actually working in this space of digital. I will also like to address Mr. Ajay Prakash Sahni, Ministry Secretary of MIT, and of course Ajay Chaudhary, founder of HCL, esteemed and distinguished speakers and guests at the event. I would like to share with you some of the experiences which we have had on COVID, that platform which has been built for taking care of the vaccination program. So the first question is, did we need COVID, and why did we need such a program? So the point is that India is a very large country, very diverse country. We have 1.3 billion people, which is 1/6 of humanity, and therefore, obviously, any system which has to cater to such large vaccination program, that cannot be sort of managed manually. Especially when there are 2 doses of vaccine, or maybe in some cases, probably in the future, there will be more than 2 also. And in order to ensure that a person who has been vaccinated once is vaccinated within the sort of window, the second window in time, and that's something which we have to remind that person. We also have to ensure that the person is given the same vaccine the second time, which he has been given the first one. So that also we have to keep track and count, because there are many people in this country who really do not know the names of the vaccine. It's very difficult for them to keep a record of the vaccine which they were vaccinated the first time. Lastly, we also have to ensure that the system is portable, which means that when you got vaccinated at place 1 at the first time, you should not be bound by that place only. If you are traveling and your next dose sort of schedule falls when you are away from that place, then obviously you should be able to take care of the vaccination program of the vaccine, second dose of vaccine, wherever you want to take it. So that's another very important problem which we have to take into account. And lastly, the system has got to be inclusive, in the sense that we don't need to ensure that everybody uses digital means only. It is possible that some people will not be literate enough, and therefore they can go to the common service centers, they can have a call center, and then get themselves vaccinated. Also, the system has to cater to the diverse sort of population of India, and multiple, we have large number of official languages and hundreds of dialects. So therefore we have to cater to that population. Also, the system should be very easy to operate, which means it should just require a mobile number, and that's about all. And if you have username and password, then it becomes a difficult thing. So just put your mobile number and get going. You can see the whole vaccination history of yours. Also remember that everybody in this country doesn't have a smartphone, and therefore we have provisioned for 4 people on one smartphone. So that's another part of being inclusive. So I think what was required is a very robust digital system. Also, let us remember that we are 1.3 billion, and therefore the numbers have to be very, the system has to be very scalable, which means that you can't just have a few thousands or a million. You have to plan for a billion population scale, and therefore the system has to be scalable. System has to be robust. Finally, we also had to do an open system, which means that there may be many applications with which people are familiar with, and if these can be used for getting into Coven, then to that extent the reach increases, and also the facility and the ease with which people can use this platform also increases. So therefore we published the open APIs to so that people could connect with the system. And now there are hundreds of third party softwares which are connected to Coven, and that is very, very important from the perspective of sort of ease and inclusion. Lastly, we actually made Arogya Setu as our partner application since the beginning itself. And Arogya Setu, as you know, is downloads have been 190 million, which means a large number of people have got Arogya Setu in this country. And if Arogya Setu and are familiar with it, and Arogya Setu being used actually also increase the reach and inclusion. So these were some of the principles. The system should be equitable, inclusive. It should also be real time online, which means the vaccination as and when they are happening, it should be able to provide a figure, provide a real time dashboard, which is very important from policymakers' point of view, because it shows the geographical interventions, geographical, how much is the population, how much population of that place has been vaccinated. So I think it's very important for policymakers to plan their vaccination strategy. So that's also a single source of truth. If we have multiple data points, then we will not be able to have really a real picture. And that is important because we just have one copy of the data and it is analyzed. It's basically just put on dashboard, so you can see the dashboard very, very easily. And many of you might have seen the COVID dashboard, which is dashboard.covid.gov.in. Also, as I said, newer and newer rules get incorporated in the system, which means that initially we begin with 60 years plus, then we had 45 years plus with comorbidity, then we had 18 years plus now. So all these rules, and we had paid, we had free, then a lot of combinations thereof. From 1st of May onwards, the states started having 18 years plus. They purchased vaccines directly. Hospitals also started purchasing vaccines directly. So a lot of these changes have taken place, and we are ensuring that all these changes are incorporated in Coven, which means Coven has to evolve and also at the same time being scalable. And of course, feedback and analysis is another principle which was actually incorporated in Coven's design. Now, people generally say Coven is an application. Actually, Coven is not an application. Coven is a platform. And that platform does broadly 4 things. One is registration and scheduling module, which means you can register yourself on Coven, look at the vacancies, look at the vaccines, look at the prices, and register, and then seek appointment, cancel appointment, reschedule appointments. All these facilities are available. It does not bind you down to basically a particular place. You can go anywhere and get yourself vaccinated. It also does not ask for multiple type of informations. It just asks you 3 things, which is your name, your age, and your gender, and of course your mobile number. Similarly, the other module is basically for the hospitals and other facilities which actually have to publish the timetable, which means that they are basically wanting they are displaying like a train timetable. They are displaying the timetable which people can book them against. So that's one part. And lastly, the vaccination module, which is essentially a module which when the vaccination takes place, at that time the vaccinator plugs in the data relating to vaccination. So basically, who vaccinated, what vaccine was administered to the person concerned, what is the date, what is the time, what is the place, all these things are there. And finally, a digitally verifiable certificate. The platform also issues, as soon as you are vaccinated, you are issued a certificate. So for example, if you are vaccinated first time, then you are given a provisional certificate, and then if your second vaccination takes place, then you are given a final certificate. So we have, as I said, we have exposed all these APIs, which means that people, third-party applications can integrate with CoWIN. So CoWIN is not concerned that everybody uses CoWIN's frontline applications, front-facing applications rather, but you can connect with it using third-party applications. And this has a number of benefits for the citizens. For example, they can track vaccination schedules, they have convenience in slot booking, they get instant digital certificates. There is a hybrid mode of registration. They can do registration, they can do walk-in, they can do assisted registration, so all kinds of, and there are 12 languages in which the program is available, the platform is available. So I think we have simplified access, we have multiple modes of registration, and we have minimal data inputs. So that's also very, very important. Now, multiple identity documents also, because we need identity document to find out who is getting vaccinated, and B, to basically verify the age, because today it's 18 years plus. So basically we have to keep track of the age. And then of course the dashboard also has to mention the numbers as to which age group has, how many people of which age group have been vaccinated, so that we know the age-wise, gender-wise analysis of the entire vaccination program. Now, you have full choice and time of location, and you can track your vaccination. And what is important is that the vaccinators have a very well-defined modules. The hospitals have a very well-defined module of publishing their timetable. And the dashboard and the policymakers also have a well-defined module where they can see the trends of vaccination at every end of the day. Every day, in fact, we are updating the dashboard on an hourly basis. So you can see virtually real-time vaccination figures, which is gender-wise. Registrations also are being shown on the platform. So registration, vaccination, I'm sure you must have seen the platform, and which is very friendly. So essentially, we are ensuring that there is a single source of truth. We also have the adverse impact after immunization, following immunization, adverse effect following AEFI as it is called. So we are actually tracking within 30 minutes if there is a problem. If somebody has, then that is also captured by CoWIN. Then we can track the certificates. Certificates can be downloaded from the digital locker, from your mobile phone, from Arogya Setu, or from any third-party application which you use. Please understand that it is not that if you use a third-party application X, then you are tied to that application. No, you can use any application and you will see the same truth available to you. And of course, it evaluates the geographical coverage, and most importantly, any program in our country has got to be inclusive. And that's very, very important that we have an inclusive program. So that's what is all about CoWIN. Let me just talk a little bit more about the numbers. This is the world's only, probably the only platform which has scaled up to 400 million in a matter of 5-6 months. We launched CoWIN on 16th of January, and today is, just about 6 months have been completed, and therefore we have 400 million in 6 months. That's a record probably. We are having about 400, same number of citizens registered on the platform. We have 200,000 vaccination centers which we are managing. And let me also see from a technology standpoint, we are getting daily visits of billions of hits on the platform. So for example, I remember one of the peak hits was on 28th of April when we opened it for 8 years plus. And we recorded 3.1 billion hits in a day. We also recorded 13.7 million registrations in a matter of 8 hours. We opened the system at 4 p.m. on 28th of April. And by midnight of 28th of April, we had registered 13.7 million people on the platform. So I think overall, India's experience of using technology backbone has been pretty good. Of course, you may understand that there are, sort of, when you have such a massive program, there are always, issues which do take place once in a while, and we keep on trying to solve those issues. For example, embedding passport numbers in the certificates, name correction utilities, many things have been done in order to facilitate the people. Any technology must facilitate people. It should not really, strangulate them, or kind of become a barrier to them. So that's the whole approach which we are having. Also, let me share with you that on 5th of July this year, we had a global conclave on COVID, and that conclave was attended by more than 100 countries. I am told it is 147 countries of the world, more or less, almost two-thirds of the whole world's countries were attending that conference. Some ministers also participated from some of the countries. They also expressed their desire to have a similar system. And our Prime Minister actually had told us on 28th of May that we must open source it and we must make it available to every country who wants it, in the spirit of Vishwabandhutva and the spirit of sharing our knowledge free of cost with the world. And from that point onwards, we planned for this conclave. We also have open sourced the entire thing, and it's available for free of cost for deployment in other countries. The countries are now coming forward, and I think soon we will be sort of, our COVID will go to those countries and will actually help those countries in their vaccination programs against COVID. So that's all, my friends, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. And once again, thanks to Cyber Media and Mr. Pradeep Gupta for organizing this conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for enlightening us with your valuable inputs. Now, I would like to invite a visionary who laid the founding stone of a great institution, HCL, that showed the world about the technical prowess of India. Ladies and gentlemen, HCL, esteemed member of the Consultation Group on Science, Technology and Innovation Center, Niti Aayog, for a special keynote address on dynamics of the new world.
COVID has exacted a bitter toll on the economy. It has catalyzed digital transformation across business models, channels, and touchpoints. Underlying the shift is the need for greater organizational agility as well as closer ties with customers in a changing world order. Banking and payments, critical pillars of the economy, are among the core areas that have seen a major uptick in digital offerings and adoption. The NPCI, which is the National Payments Corporation, has been pivotal in the emergence of the digital payment ecosystem in India, launching innovative and successful initiatives such as UPI, IMPS, Bharat Bill, and the fast-tag collections through ETC. Growing internet and mobile penetration, availability of low-cost data, and the shift from offline to online shopping channels are also giving a great fillip to the adoption of digital technologies. The virus outbreak is spurring the adoption of contactless digital payments, and there's been a huge surge in digital payment volumes across areas like grocery, retail outlets, online pharmacies, recharges, bill payments, OTT telecom, and media and edtech players have also benefited. The digital ecosystem built over the years has proven crucial in fulfilling business transactions, peer-to-peer transfers, as well as government direct benefit transfers. Contactless payments through QR code, wallets, or UPI, or contactless cards have gained a lot of popularity as they offer convenience, safety, and security while allowing the consumers to maintain physical distancing. The notion of tipping point for technology adoption or digital disruption is not new, but as per a McKinsey survey, COVID has been a tipping point of historic proportions, and more changes will be required as the situation continues to evolve. In the last 1 year, the COVID-19 crisis has brought about years of change in the way companies in all sectors and regions do business. According to a new McKinsey global survey of executives, their companies have accelerated the digitalization of their customer and supply chain interactions and their internal operations by 3 to 4 years. And the share of digital or digitally enabled products in their portfolios has accelerated by a shocking 7 years. To stay competitive in this new business and economic environment requires new strategies and practices. It is clear that executives are taking note that most people recognize technology's strategic importance as a critical component of the business, not just as a source of cost efficiencies. Perhaps most surprising is the speed up in creating digital or digitally enhanced offerings across different regions. And Asia has seen people go faster than any other part of the world. It's pretty much 10 years that it's gained in a very short period. And what clearly it suggests that companies have probably refocused their offerings rather than made huge leaps in product development in the span of few months. Across sectors, it is clear that rates for development digital products during the pandemic differ. Given the time frame for making manufacturing changes, the difference, not surprisingly, are most apparent between sectors. And without physical products, then between B2B and B2C companies in consumer packaged goods and automotive and assembly. For example, what it shows is that the change in digital portfolios, by contrast, in healthcare and pharma and financial services and professional services is much, much higher than other companies. When asked by McKinsey, various executives said that they didn't implement these changes before the crisis. And the reason they say is that they weren't a business priority. So huge change has occurred due to COVID. It is clear that companies are making these crisis-related changes with a long term in mind. Nearly 1/4 of respondents in the McKinsey study also report a decrease in their physical footprints. So the need for digital strategies to be true corporate strategies that take digital into account from earlier research. We know that at leading companies, digital and corporate strategies are one and the same. The crisis has made the imperative more urgent than ever, while the alignment on overall strategy and strong leadership have long been markers of success during disruptions and transformations. The extent of technology's differentiating role in this crisis is really, really stark. There is clearly a major impact on areas like edutech, entertainment, lifestyle, health. And so new solutions have emerged and so many new opportunities for startups who are more agile. So we are seeing a lot of startups getting into these areas. In response to the greater emphasis on digital capabilities, the critical nature of cybersecurity has become an important part of the digital transformation. With business across industries relying on technology and software to help them provide key services for their customers and students, while also engaging with their colleagues about critical projects, keeping that information secure has become a top priority. The average cybersecurity breach pretty much takes around 280 days to identify and contain, which leaves criminals enough time to wreak havoc on companies. So it has actually cost a lot of companies, total put together, somewhere around 3.86 million. During the pandemic, the priorities for cybersecurity within organizations have also shifted as they have transitioned away from providing support during routine tasks and maintaining internal networks towards empowering remote workforce. And that's a huge change. Using such areas like VPNs and working to educate and protect employees from scams and attacks that threaten remote workers. So those in charge of cybersecurity have quickly pivoted in their work and emphasis to take care of this. Now let's take the changes. There are changes taking place in pretty much every sector, and every sector had to work on creating these changes at a very, very fast pace. One of the most affected sectors is hospitality. So what are they doing in terms of digital changes? So for example, they're using AI and voice assistants and smart rooms in hotels. Over the last 2 years, major hotel brands have begun to install AI assistants such as the types of Alexa and Amazon Echo in their newly upgraded smart rooms, integrated into the room tech and the Internet of Things. These voice-activated digital butlers can do everything from searching for local attractions to dimming your lights. In addition, they've also looked at automated revenue management tools, and they are able to better forecast demand and models for occupation rates. This is really important for hotels looking to minimize costs and maximize profits during the post-COVID recovery period that will happen. So predictive personalization can be applied to not just micro-targeted marketing, but also by locating new opportunities for profit, like suggesting additional products or services to guests who are likely to take up the offer. Accor, for example, implemented a machine learning system to recommend additional features such as room upgrades based on previous booking behavior. One most interesting thing that's happened in this industry is use of virtual reality. Before the pandemic, virtual reality was just being touched and talked about in the hospitality sector. The pandemic has prompted a flood of creative VR travel experiences crafted by a diverse range of providers, including national parks, hotels, tourism companies, and the like. And even public broadcasters and museums are looking at virtual reality. So, for example, New York is doing a digital experience of its city. In the UK, people are looking at Stonehenge through Skyscape site that they have created. You can actually see Galapagos Islands in a 360 degree with beautiful interactive and walkthrough videos. And an exact 6-day trip that you could take to Machu Picchu you can just do that sitting on your couch. Of course, VR travel will never be a replacement for the real thing, nor does anyone in hotels or tourism want it to be, obviously. However, as VR tech becomes more advanced, it will also grow in creative marketing, introducing customers to new destinations, providing experiences for less mobile people, and bring people to places that are otherwise inaccessible. So that's going to be the impact of digitalization in an industry like that. There are similarly many industries where changes are taking place. Now, due to this whole issue of COVID, a lot of inventions are also taking shape. And these inventions are actually going to make people have a peace of mind. So let me describe that. We all know that the impact of the first wave of COVID on the economy. We had a hugely negative growth in India. And we still need to compile what has been the impact of the second wave. And actually the second wave is just subsiding. However, it is pretty clear that only solutions we have deployed are lockdowns and vaccines. And we will need to keep our businesses and people safe during all the mutations of the corona, which might last for many years as we go forward. What we need is innovation and technology. And we need to look at technology that can be used in all offices, homes, cinemas, restaurants, where it can help prevent more infection. Also, we need to protect children. A lot of vaccines are still not available for children. Just the way when pollution hit us, we all started using air purifiers. And with COVID mutating, the aerosols need protection. And for this, a completely new concept has emerged, which is called biodefense technology. Biodefense, it was looked at it from the point of bioterrorism, threats like anthrax, etc., which have hit the US in many ways. But with the advent of COVID and its variants, the threat to life has dramatically increased indoors, because indoors is where you need to protect yourself. So to keep businesses open and to have peace of mind, these technologies have emerged. The first off the block was an Indian company, interestingly, called Shycocan. This is a product developed by a scientist, Dr. Raja Vijay Kumar from Bangalore, and he's got 30 patents to his name. And this technology was created after years of research. And fundamentally, what it does is that it attenuates COVID in any indoor environment. Similarly, an American company called IVP has introduced its technology, which also kills COVID in indoor locations. And as a matter of fact, in Netherlands, they're now experimenting with an outdoor technology also, which is going to help eliminate COVID in outdoor locations like sports areas, stadiums, etc., etc. So there are many other biodefense technologies that are emerging. Some of them are based on ionization, some of them based on UV, but both ionization and UV are not supposed to be very safe for human beings. So I think this is a very new area that's emerged, and what we will see is many more developments taking place on this technology due to this threat of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for that great speech and those valuable inputs. Moving on, it's now time for the inaugural session of the conference, Dynamics of the New World. The last 1 year has been transformational in many ways, from the pandemic-driven lockdown and enforced work from home to uptake of everything digital. This had a profound impact on the way businesses are managed and services are delivered. It also had a massive impact on lifestyle, education, health, and entertainment. The session will explore the changes, challenges, opportunities, and solutions of the new digital world. I would like to invite Rajen Vagadia, VP and President, Qualcomm India and SAARC on digital life and society. Rajan has over 29 years of experience in the telecom industry, covering diverse areas in manufacturing, business development, sales, supply chain, and strategy. He joined Qualcomm in 2011. Currently, Rajan is the Vice President and President for Qualcomm India and the SAARC region based in Mumbai.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. I hope you're all keeping well and taking care of yourselves and your loved ones. Even though we cannot interact with each other in person, it's wonderful to be able to connect with you online. We're able to do this today thanks to the wireless connectivity and the many technologies and tools that are enabling us to connect seamlessly from our homes or our offices. These were revolutionary technologies when they were first introduced, but have become so common and widespread that today we almost take them for granted. That is how it is. Today's innovations are tomorrow's staples. Even as we speak, technologies are being developed that will change our lives in big ways in the years ahead. Today, I use the word digital enterprises to refer to companies across industries and sectors, irrespective of their size. The pandemic has reminded everyone that digital transformation is not only essential, but inevitable. The future of business will be hyper-digital and largely contactless. And this transition is happening at a much faster rate than ever before, opening new opportunities for enterprises and promising better lives for people. It presents the opportunity to address many long-standing and deep-rooted social, economic, and business challenges, using solutions that are based on technologies such as 5G, AI, IoT, and robotics. Many of the technology advancements and innovations we expect to see in the future will in fact have 5G as their foundation. Thanks to the various combination of these technologies, will have the impact and a positive impact in multiple dimensions. Better healthcare, be it telemedicine, robotics, surgery, digital health records, XR-enabled trainings, and therapies. In better education, it will be wireless broadband for unserved communities in the rural and remote regions, virtual classrooms, better collaborations, and tech-assisted learning. In smart mobility, it will be aided by advanced driver assistance systems, connected cars, and someday autonomous cars in India. Smarter lifestyles. There are smarter homes, smarter wearables, smarter appliances that will connect everything inside our homes. Smart industries. This is a big field. Right from robotics and automation, which will bring greater efficiency and productivity, to AGVs, which will be handling the material on the floor in the factories. Smart cities, a multi-dimensional aspect where governance and digital monitoring of civic infrastructure and utilities will eventually bring happiness and raise the happiness quotient of citizens of that city. Data-based business decisions, using big data, ML, AI, and analytics for business and consumer analysis and insights will be able to drive so much more innovations. As people and businesses continue to be remotely connected to each other, the reliance on cloud services will increase significantly. 5G is the perfect companion to cloud computing, both in terms of its distribution and the diversity of compute and storage capabilities. The much anticipated launch of 5G in India will bring another concept, which is edge computing, to the fore. This is important because it can cut down the amount of data being sent to the cloud, which is very essential when there are huge loads of data that are being captured, whether it is a factory floor or whether it's a surveillance camera capturing HD streams in the city. And this will allow enterprise to reduce their operational IT cost. Processing huge data is more secure and efficient if it is done near the source of the data. Edge computing is therefore highly relevant for data-heavy enterprises, where data efficiently and with security and a priority is transmitted and handled. In the retail industry, it will help create new digital shopping experiences for consumers. India's MSMEs, who have been hit hard by the pandemic, will be among the biggest beneficiaries of the ongoing digital transformation. They will become more agile, more resilient by taking their business online. We have seen e-commerce, and that will flourish more. Meanwhile, the government is seeking to replicate the success of the UPI model by creating the Open Network for Digital Commerce, which is called the ONDC, a means for sellers and logistics service providers to connect with the buyers. However, it is not enough to just take the business digital. Digital enterprises will need to hire people with the right set of digital skills. That will be required for the business. It will be essential. The most in-demand digital jobs will be in the area. However, it is not enough to just take the business digital. Digital enterprises will need to hire people with the right set of digital skills, which will be required for the business. The most in-demand digital jobs will be in the areas of big data, analytics, AI, ML, cloud computing, cybersecurity, which is going to be a huge one, IoT, robotics, and associated fields. At present, digitally skilled workers represent only 12% of India's workforce. So there is a lot of work yet to be done to realize India's digital aspirations. Another area that offers a lot of scope for enterprises is 5G private networks, which will fuel industrial IoT in the enterprises. Private networks are expected to provide local network, easy to deploy, independently managed, cellular grade security, and highly sensitive to data security, as data will be held locally. And you can drive and tailor the applications, whether be it a QoS or latency, on a 5G network, private network. And while private networks is not just only for 5G, you can today deploy a private network on LTE also. 5G of today's release 15 and release 16 bases, tomorrow will expand the capabilities to support more use cases. Seamless mobility will also be supported in private networks and public networks. So technically you can roam between a private network and a public network without realizing that you're moving from one network to another. This will offer a lot of flexibility to the enterprises, factories, ports, mines. This journey towards digital India has just begun. And we must remember that digital transformation is a game where the goalposts will be continuously shifting further down. The transformation is also affecting every single industry. So there is hardly anyone going to be left out. And I would say that these technical changes are going to influence and bring a lot of growth in every aspect of our life. Each one of us plays a role in making this transformation happen. Whether you are a consumer, a service provider, an enterprise, or a technologist, there's always something exciting and promising on the horizon. Always something to look forward to. And I feel privileged every day to be a part of this industry and watching, influencing, creating, and being a part of this transformation that take place in the real time. Thanks for listening to me today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Vagadia, for sharing these wonderful thoughts and insights and paving way for our new digital order. Now, I would like to invite Samar Mittal, Head of Cloud Network Services, India Market, Nokia, speaking on digitization, a catalyst in transforming society. Samar is responsible for driving private operators and enterprise sales in the cloud, core, application, and advanced managed services domain, enhancing innovation in automation, creating opportunities in orchestration, cloud, security, core, vault, and many more. Samar, over to you.
Good morning to everyone. I really appreciate this opportunity provided to us in terms of talking today on digitization, a catalyst in transforming society. Welcome to you all, and hopefully we'll be able to communicate a detailed perspective on how digitization is changing and transforming the society through mobile broadband. Okay, as I mentioned, we'll be talking about digitization, a catalyst in transforming society. Now, when we look at how digitization is transforming the society around us, digital wallets, which were just introduced a couple of years back, imagine the way the penetration of this service has happened in the marketplace. In certain remote villages where medical facilities was a problem, fixed broadband and mobile broadband use cases have brought medical facilities, teleconsultation to the fore for the villagers. E-learning, distance learning, there were people, there were children who were striving to learn. However, remote classes wasn't the order of the day. With the pandemic around us and the penetration and the speed and the quality that we all offered through mobile broadband, e-learning became a reality. Teleconsultations, along with doctors consulting amongst themselves to deal with complex cases, also became a reality in terms of remote conversations. All this happened, A, because of the acceleration that pandemic brought around us. However, at the same time, the penetration that mobile broadband has, the quality, the speed, the use cases that the mobile broadband has around us has enabled these use cases to come to the fore. And that's where digitization started with Aadhaar card 3 to 4 years back has transformed a lot in the marketplace. We at Nokia, where we have our Nokia Bell Labs global research centers, what we believe 5G, which is the next evolution of mobile broadband from 4G, will generate 8 trillion business economic value by 2030. It will generate a lot of parallel use cases, which are talked about here: healthcare, e-learning, education, industry 4.0, IoT. And as you can see below, the mobile broadband penetration in India is more than 70%, more than 70%. Things which could not reach masses earlier, we'll be able to take it to masses thanks to the quality of the networks that we've rolled out and the penetration within the length and the breadth of our country. If you talk about use cases which are transforming the digital society, which are creating the digital society, which are creating the digital era around us, we talked about remote education, remotization of work. We've been able to work from home these days. It not only helps to save a lot of time, but we are contributing to the environment as well because there are less vehicles. Gone are the days for odd and even as we had in one part of our country earlier. Smart agriculture will be able to create a lot of use cases for farmers. They'll be able to do precision farming. They'll be able to learn. They'll be able to improvise. They'll be able to generate more efficient crops within the same land that they will have. Remote operations will be able to do remote operations 24/7. Industrial automation, robotics in healthcare. Healthcare has advanced a lot. And with these 5G use cases and remote and robotics will help to further automate and provide services to people on ground remotely. On-demand entertainment. I'm sure you would recollect the days of cassettes, from cassettes to DVDs to VCDs, now to live streaming. That's the entertainment sector transformation that we've had, from single screen to multiplex, and now again right at the home, the multiplexes coming to your homes. All this is being enabled thanks to the quality of the fixed broadband, the penetration of the mobile broadband, and of course, the smart devices that we have around us. Apart from that, it's the usage of mobile, wherein the masses have been able to utilize these services which were unheard of. It's not just the services for urban these days, it's services for masses. And society gets transformed when masses get involved. We've talked about various use cases. Now we need to enable them, right? Having a use case which can't be enabled through technology has no meaning. So we have various technology acceleration factors which help on the digitization. Cloud, 5G. Cloud has been around for some time now and we've been using it in various services. 5G, the auctions will happen sometime end of this year, beginning next year. And then as we've seen in the past, from 2G to 3G to 4G, we've leapfrogged pretty fast in India. We leapfrogged into the 5G technologies pretty quickly. A, because of the penetration that we have, B, because of the usage that people have done in the last couple of years. Imagine people using digital wallets without any security earlier. Now with the mobile broadband, the services, with the mobile in our hand, credit card banking, internet banking, digital wallets, all are becoming more secured because we are able to get the OTPs around, we're able to do double authentication, and that's where security in such use cases will become more and more dominant. IoT use cases for public safety, smart cities, smart metering, e-health will further accelerate. We've seen the IoT use cases in cars, we've seen the IoT use cases in ACs in India in the past. However, this will accelerate. And the way it's going to accelerate will be humongous. Today we have around about 700, 800 million mobile customers. IoT devices will be multifold because IoT devices will not just be limited to mobiles, it will be limited to the devices, it will be limited to what we use, it will be limited to the utilities, it will be limited to vehicles. It will have far reaching impact, even much higher than the mobile that we have today. Home experience, automation. Automation in terms of farming, as we talked about, will generate a lot of learning. Farmers will be able to learn. People in villages will be able to learn sitting in their houses, sitting in the villages, which they were not able to learn earlier. They'll be able to understand what's going on around them. They'll be able to have more information. They'll be more informed. And since they'll be more informed, since they'll be more educated, since they'll have more people around them to teach, they'll be less exploited. The spending power will increase, the buying power will increase in the marketplace, and overall economy will see completely a different society around us, where people will be more informed, and at the same time, exploitation will start to go down as information will be readily available for everyone to use and create value for each other. We at Nokia have been creating these use cases in the country itself. We started with Industry 4.0 in our Chennai factory way back, and we've been able to generate or save 23 kilometers of walk per day. We've increased the overall automation rate by 25%. That's the power of innovation. That's the power of digitization. That's the power of efficiency that digitization can bring to the society. We also have started a use case for farmers in one of the districts in India, wherein this precision farming has been jointly launched with one of the operators, and farmers are benefiting. So all these use cases will generate a lot of value, and as I said, will create much larger efficiency and increased productivity in the country. Roti, kapda, makan, as you can see down below. Digitization era is here to accelerate and stay. And then roti, kapda, makan were the essentials that we used to talk about a couple of decades back, or maybe even a decade back. With the digitization, with the way society is moving, with the way the penetration of mobile is moving, imagine in a house, we have 3 to 4 mobiles these days, every house, even in the masses. A rickshaw puller is having a mobile. So while roti, kapda, makan is essential, however, the society has added or mobile. So roti, kapda, or mobile are the essentials for the society, are the essentials for the digitization era, are the essentials for us to sustain in what we do in our daily life. Economies will grow, societies will adjust to the digitized era. Safety, productivity, and efficiency gains in the enterprises will grow manyfold. And that's where the IoT, the multi-fold devices will come into play. The efficiency will come into play from the end users. People will be able to learn skills remotely. A villager will be able to perform a task which he wouldn't be able to, or wasn't able to earlier, because he had to go to a training center, he had to learn differently. Now with all these augmented realities and the penetration and the device that he has in his hand, he'll be able to learn. Pace and scope of digital transformations will accelerate. We've seen that how 4G accelerated in the country, and 5G will further accelerate. Why? Because the use cases are here to stay and people are using those handheld devices even today. ICT demand will surge. And of course, the 5G technologies will connect people across the country in various forms and shapes. You know, there were times when people used to have a camera, create a roll, print it, and then enjoy the photographs. Now, even a villager sitting down there can take a picture, carry his emotions, share it with his family, share it with this world, and still enjoy the overall economy that it brings along with such solutions. And that's where ICT, that's where digitization will change the society, will transform the society, will create an emotional bonding, will create an efficiency which will be unheard of. And we as Nokia, we as mobile industry, we as broadband industry look forward to continue to contribute, continue to create value, not only for the industry, but for the country and for the masses as a whole. Once again, thanks for this opportunity and look forward to continue to contribute to the success of digitization era in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samar, for this wonderful presentation. It's now time to invite Debjani Ghosh to share her valuable thoughts on the topic Deep Tech Mission Critical Innovations. Debjani Ghosh is the president of the National Association of Software and Services Companies, fondly known as NASSCOM, since April 2018. A veteran of the technology industry, she's the fifth president of NASSCOM and the first woman at the helm in three-decade history. She's a firm believer in the power of technology in enhancing lives and livelihoods, leveraging it for societal good. She was instrumental in developing Think Digital, Think India strategy aimed at establishing India as a hub for digital talent and innovation. I'm inviting Ms. Debjani Ghosh.
Thank you very much, PG and Team Cyber Media, for having me here today and giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic very close to my heart. Well, talking about innovation, the one thing that has absolutely fascinated me about the last one and a half to 2 years is the so-called dichotomy of COVID. On one hand, COVID resulted in the kind of suffering, the kind of loss that most of us have not seen before in our life. And on the other hand, we saw the pandemic unleash the power of science, the power of technology, and the power of innovation like the world has never experienced before. As we raced to find ways to control the virus and to fight the virus, COVID has truly demonstrated not just the crucial importance of innovation in our times for solving for human survival, frankly, but it has also made us realize that innovation is the only way forward, is the only ammunition we have available when we are faced by a crisis. Nothing else matters, nothing else can help. It is our ability to innovate and how fast we innovate that determines how effectively we will be able to overcome the challenge or not. It's frankly our only hope. And given the challenges that we are faced with, that's pretty much looming out there in the horizon, I do believe that we need to put some serious thought on organizing for innovation in crisis. That has to be a key priority, and in fact, that has to be the priority for nations. How ready are we to tackle looming challenges like climate change? I mean, the war from COVID is still going on. It's far from over. It will not be over until and unless we figure out how to vaccinate every single human being on this planet. And then, it's not the only war we are fighting. As I said, the climate change crisis is getting more and more serious by the day. There is this ongoing battle that humankind have been fighting to figure out ways to provide basic access to education, to healthcare, to clean water, nutrition to every single planet on Earth, to eradicate poverty and to eradicate hunger. Thankfully, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum, that's a lot of development going on in that space, is giving us the ability to tackle some of these mega problems that we have not been able to solve till now. If anything, we have realized in the last 1.5 to 2 years the power of the technology as it enabled us not just develop one vaccine, but successfully develop multiple vaccines in record time to counter the challenge that the world was facing. I feel that this crisis has really made us realize that we are capable of doing much more, especially in the field of science and technology. We have the tools, we have the technology to solve some of these mega problems that have been challenging humankind for decades and decades. And it is now up to us to figure out how do we leverage and how do we organize for innovation in crisis to solve for some of these huge concerns that are basically to solve for humanity. You know, we need the mother of all grand challenges to solve for humanity. And as we do that, definitely helps a lot to look back at history, to take a look at the rearview mirror and see what are the lessons we can learn from history about building that innovation in crisis mindset. And surprisingly, well, not so surprisingly, history does have some fascinating lessons for us, which we will be extremely ill advised to ignore or to forget. Interestingly, on this topic, I was reading and a very well-written paper by Gross and Sampath about the lessons that we can learn from World War II about innovation in crisis. At the crux of the story is the formation of OSRD, the Office of Scientific Research and Development by the United States government to help them win the war. Um, Interestingly, when the US was entering the Second World War in 1941, it was struggling to figure out how it would be able to equip its soldiers. What are the tools? What are the technologies it could provide its soldiers with so that they would be able to fight in a variety of severe conditions? I mean, from the mountains of Italy to the mosquito-infested Pacific coast. How do they survive hundreds of feet below in submarine? How do they survive hundreds of thousands of feet above in bombers, etc., etc.? The US was desperately trying to figure out ways to not just enable them survive these challenges, but to enable them do the one thing that the country really needed, that is win the war for the United States of America. And it is with this in mind that the United States government created the Office of Scientific Research and Development to engage a dream team of techies and scientists from across the country to come together, to collaborate, to raise the innovation bar, to raise the innovation quotient, and help them meet the crisis head on, and frankly, to help them overcome the crisis by winning the war. By the end of the war, OSRD had led to several developments of crucial military inventions like the proximity fuse, the radar, and of course, the atomic bomb. But to be fair, if you look back at the history of OSRD and its breakthroughs, they went far beyond missiles and bombs. It supported the first ever mass production of penicillin, in part by contracting with the chemical manufacturer Pfizer to produce the key antibiotic materials. The agency invested in malaria treatments. It developed an early influenza vaccine. It invested in microwave communication. It built the foundation of early computing. I mean, though OSRD was wrapped up around 1947 or so, its influence over some of the most breakthrough innovations of the 20th century cannot be ignored. And it taught the world the power of innovation in crisis, the role of innovation in crisis, and what it takes to innovate in crisis. And this paper very aptly calls out some of these key lessons, which I wanted to share with you because I feel they're just tremendously relevant for our times. First, the power of collaboration. It was extremely important then, and it is absolutely a must-do today. It basically stands between success and failure when it comes to innovation. We were able to find a vaccine in less than a year because of the tremendous collaboration we saw in the scientific community, where companies and academia came together to jointly figure out how they could come out with the vaccine. And we will need this collaboration going forward. As I said, the war with COVID is far from over, and there are bigger wars waiting in the horizon, not that distant horizon. We will have to not just collaborate, but we'll have to up the collaboration, to cross borders, to cross all the differences that we have, so that the world can come together, the best minds across the world can come together and to find the solutions that will be crucial for the survival of humanity. And this applies not just to the mega problem. This applies to businesses. This applies to governments. innovation today is all about co-creation, and that's another extremely important lesson. We have to know how to accept and nurture the changing, business of innovation, the changing models of innovation. Today, innovation is all about co-creation. You're seeing startups work with large companies to co-create solutions because it is impossible, given the complexity and the gamut of technology that we are dealing with. It is impossible to have all the skills under one roof. In fact, one of the most exciting trends in the Indian tech journey is the rise of our deep tech startups. Indian tech startups have led the innovation charter from the front, coming out with disruptive products, services, and even disruptive delivery models, business models. We've seen innovation across the startup value chain, which is tremendously exciting. And it is very encouraging, very heartening to see large companies, not just tech companies, but companies like hospitals. We have education institutes. We have manufacturing companies, cement companies, travel companies. Everyone collaborating with the startups, with the tech startups, to find or co-create joint solutions to their problems. This has led to the development of some really interesting products and platforms. Few examples: Wipro's partnership with Squadcast, security startup. Then you have Yellow AI that has been working with the income tax department for conversational AI. You have ToneTag, which is a sound wave technology company that is partnering with Amazon to figure out a way that their consumers can shop offline. Niramai, a startup, a deep tech startup that pretty much revolutionized breast cancer screening, is now developing easy to use rapid COVID screening tests that is being tested, piloted by some of the mega tech companies in their campuses with RMC. I mean, co-creation is the new norm when it comes to innovation, and we have to ensure that we enable these new business models to thrive. The third lesson that I found very fascinating and very apt is the need to not reinvent the wheel, the need to use existing body of knowledge, whether it was World War II or whether it was the fight against COVID. It is the fight against COVID. Our scientists have relied on existing knowledge to find solutions, be it development of vaccines, drugs to find COVID, or be it the development of all the military inventions that helped the American soldiers to fight World War II. Fourth, and the most important one, is the need to invest in science, the need to invest in research and development, the need to invest in skilling for research and development. I think this has to be job one for all countries, especially India. We significantly have to work towards upping our investment in R&D, both across government and industry. I mean, this is a must do, because if we don't invest in the foundation, then we are not going to go very far. The innovation of today and innovation of the future does look very different from innovation of the past. I absolutely agree with that. But today, nearly 80 years later, nearly 80 years since the Second World War, let's not forget that we are once more engaged in an epic battle with an enemy that is far more dangerous, far more unpredictable than anything we have seen. It is a crisis like none that we have experienced till now. And just as the US realized in 1941, the pandemic has demonstrated the critical importance of innovation and how we respond to crisis. It's the one thing that decides whether we win the war or not. So we should not ignore the lessons of the past. No matter how different the technology looks, no matter how different the models of innovation look, some of the core building blocks of innovation have not changed. And it is important to ensure that we invest in the foundation, we invest in building the core building blocks. This is going to be absolutely critical for us, not just to find the solutions we need to find to counter the challenges that we are faced with, but also to establish India as a leader in the innovation world, in the world of innovation, in the world of scientific discovery. I honestly believe that we are doing very good, but we have to build a stronger foundation. We have to invest more in research. You know, given the complexities we face in India, especially with respect to last mile delivery challenges, I do believe that we are the most fertile ground for innovation. And if we innovate for India, we will innovate for the world. So we have no choice left but to up the innovation game in India. We have to make it a priority one. I pretty much believe that we depend on it. Our lives depend on it. Human race depends on it. And it's the only way we can create that truly inclusive, sustainable, greener future that we dream of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ghosh, for such wonderful words and this insight in today's time. Moving on, I would like to invite Palash Nandi, CEO, Numeric, for his keynote on digital acceleration. As CEO, Palash drives Numeric to be more customer-centric and continually improve efficiency in its operations. Aligning the whole organization towards the stated objectives, he seeks to consolidate Numeric's leadership position by launching new products, targeting new market segments, and leading the transformation of the organization. Inviting Palash.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, first of all, to Dataquest for giving us this opportunity to share our experiences. And today I would like to talk a little bit about what we call as digital acceleration for enhancing experience. You know, when we were hit with COVID mid of March 2020, in the beginning, it was really a big shock. It was a shock because of that we were facing a challenge for which we did not really have a template to help us to decide what is to be done, because this was something completely unseen in the past, and therefore we did not have a template. So of course, the first few days was a bit of a shock. And then we realized that, okay, this has happened. We will have to respond it. Since there is no template, so we will have to learn as we go along. And then we have to figure out the strategy as we go along. And while we were doing that, it also gave us an opportunity to really step back a little bit, refocus on what we really want to do, figure out what is the strategy that should be for the future. And when we went through this exercise, we also realized that this lockdown also gave us a lot of opportunities. It gave an opportunity for having different business models, as an example, but also gave us an opportunity to ensure that we become stronger as an organization. And one of the aspects was the digital transformation of the organization. So this is something that we started a few years back. And the goal of our digital transformation has always been that how can we use digital to create the numeric experience? And how can that experience be the best experience for the customer, for our own employees, as well as for all the stakeholders? So while this progress was going on as far as the digital transformation was concerned, the lockdown period just gave us an opportunity to really enhance this or to accelerate this digital transformation. And we decided that we will go around this subject by focusing on 3 pillars. So pillar number 1, what can we do about customer experience? How we bring the product to the market? How do we launch a product? How do we train customers? How can we use, let's say, the digital technology to create a new sort of experience for the customer as far as the products is concerned or the services are concerned? Then the next pillar was what we called as operational excellence. So here it is all about how can we automate all the processes, Industry 4.0, etc., etc. And then the third pillar was about employee experience. That from the time an employee gets inducted into the organization till the time he or she retires or leaves the organization, how can we manage this whole life journey of an employee within the organization, and how can we give the best experience using digital? So these are the 3 pillars that we started to work on: customer experience, operational excellence, and employee experience. Let me give you a quick glance about one particular aspect of customer experience that we were able to implement during the lockdown. In our business, service is a very, very important piece of our business. Okay? Almost 50% of our revenue comes from service. And in the UPS business, service is as important as the product, if not more important. So therefore, for an organization to be successful, you need to have a very, very strong service organization. And over a period of time, Numeric has been able to build a really strong service infrastructure. Just to give you some facts, We work with around 70,000 contracts, service contracts, which has around 250,000 products under contract across 1,000 cities. So this just gives you an idea about the scope. And as a consequence of this massive scope, we do around something close to 600,000 service calls a year with the help of 1,200 people who are spread across 255 service centers. So massive organization and a big strength for Numeric. But what was also clear to us that if we constantly do not keep on improving the service infrastructure, this big strength could also become a big weakness. So we have been working on how can we use digital to further enhance the service experience of our customers. And we went around in 3 steps, basically. So the first step, which was, I would say, relatively the most easiest one, which is how can we give all the possible information that a customer needs at any point of time to him or her without being dependent upon a Numerican to get that information. So which is why, whether in terms of a website, whether in terms of a 24/7 helpline, an e-catalog, a configurator, or let's say a service center locator. So all of this was made available to our customers so that they get all the necessary information in real time without depending upon a particular Numerican. So once this step was done, then the second step was to ensure that this whole service infrastructure that we have really gets digitalized. And which is when we started to partner with Salesforce to implement a CRM for service at Numeric. And this, within the Legrand Group, it was the biggest CRM program. And I'm sure even for Salesforce in India, this would be one of the biggest programs that they would have done in India. We are talking about 1,200 people on this program, 1,200 licenses. These 1,200 people are spread across 240 cities. And we had to go through 33,000 man-hours of training to implement this. So imagine all of this was happening when the lockdown was in place. Okay. This, at some point of time for us, was unimaginable that we would be able to do all of this. But when you have a difficulty, it also throws up a lot of challenges, but it also gives you opportunities to overcome those challenges. And we were able to ensure that this implementation is done during the lockdown period. So all of this training was done with all of those 1,200 people in their respective homes. And we were still being able to train those people and ensure that by September of 2020, we went online. The scope of the CRM was massive, whether we were talking about contract management, whether we were talking about inventory management, call management, expense management, etc., etc. And the benefits that we were seeing was both internal as well as external. Internal, it would be in terms of increasing productivity, increasing efficiency, having a 360 view of the business in real time. And all of this would ensure that as far as the customer is concerned, there would be minimum amount of downtime, therefore more business continuity, and therefore that much more satisfaction. So this was a second step. So first step was, as I said, relatively easier, which was to make available all the information. Second step was the CRM. And since September till now, it's been a massive, massive success internally as well as externally. And while all of this was happening, we also realized that this is a time when we could go a little bit ahead and to really up the game, so to say. And therefore, parallelly, we were starting to work on many other initiatives using the digital technology. One being remote monitoring, which means that I, as a customer, or you as a customer of Numeric, you can really monitor all your assets across the country in real time. You can not only monitor them, but also ensure that if there is some problem, to take corrective actions. So this is something that we would implement in the coming weeks, months. We are also working on developing a visual remote monitoring tool, or a visual remote assistance tool that would help customers get in touch with us. And even if we are somewhere remote, we would be able to help him or her in terms of giving a solution by using visual aids in real time. The third thing that we are working on is making some self-diagnostic tools that the customers can utilize themselves. And with these three combinations, which is the remote monitoring, the visual remote, the remote visual tool, as well as the self-monitoring tool, this would enhance the service by leaps and bounds. Why? Because it will ensure that there would be minimum amount of downtime, because whenever there is a problem, first of all, before a problem occurs, you can know that there is a problem about to happen thanks to remote monitoring. Even if after that some problem does happen, because of this remote visual tool as well as the self-diagnostic tools, you will be able to quickly solve the problem and therefore have less and less of downtime. Less downtime means more business continuity. More business continuity means more profits as far as the customers are concerned. But for me, the most important aspect as a consequence of all of this is the fact that we are going to make a radical shift in terms of how service is approached. So far, service has been more reactive, okay? That you have a problem, and then how do you, let's say, have your infrastructure ready to ensure that when there is a problem, how quickly you solve the problem. But at the end of the day, it's still reactive. What if instead of the service being reactive, it becomes proactive? It becomes predictive. So you don't wait for a problem to occur, but you are able to predict that a problem is going to happen 2 days from now, 1 week from now, a few hours from now, and therefore able to solve the problem even before the problem has occurred. So this is going to be a real radical shift in terms of the way service is visualized. And this is what we are trying to achieve as a consequence of all of these steps, and I'm sure our customers would be greatly benefited. And as a consequence, we will move from being really customer service and move to what I can say as a customer delight. Coming back to where I started from is that this COVID-19 brought a lot of challenges. But at the same time, it also opened doors for many opportunities. And this has been the beauty of our experience as far as the COVID-19 has been concerned, that on one side we suffered, the business suffered, but on the other side, we also were able to utilize this period of time to emerge stronger as an organization. I hope this was an interesting insight for you. Thank you once again, Dataquest, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Palash, for that wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to invite Anil Jain, CEO, Nixie, for his keynote on digital identity suitable to digital entrepreneurs in India. Anil Kumar Jain is currently the CEO of the National Internet Exchange of India, Nixie. Having spent 36 years in various telecommunication roles, Mr. Jain is an expert in internet, broadband, and the telecom sector. Some of the organizations he has been associated with include BSNL, MTNL, and the Department of Telecommunications, India.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Pradeep Gupta from Cyber Media, Mr. Ibrahim Ahmed, Mr. Subhendu Parth, Mr. R.S. Sharma, the chief guest, who is also CEO of National Health, Government of India. It is a pleasure for me to be with you, and it brings old memories back. I am associated with the cyber media events of Dataquest, Voice and Data, Leadership Summits and Awards, I hope since inception, because I am an ITS officer, and being part of the Department of Telecom, BSNL and MTNL, I used to get the honor of attending your leadership summits and the Dataquest Leadership Awards also from time to time. So today on 28th Leadership Conclave, I welcome all the listeners, all the participants, because this is a very important event. As far as I remember, this is the first event of Dataquest, or maybe the second, last year also, which is going on online. So this speaks about digitization and the way the country is growing and the world is growing. Friends, the digitization or digital operations are used interchangeably with each other. What is digitization? Basically, if you see, the fundamental reply to this is nothing but converting the physical aspect into digital form. So you remember that we used to work on papers, on old typewriter, if you remember it. And the whole world has changed now. There used to be piles of files in various offices, a lot of physical papers and works and items at home, and we used to spend huge amount of time in accessing those information and even consuming the information and various aspects in our life. Digitization has actually changed and impacted the whole world. It has impacted we as a person. It has impacted the businesses which we are working and living. It has impacted the nations. It has impacted the national, international relations and the boundaries. Friends, the result of this impact, which is on each and every part of our life, is miniaturization. We have seen that things are getting reduced and small in size. Productivity has gone up, more productivity everywhere, less number of people can produce more, even less number of machines are able to do that. New applications which has come up, which may have seen, they are changing the whole world. We have seen we can book a food just going on a mobile app. You can book a vaccination going on a mobile app. We never thought that we just book a taxi which can come to your house within 5 minutes. I remember when we used to go to airport, we used to book 1 day in advance, and we keep on reminding to the person. So things have changed, and the more and more facilities has come. In fact, what I can say is that new generation may not understand the era through which we have gone. If we see, let us see the parameters through which we can judge how the digitization, how the digital way of world has changed. Today we have around 11 billion mobile connections across the world, out of which India has 1.2 billion telephone connections. And we are proud that we are number 2 in the world next to China. Similarly, if we talk about the broadband, which is the prevailing technology with all of us, around 4.66 billion broadband connections out of a total world population of 7 billion has already reached to the people. And we are proud that we are approximately 719 million broadband connections in the country. Again, we are proud that we are number 2 in adoption of broadband by the citizens. Data consumption, which talks about how much consumption broadband we and you are making. The world has reached to approximately cross 10 gigabyte per month per user, and we are proud that we are around 15 gigabyte per month, and here India is number 1. And one more thing which is very, very important for all of us, the digital financial transaction by we Indians have crossed 25 billion per month, and which has overtaken China, US, Germany, France, and all other countries. Government of India in 2015 has started an ambitious program to bring digitization in each and every life of this country. Digital India on 1st of July. And in the last 6 years, we have seen huge amount of progress which is coming in the digital India. Broadband has grown up not only in the urban areas, but with the help of broadband network, BBNL, it has gone to rural area with the program called BharatNet. We have online digital payment, which we have spoken, and I think the UPI and Bheem app is one of the most popular app in this direction in the world. We have done a lot of capacity building. Young boys and girls are getting trained in digital education, and more are seeking to have digital education and digital knowledge in them. We have more than 10,000 technical startups, which perhaps is the biggest number in the world. And one more thing which is important is the IPv6 adoption. I am very happy to inform you that India is with 74% adoption is the world number IPv6 adoption in the world. Now these are the figures, this is what we have spoken, and what a public perceive that how digitization has entered into their life. Look at, we are now doing all railway, airlines and bus reservations online. We never thought. You remember the old type of queues in front of all buses and railways and even in airlines. The grocery shops have been replaced by e-commerce. Let us talk how many of us has to go to the old Pansari shop to get the things done. Today, we are not talking that electricity is the most essential part of our life. We are saying Wi-Fi. If you remember, if you go to anybody's house, first of all, you ask, what is your Wi-Fi password? Similarly, the physical addresses are replaced by emails, website addresses. People are getting replaced by robots in production. And day to day, where we spend time? We spend time on social media. What is that social media? Is nothing but consumption of content, which we never used to have. And last thing you must have seen during COVID, the Arogya Setu app and COVID app has helped each one of us. And I must tell you that COVID-19 has brought a lot of distress to the whole world. But for digitization and digital world, it was a boon. Working from home, online education, or OTT replacing the cinema halls has actually speed up and accelerated the whole process of digitization in the world. So friends, the days are good, the things are moving very, very fine. But is everything fine? I think we have to also talk about some side effect which digitization has. The first, which is connected to all of us, is the social interaction. We have reduced the social interaction, the social connect with each other, each one of us. We are talking on computer and on online platform. Friends, over the last few years, mental illness is increasing now. You must have seen people are really not well mentally as they used to be. Digital war in place of a regular war is looming on all countries. And cybercrime, which is resulting and pushing not only individuals, but even nations. And people are paying billions and billions of dollars to these fellows who are involved in the cyber crimes. Very dangerous, very dangerous. So I think we have to be very, very careful when we are going for digitization and how to proceed on this. Friends, I belong to Ministry of Electronics and IT, which is taking lead in digitization of the whole country. Along with the day-to-day work which we do, there are 4 important acts and forums which are now waiting for the India. Number 1 is data protection law, which include both private as well as public data protection. There is an act which is worked on artificial intelligence to take India in the leadership position at the artificial intelligence also. Blockchain is another technology which is prevailing now. We give a lot of security to the data use and data storage. We are working on an act on blockchain. And an important law which is coming up, which is very close to my heart, is National Language Transmission Mission. This will remove the barriers of various languages on various boundaries of the states, and even illiterate people from one language can talk to another literate or illiterate people from another part of the country without any barriers. Coming to my organization, National Internet Exchange of India, NIXI, I personally feel that we are the people who provides the basic internet infrastructure to the entire digitization process. We started in 2003 with internet exchanges, which actually brings the ISPs and CDNs together to bring down the latency and also the international internet cost to the ultimate users. NIXI is also managing the CCTLD, that is country code top level domain, which normally is known as .in, and you must be aware the domain .in, .com, .org, .net. So we are managing the .in, which is a pride of the country, and we also provide the IDN CCTLD, which is .bharat in 22 languages. Friends, let me tell you, I am proud that India is the only country in the world which provide IDN CCTLDs in 22 languages. The next country to us is China with only 2 languages domain. So let us be very, very proud and adopt the IDN CCTLD.Bharat as much as possible. And the third thing which we provide is the IP addresses to the entire digital world in the country. That is called IPv4 and IPv6. We have done a lot of activities in promoting all the products, and we are very happy that we are progressing very, very high. The aims of NIXI is digital identity to every citizen. Like I have my name, Anil. Similarly, there should be a identity, digital identity like Anil.in with each one of us. Even a person who got born should have a digital identity. This is very, very important. We also want that IPv6 adoption, although we are number 1 with 74% adoption, should be 100%. We want a affordable, always on, inclusive availability of broadband to every citizen of this country. Nixie will continue to work in this direction. And finally, since we are at number 1 at most of the places and number 2 in digital world, why not? India should lead the whole world. So there should be a leadership position to be available to Indians at international forums. Friends, let us see that what is in store for the future in digital world. I personally feel that there will be borderless business transaction, which is going to come, which has been experimented in few countries. And these days we are talking about a digital tax also in the country. If you are aware about this, the discussions is going on with the world leader. We are working at driverless car, where when you show your face to the car, they recognize, open the door, sit down on the backside, say, I want to go to Karol Bagh. Car will take care of everything. You can just read newspaper or magazine or slip down at the backside. You will reach to the Karol Bagh and then there will be announcement, sir, Karol Bagh has come. There will be factories, there will be fields, there will be colleges without manpower. That is the new things which is going to come. And as I said, that if a person is trying to talk on a computer on a broadband, or sending just a voice message, say a Punjab lady is sending a voice message to a Keralite in Kerala. When you normally happens, you will not be able to transact those voice messages or text messages. With the help of National Language Translation Mission, we are going to make this possible. And broadband will be consumed equally by, in local languages, a non-speaking people, a illiterate person who is not able to even type on the computer or mobile. And that is the dream I think we should carry. In the concluding, I personally see that connectivity, infra like devices and digital identity, digital security and digital economy. That is what we should be watchful, and India should be proud if we are able to get 1 trillion digital economy by 2024, and by that time we will take the leadership in the whole world and we will become number 3 digital economy in the world. Friends, I want to close my discussion and my keynote with the words of great late APJ Abdul Kalam. You have to dream for your dreams to come true. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for patiently listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for those wonderful thoughts and that insight. Moving on to the next stage of the virtual conference, our first panel discussion of the day on digital life and society. We would like to invite Meena Ganesh, CEO, Portia Medical. As the MD and CEO, Meena heads Portia Medical, India's largest and fastest growing home healthcare company, which she co-founded in July 2013. The company has 4,500 plus employees and operations across 16 cities in India, and brings in home to patients the full range of geriatric, chronic, post-operative care, as well as allied healthcare services. Inviting along with her Mr. Rajendra S. Pawar, Chairman and co-founder of NIIT Limited, a global leader in skills and talent development and founder of NIIT University. Under his leadership, NIIT has played a key role in shaping the growth of the Indian IT sector by creating skilled manpower to drive its momentum. Having revolutionized the IT training industry, he is now involved in establishing an innovative model in higher education, the non-for-profit NIIT University. Acknowledging Mr. Pawar's contribution to the IT industry in India, he has been awarded the country's prestigious civilian honor, Padma Bhushan, by the President of India in 2011. He has also led several ICT industry initiatives, including NASSCOM 2011-2012 as its chairman. Currently, Mr. Pawar is the chairman of NASSCOM Cybersecurity Task Force that has been set up in response to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to see India emerge as a global hub of cybersecurity products and services. He's also the chairman of the Board of Directors of Data Security Council of India. We also have on the panel Dr. U.B. Desai, founding director, IIT Hyderabad. Dr. Uday B. Desai is an Indian academician who was appointed as the first director of Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad in 2009. He's also the mentor director for IIT Bhilai and IIIT Chittoor. This session is moderated by Sukanta De, CEO as Della Consulting. Mr. De is a leading industry icon in growth of new FMCGs, which we call as fast-moving consumer goods and services in India. He has over 40 years of experience in developing brands and in sales, marketing, and profit center management in Fortune 100 companies like Unilever, PepsiCo, Idea Cellular, AT&T Wireless, and Tata's.
Good evening, everybody. I am humbled by the eminent people on my panel to introduce my eminent panel members. We have Mrs. Meena Ganesh, CEO, Portia Medical. Mr. Rajendra Pawar is a man who needs no introduction. He's chairman and co-founder of NIIT. And we have Mr. U.B. Desai, the founding director of IIT Hyderabad. Before I start, I would request each and every one of you to give us keynote. And after you finish the keynote, we will start our panel discussion on this new life which all of us have entered in, i.e. the digital life and society, accelerated by the pandemic about a year or so ago. So may I please request Ms. Meena Ganesh to give her keynote now.
Thank you very much, Dataquest and Mr. De for the introductions, the kind introductions, and for having me to be part of this very interesting conversation on what's really changed because of the pandemic, what kind of accelerations have happened. And I thought I will focus on the areas that I know best. One, of course, healthcare, but also a little bit about the whole e-shopping. And we are one of the promoters of Big Basket, so we've seen that explode as well. And of course, e-entertainment that all of us have to live with because that's what is available today. There is no other form of entertainment. It's been a very, very fascinating year. Let me talk about the entertainment piece and then I'll talk about the others. The complete incarceration of all of us in our homes sometimes with our loved ones and sometimes without anybody, has been a big mind shift for most of us. The forms of entertainment that have come in are very interesting. Of course, we all know that there have been huge amount of growth in all kinds of digital entertainment that all of us consume, be it things like Netflix and Amazon Prime and all the new channels that have come from India as well. But I also find some very other interesting other changes that have happened. There's a lot of gaming that's going on. I have a 22-year-old son who's a college-going student, and he never exits out of his room. Yeah. He either is working or studying, or he's playing multiplayer games. It's huge amount of uptake that's happened on that. The other thing very interesting is that some of us older generation, like me, we have taken up to playing bridge. I've never played any card games in my life, but virtual bridge has now become such a critical part of me. And what is interesting is I'm not the only one. I'm talking to a lot of people in my age group. Many of them have taken to bridge. It's just completely boggles my mind how a completely new set of capabilities for entertainment, for engaging with others. Because what bridge, of course, Netflix and all of those things have allowed us to entertain ourselves individually, perhaps. But the gaming, multiplayer games, as well as things like bridge for some of the older generation, has not only brought entertainment but also society. We're able to come together, chat over the various bridge games, pull each other's legs. So it's created a new society of a different set of people who I never interacted with. So very interesting. And this is, of course, my personal experiences that I'm saying. I'm sure there's data to also show. The other interesting thing I noticed in the entertainment space is that you look at a company like Book My Show, their entire focus and the existence was linked to physical entertainment. So people have to go somewhere, they need to buy tickets, fine, that's our business. There is nothing there. So now they have started to do streaming services that they have pivoted. So very interesting transformation in businesses who were completely physically led have come to this. And the same thing I've seen in a lot of other businesses, companies that are doing event management have created online events and so on. So that's one piece, that big changes that I'm seeing in that. Of course, time will tell how much of this will continue once we are able to come back to a degree of normalcy. I, for one, am waiting very, very keenly to go into a theater to watch a movie, because that experience is special. And just watching a movie just for the sake of the content alone is not enough. The ambience, the experience, and the popcorn that I buy, those are very important for me as well. So some of that will change, but nevertheless, I think it's created a whole new set of methods in which we are entertaining ourselves and creating society. Well, if you look at e-shopping, of course, that was the one which exploded. If you look at my company, Big Basket, right at the time of the first lockdown, there was a complete chaos. I mean, our demand went up 10x. And that was something which, because all said and done, you might be a e-shop, but there is a lot of things that happen at the back end. You need to have a warehouse, you need to have products, you need to have enough pickers, you need to have and packers, you need to have enough delivery systems and boys and vehicles. So those don't grow 10x. And while you can increase your front end, you can increase your bandwidth, and you can have more customers come, but the back end still needs to be proportionately grown. So that was a challenge for us in the initial stages, but thereafter, once we got some of that sorted, of course, the overall growth of the business has been dramatic over the last year, and we see that continuing. What's also very interesting for a e-shop like Big Basket is that it's changed a lot of habits. People who believe that they would never go to a online shop to buy, including some of the slightly elder generation who would prefer to go to the local shop, touch the vegetable, and then buy. This is it. This is the only way to do it. So they have got used to it. Once they were forced into that, now I think at least 60 to 70% of them, at least for a good part of what they buy, are probably okay to stay with this. And we are seeing that continue. And the Big Basket story is known to everybody. They have done exceedingly well. Recently, Tata has acquired them also. So it is there's a big change that has happened in the shopping. and not just in the urban centers. If you look at the Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world, who serve all the pin codes in this country, probably they have seen growth from many small places, and that is another piece which is very interesting. What I found, that small locations where one would not have thought that the big basket, that Amazon and Flipkart would deliver, I see deliveries happening there as well. People are buying from there. Rural locations, very remote locations also, because they had no choice, they were buying from there. And there's a whole new delivery system that has got created, which uses a lot of rural youth to fulfill the last mile. So very interesting transformations there. Of course, the big changes that I have been part of, in the middle of, is in the healthcare sector. Right at the start of the pandemic in March 2020, the government very quickly moved in and said, yes, teleconsultations are now legal. All these years, doctor teleconsultations were not legal, or at least there was a gray area. I mean, though okay or not, you don't really know. But quickly they moved in, and that saw massive 10x, 20x increase in the teleconsultations. Newer solutions have come up. The patients are more keen to take services at home rather than going into a hospital. That requires, again, a lot of technology to be deployed, continuous monitoring of people. How do you make sure that even when there's a complete lockdown, you still can track the health of people, make sure that they're getting the support that they need, and they are not left out in the lurch. We are seeing a lot of change in people's behavior when it comes to chronic diseases. People are much more cautious about hypertension and diabetes and COPD and cardiac issues, because they know those are the patients who got even more affected during the course of the pandemic. So they're looking at solutions. And again, you're looking at remote solutions. Again, I mean, things like diabetes, you can't manage in a hospital. It has to be managed at home. It has to be managed at your time. So there are a lot of new apps and new ways of helping people live a more healthy life, so that in the event of big situations such as this, they don't get impacted as much. Third, the government has come in with a lot of new initiatives, be it the whole NDHM initiative and the creating of a digital health stack, which covers all the parts of the whole healthcare ecosystem, from patients to doctors to providers to insurance, and to medtech and the labs and all of them. All those people need to be connected on a common platform, so that data can flow through smoothly, so that patients can have a good experience and can get the healthcare that they need. The government is investing a lot in digital care. They are investing heavily in platforms such as eSanjeevani, which they believe will help provide better access in the remote places through digital health. So many accelerated transformations, which could have taken decades, have happened during this last 15 months.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting keynote and an eye-opener. There are actually 40 plus OTT channels now. You started with the entertainment industry, 40 plus OTT channels streaming right across in many genres in almost every Indian language. There's huge gaming opportunities. There's huge amount of electronic sports in addition to the card games you mentioned. And so the whole sports, the gaming and the entertainment industry has moved inside the house. And if you have, say, four members in the family, all the four of them are watching different games, playing different games, watching different channels, etc., etc. And physical entertainment has completely going to change even after the pandemic when the things open up, because this entertainment at home is there for good now, and it will be an important part of our entertainment life, even when the pandemic is completely out of the way. So physical entertainment, and as you said, you gave me a very good idea of example about Book My Show, the streaming and all that is going to be really, they're going to change their own business model as we move forward. Regarding the e-commerce, I am told that in India, only 10 million people actually buy things from the Amazons and the Flipkarts, etc. 70 million have just made one transaction once in a while. and we are a country of 1.3 billion, which shows the huge industry size of the industry, which is still waiting. The pandemic has accelerated the progress, surely, but is it? Now, coming to your, I am a big admirer of your company, by the way, and I know what you have done. It's a huge amount of work which you have taken, which you have undertaken to do, even well before the pandemic. And now, actually, there is in everybody's home. There's one corner inside the house, which is a little mini hospital. Either there's a medical box, and if there's somebody more serious, there's one room completely dedicated, and that room has an oxygen concentrator, maybe, or God knows what. And so, a lot of you used to have out-home hospitalizations. Now you have in-home hospitalizations. As we move forward in time, there will be many not very critical, but some procedures done at home. There will be doctors going in an ambulance or whatever, taking the equipment and doing the procedure at home for an hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, depending, and move out. And that will become more a regular feature rather than, for every small thing we go to the hospital, and the OPD of the hospital will become lesser and lesser, etc., etc. I mean, you know this much better than me. You have founded a very interesting industry, and I can only, as an outsider, say that there's going to be a huge amount of changes which has got accelerated because of the pandemic. Now, I am actually the person who should be moderating this channel. This panel is Mr. Power, not me. I mean, he is a very senior person in the Indian corporate firmament. I have great pleasure in requesting him to give his keynote and particularly give us some amount of peep into the future of electronic education. Over to you, Mr. Power.
Thank you so much. I think the question which has been posed is the era of campus-based education over?
Yes.
I'll give a short answer, and the short answer is no. Let me start with that. But let me just comment on what COVID has done to education. I'm quite actively involved in the board of my school, which is the Scindia Schools, small school with 500 students, fully residential. So I've been watching very closely what's happening there. And then NIT University, something which is now 11 years old, we started as founders. And then the whole activity of training people, which we have done for 40 years, and watching that closely. So the impact on these three, school, college, and then post education, has been quite dramatic, but very, very different. So when we say, will campus life change in the high school? That'll see the least amount of change. Will college education see a change? It will see a fair amount of change. And will the skill building see a change? That will see a dramatic change. So just to talk of the gradations. But I can ask anybody in this audience to ask themselves the question that, do you know even one child who doesn't go back to school, doesn't want to go back to school or college? I haven't found. I haven't found even one person. I've talked to hundreds, I would say, not thousands. Not even one of them says, I don't want to go back to my education.
Yes.
So while this period has flexed many muscles in the mind, much like, if you remember, demonetization made payments happen. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was a stroke which was very hard and forced people to do stuff. This one is, of course, dealing with a much deeper issue. It's not like a transaction. You're involved in a process, but it's also been a longer period. It's been a year and a half, and probably will last good part of that 2 years, or good part of the 2 years. So this period has actually flexed people's behaviors. So in school education, and since the school I am most closely watching is the boarding school, the schools are really keen to get back, and they enjoy their 24-hour life of socialization, of sports, of extracurricular, of debates, of going to the library, of getting time for themselves. They are missing that far more than they are missing the classrooms. So, of course, in day school, they will be missing the socialization process. But I think in places where students stay, boys and girls, they're really missing all the socialization, which according to me is a very important part of the education. The personality building, the character building, the interpersonal, and everything we call a soft skill, which really becomes so important to be effective and successful. So in the school system, I guess we will see all of that going back, but we will see some additions, and I'll talk of the layer of additions after I talk of all of these three groupings. So higher education, undergrad will be some change, postgrad will be bigger change because postgrads are working on their own in any case. So the bigger changes, but undergrads they are at an age, as we know, where they're wanting independence. They want to be on their own. They want to do stuff on their own, but they're also socializing with a new group of people. They're building their identity. They're establishing who they are. They're jostling for many things. So for them, the change really is that, of course, they also want to get back as quickly as they can. They really want to get back. But I think they have found that when they want to explore some things around their areas of curiosity for which they have time, they're finding that there is a lot of enrichment that can happen. And since many good universities and colleges are doing the flipped classroom, for example, they think they can now learn at their pace. So one big challenge in education has been that in that one session of 40 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever, the teacher has no choice but to move at a pace which is too fast for about a third of the students and too slow for a third of the students. So I think for both these categories, those for whom it's very fast, they get a chance to rewind and take a look at again and get better skills. For those for whom it's too slow, all of us know they've got another screen going. Okay, it doesn't take much. And the kids they're doing all kinds of things to get the teacher not to know what's going on. We know that. So what that has done is actually it dealt with the time domain very differently. It's opened up that possibility. So the kids in the middle, which are okay with the pace the teacher does, are okay. The other two are benefiting. Now I'll talk of downside later, but let me talk of the pluses because this is one. The second is, I think the most troubled person in education is the teacher. I have to say this. In fact, in April itself, I wrote a piece, I think for India Today, where the title was Online Learning, Bored Students and Exhausted Teachers. I think that hasn't changed. Only thing is we've seen a lot of publications from research which are quantifying this, but students are bored. We have to accept it. And teachers are exhausted. School teachers now suddenly see that behind the student is a mother who's sitting and watching. The mother is writing to the principal that teachers don't dress up well. What are they doing? They can't speak English. So the teachers at school are deeply harassed, and teachers in higher ed are, I think, equally challenged, should we say, but they're finding some interesting phenomena. In my school, I found the teachers said that many of the students who would otherwise not ask a question in class because of the social dynamic, he says they're stepping up to pose questions, which is an interesting positive trend as well. So higher ed, same thing happened, but they're exploring much more. I think the bright students are benefiting. The slow ones who are diligent are catching up. We'll talk of downsides later because there are a lot of downsides. And for people who are in the workspace trying to learn, there are enormous opportunities. I mean, just enormous. The private equity money is going to give them free education. Let me say that. How these guys will make money, I don't know, but people are benefiting enormously. But does it mean that everybody is taking it? The answer is no. It's squarely no. We saw that when the books came. 5% completion of free courses. And every teacher knows that left to themselves, there'll be few who will go and pick up a book and learn what they want. Right? Very, very, very few. There'll be a reasonable number who will get this kind of oriented, not in a negative way, but get oriented to something else. And the bulk in the middle, we have to be carried along. So now, in the workspace, we saw that when free MOOCs came, everybody could learn from the best of guys in the world, but only 5% completed. And that is still valid, except that in the absence of anything else, just like you had no choice but to use Paytm or UPI or something earlier, they've had to learn this way And if organizations were tracking what they're learning and evaluating and judging, it forced them to do a completion. So maybe completion would have gone up from 5 to maybe 20%, 25, not very much more. So I think there's the first answer is that a lot of changes. Second is a lot of downsides. And I think we need to understand downside. The biggest of them is that even in India, they say that not more than a fifth of the students have access to a device. So that means 80% of the students are really left behind. This is the biggest challenge. We'll talk of that a little later, but that's the downside. And the student who gets distracted has also suffered. So there are many downsides, but I would say that we've all been forced into a habit, and some of those habits will stay. And again, it will be back to people's personal styles and traits and so on how much they become.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Power. I mean, what to say? And type of analysis which you have done is mind-boggling. That you have 1/3 of the students who are so slow, so they have now time to catch up because of the pandemic. 1/3 of the students are fast, so they can rewind during the time of the pandemic. So there's a kind of equalization which is happening across the classroom. Plus, the very interesting thing is in terms of free education, even though private equity is getting poured in, very few are completing free education. That's very interesting thing. And the downsides, which though is well known, I mean, coming from you, it's really an eye-opener that 1/5 of the students do not have access to a device, and terminal devices are fundamental to any electronic education. I would now request Mr. Desai, who is Professor Desai, who is the founder of IIT Hyderabad, to give his keynote. I am myself from the oldest IIT in India, IIT Kharagpur. Oh. So that was way back, and people used to, my dad even asked me that, why are you going for this 5 years? Because then the engineering courses are 5 years, by the way. 5 years, my God, Mr. Powers was smiling. 5 years grueling, and IIT Kharagpur is not a village. Is there a word below a village? Probably it's like that. It still is like that. And it's got a huge history, and of course, and all that. So over to you, sir, Professor Desai.
Sure. Thank you so much. It's indeed an honor to be part of this distinguished panel. The topic given to me is human-centric technology. Okay. Now, this is in some sense a very broad topic, and of course, this vocabulary is very recent. Okay. So, to me, actually, all technologies are human-centric in the sense if a human being is using it, there is some human centricity in the technology that we are doing, like what was talked about earlier. Okay, we talked about the OTT platform, the healthcare platform that was talked about earlier. Okay, the online education using maybe Zoom or whatever other video conferencing packages that people are using. Okay, now in some sense, these are all human-centric technologies. Okay, right. So it has been around for a long time. Fundamentally, what we are saying today in human-centric technology is that when I am developing the technology, I would like users in some sense to be part of it. In the brainstorming part of it, conceptualization part of it, maybe in the development, and obviously in the implementation and the solution. Okay. Now, this is a little bit of a tall order because typically when technologies are developed during brainstorming, conceptualization, okay, you don't want to expose yourself too much. I guess one can still get a group of kind of, NDA signed users who may give you certain feedback as you go along. Now, this has been around. This has played a big role, I would say, a lot more in design, that is architecture, buildings and other things, where there is quite a bit of a back and forth between the user and the developer. Okay, so this is, on the other hand, if you get into the domain of modern technology, which is more based on silicon in some sense, I'm using silicon as a metaphor. It covers both hardware, software, and whatever else that you have in it. Okay, so then things kind of get a little more complicated. For example, what I would say is that is human centricity really required? Okay, or how does it work? Okay, yes, if I look at ergonomics design of a car, human centricity becomes very, very critical. On the other hand, if I look at something like the iPhone which came about, I'll talk a little bit more. Let me take a look at an example of the most recent thing that all of us are excited about, the Virgin Atlantic spacecraft. Now, was there human centricity in development of that particular spacecraft? I'm not too sure as to how much user studies were done out there. And I'm sure there were a few visionaries who were involved, and they said, hey, we are going to go and develop this particular thing, and we'll see how it happens. Okay. So I think in a sense, there is a little kind of a balance that comes into the overall play as to when we talk about technology and human centricity or human centric technology, as one would like to call it. To me, for example, if I go back and look at communication part of it, rotary phone was a human-centric technology. It lasted for a long time, perhaps one of the most robust instruments which has ever come across, and it worked. Okay, if you look at AM/FM radios, human-centric. Is iPhone a human-centric technology? Now that's where the question comes in. If you, I mean, from whatever I have read, and perhaps others may have more information on it, I'll be more than happy to know. Stephen Jobs believed what the user wanted. There are a lot of articles which say that he never really consulted any users or anything like that. He figured that, look, I know what the phone should have, and I will convince the user that this is what you want. Now, this is a very different way of looking at it, rather than the usual thing that we are talking about today is human-centric technology. In some sense, here there is a visionary. I guess all of us will agree that Stephen Jobs was a visionary. He had a vision. And he convinced all of us that, look, his vision is what is going to help us. And by and large, we have adopted it for whatever one may say. There are even India boasts of about 500 million smartphones. And all smartphones in some sense are kind of clones or related to the first iPhone. I look at sometimes when this topic was given to me, suddenly the thought came to me, it was Wright brothers when they developed the aircraft. Did they do human-centric studies out there? I'm very doubtful. Of course, one has to read the history of it as to what went into their mind when they actually developed the first aircraft. And it's a great analogy right now. I mentioned it, in a lighter vein, because even that aircraft, when it first came, I think flew for a few minutes. Just like current spacecraft, which went for about 15 minutes and came back. It's not a big thing, but that's a big step, right? Something which happened for a few minutes. Today, it is hours and hours and hours. And all of us are kind of, I'm pretty sure, missing, whatever, figuratively, the airline food. Okay, we think that because of the pandemic. So in a sense, I look at this as a debate as to human-centric technologies versus, say, visionary technologies, or the visionaries who look at technologies. How do we bring the two together? One of the things, if you look at it, when you do human-centric technology, typically the users will tell you what they want today. Or sometimes they wanted something yesterday and they didn't get it. They said, hey, can you do it with modern silicon technologies? Now that you can have billions of transistors on a single chip. Okay. Now that's the way, one way to look at it. Occasionally the user may say, aha, I would like to see something like that, because in a year from now, this is what I would like to have. It is very difficult for a user, in my opinion, okay, unless you happen to be some of the science fiction writers, okay, to look at something far out into the future. Okay. Of course, we had people, I'm forgetting his name, the famous guy who wrote 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay, so you have people like that who can look far, but by and large, a typical user will look maybe a year, if possible, perhaps 2 years. Beyond that is going to be tough. But then there are visionaries like Stephen Jobs, visionaries like the Wright brothers, to go back. Even I would say someone like Richard Branson. I mean, I wouldn't call him a visionary, but he has a certain business perspective in it. But you have Elon Musk on the other side. Okay, and from what I gather, even Jeff Bezos is looking at space travel. Okay, now that is a visionary thing to see. Okay, today is going to cost you $250,000 for a 15-minute joyride. Maybe 25 years down the road, the average man could afford it. So in a sense, when you're developing technology, you always run into this complex problem as to, should I just go on my own and do it, or should I have the user thing? In a sense, I'm not trying to negate the user-centric thing. For example, I was told, and I may be again wrong here, that Bill Gates at one time was the biggest employer of ethnographers, and social anthropologists. Because he actually, when they used to develop all kinds of software, they used to consult it and see how the user is going to use it. Okay, but that was a different perspective. I'm looking at both ends. One, something far out into the future, maybe 10, 20, 30 years into the future. Something which is maybe a year or 2 or 3 years into the future. So today, if I'm developing an electric car, Certainly, a user-centric approach would be fantastic because electric car, the core technologies are all in place. It's a question of now creating this so that the person feels very comfortable inside the car, etc., etc. Maybe there is no noise and he shouldn't get perturbed. So I create a bit of a noise so he feels he's still riding in a car, etc. So there I would require user-centricity. But if I'm looking at, for example, another aspect of future mobility, passenger drones. By the way, they are coming. Okay, I mean it's a matter of time before people in Delhi may be traveling, whatever from one point to Delhi airport in a passenger drone, or maybe from way deep Noida to Delhi airport in a passenger drone. It's not unheard of. Experiments are already there. People have developed it. The issue is commercialization because you have to now deal with an established aviation industry, how they will let this particular thing into it. We have recently seen a lot of articles on drones coming out because of what happened in Kashmir. Okay, so that's a different matter. But what I'm saying is there you will have a visionary person looking at it. It cannot be simply user-centric. Once I have the base technology for passenger drones, yes, user-centricity will come into the picture. So my take is that it's a very a complex problem that is there. Now, what has happened? One other aspect I'd like to just mention before I conclude is user-centricity relatively easy to tackle today. Why? Because of massive communication technology, computing, and memory. What we forget always in computing, we always talk about calculation, but the memory power that is there in today's computer is absolutely mind-boggling. Because of that, I can actually do simulations for even long-term and short-term technologies. And therefore, the user can interact a lot more. They can give some suggestions. I don't have to actually physically build the whole thing. I can really do it on the computer. And with AR, VR, you can create the look and feel where you can actually touch it. Anybody who has seen some videos on AR, VR, you will find out, you can really kind of go with your hands forward, move the things around, and the things will actually start moving. So they have not yet become commercial. They are still, I would say, the AR, VR technology to some extent are lab levels. They are coming in, okay, but they are coming in at a fairly fast pace. So the point is that it is possible. Let's not forget the power of computation, power of communication, the power of memory that we have with us. So what do we need? Okay, to conclude, I would say we need an eclectic approach. It need not only be human-centric. Okay, it has to also have a visionary technology development perspective. Someone who can be futuristic. How do we bring the two together? Perhaps we should coin a new name where the conventional user-centric technology approach merges or brings together the visionary approach for technology development. I really don't have a name at the moment. Hopefully, maybe someone can find an interesting name. I leave it at this particular point. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Desai. I think extremely erudite. I must tell you something about the iPhone. Being a consumer product marketing man, when Steve Jobs was when he developed the iPhone, if you look at the and we have an eminent lady in the panel, and she probably will bear out what I'm saying. If you those days looked at the male-female ratio of the terminal devices of the phones, any phone, any hand phone, you will find that the women ownership of hand phones, even in advanced markets, were much less than men. Women would be say 20%, 25%, in very advanced market 30% before the iPhone. Now Steve Jobs understood that, and he created a phone. He said, my phone has to look very, very good. Of course, it has to perform very well. Today, cut to modern times, 2021, women spend, suppose they have to have X, they have 100 rupees, they won't spend it on a jewelry, they'll spend it on the latest iPhone. Whether the woman knows the latest technologies in that iPhone, which is costing more than ₹1 lakh, is unimportant. But the sheer look and feel and the imagery, she wants to pull out from her handbag an iPhone so that she can tell the other lady, hey, I've got the latest iPhone. Well, I don't know whether I want to use it, I know how to use it, that's not important. But Steve Jobs was able to market that product. He was the ultimate, though he was a technologist, he was an ultimate marketing man. And anybody who can create a product for a lady is the ultimate marketing man. I'm trying to be, I'm still struggling, Anyway, but that it's a very important thing that human-centric iPhone, this is an example of how he made the usership amongst the women much higher than before on iPhone, on hand phones. So he was subtly doing a very interesting exercise of what we call diversity and inclusion, getting ladies to use their handphone more than they were earlier using by using this very unique method. Another very good example you gave about is electric vehicles. I think that's a very important thing for not only the user and the economics of it, but also for climate change. AR, VR is going to be one of the driving technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. If you ask me which is the single most important technology in the fourth industrial revolution, it will be AR, VR, and it has a huge amount of usage. For example, the chief engineer is in Delhi, and the junior engineers are in Chennai, Guwahati, wherever, and they can't figure out what's happening to this particular turbine which they are trying to repair. And it is the three-dimensional imaging which this guy, the chief engineer in Delhi, will say, go to this, bayan jao, ye dahina screw, ye screw dekh rahe ho, isko tight karo. That can only be done through AR, VR across continents. And I've given you a very bad and crude example and all that. Yes, it has to be an eclectic approach, which is future-proof, and I'm sure the lexicon will automatically develop. Now, I think all of you have done an amazing job in the keynote. I mean, I got 2 pages already full of writing all what you said. And I would therefore like, the time is also a constraint, and all of you are very busy people. So I would like to straight away go to the round 2, because you have actually covered round 1, whatever there was in the discussions. So I would like to request Mr. Meena Ganesh, you have demonstrated massive work with telemedicine. What do you think are some of the insights in the last 1 year? You know, we got some amazing insights from Mr. Power on education. I mean, I thought I knew a lot about education, but I know nothing, now after what I heard from him. So can you tell me a little bit about telemedicine? This is an exotica. And telemedicine is something as simple as picking up the phone and talking to your doctor and getting some medicine, to much more complex things. How do you think that is sort of panned out in the pandemic, and what's the future of telemedicine? And in a country like India, where, I mean, I come from the telecommunication industry, 5G is still miles away, and the type of capex required is unbelievable. So it will be the humble phone which the villager will use. And in the earlier session which I was moderating, unless the last man in the village, the poorest man in the village, the poorest beneficiary gets the benefit of all these technologies, then I think, as Swami Vivekananda said, what does it, matter what education we have had? We are not even able to help him,
So there are a few things that I have seen as far as teleconsultation or telemedicine is concerned. I've seen 2-3 very, very interesting and different use cases. One is just telemonitoring. So especially when we saw a lot of people who are sick with COVID and were home isolated, they just needed to be monitored to make sure they're okay. You don't need a doctor to talk to them. You just need someone to reach out, give them confidence that you're doing okay, these are the things you have to do, don't do these things. And oh, by the way, tell us how you're feeling today. Let's take down all your parameters, make sure that they're okay. If there is something which is off, then we'll take appropriate action, get a doctor to talk to you or move you to a hospital, depending on what the condition. So that at the lowest level, telemonitoring is something which is very, very important. Now that telemonitoring, especially when combined with point of care devices, can actually be a very, very powerful way of tracking patients, and not just for sick, but also elderly who are alone, or people with chronic diseases who need to be monitored regularly. So there are very, very interesting connected point of care devices, something as humble as your connected glucometer to a multi-parameter monitoring device, to something which can even work in a very high acuity environment. So I'll come to that in a second. So telemonitoring at the lowest level, combined with whatever consultation, etc. is required. At the back end, you can use data, you can use AI, you can do all kinds of analysis to see what do you do with that. You're collecting somebody's data over a period of time. What does it mean? How is their health changing? Are there some population statistics that it's showing up? What is the percentage of people who got COVID from a certain location? How did the acuity or did the intensity was higher in certain locations versus another? So that's one piece on the telemonitoring. Now the telemonitoring use case can also support a lot in the rural and semi-urban areas. And here one solution possible is that like you rightly said, that if the last person doesn't have a telephone and doing teleconsultation is not solve the problem. Now, obviously, you can't make sure that the last person in the world has got a phone, but can a community have a way by which this can be established? So you maybe create a healthcare entrepreneur in a community who's responsible for tracking and monitoring everybody's health in their locality. They use a point of care device, they use a smartphone, they capture the data, they do the teleconsultations, and make sure that the health of that community is being monitored and managed with whatever support that is required from the medical expertise. So that's one typical use case. The second use case that all of us know about, I mean, everyday usage of just a general physician to check on certain things, or in the middle of the night, a baby is sick, you want to talk to a pediatrician. So you want either emergency or regular or for chronic or for even specialist consultation. There is a requirement to that. Now, the first one became more of a pandemic related. The second one just grew because people were stuck and could not go out and consult their doctors. They said, never mind, we'll just do this. Interestingly, a lot of doctors did not come into their clinics also. They were very happy to do teleconsultation. So what was something which was not really embraced by especially senior doctors, that changed dramatically during this period. The senior doctors who are not going into the clinic still wanted to consult with their patients, still wanted to firstly take care of the patients to earn revenue also. Otherwise, what are they going to do? They don't have any form of earning revenue. So from both those perspectives, there's a big mind shift that happened. The third very interesting use cases that came about were things like EICU, remote monitoring of ICUs. Now in the big cities, we have ICUs, we have ICU intensivists who can manage that. Cut to the smaller cities, you may have ICUs, but you don't have intensivists. Go to the rural places, of course, they don't have ICUs also. So, but anyway, so if for the semi-urban, the district level, and perhaps maybe even into the community level, you can create the ICU infrastructure comparatively easier. Somebody can donate, government can put in money, somehow you can put the infrastructure, but monitoring that is a huge problem. So creating remote ICU solution which can work on thin bandwidths. Now these have existed always. Philips always, for instance, had a high-end ICU which could remote monitoring. But what has happened is that very thin bandwidth remote monitoring of ICUs with point-of-care devices which can capture all the patient's vitals in real time, which can be, of course, monitored locally by the physicians and also their nurses who may not be that experienced in managing critical patients, supported by backend. So that also is something which has taken quite a turn during this period. And nobody really seriously took that as a possible solution, because what was happening is all these years that if somebody was really critically sick, very soon they'll move to a city and get themselves treated there. That was not really possible during the pandemic time. There were no beds anywhere, so you better try and stabilize yourself where you are. So taking the care into the smaller towns and into even the rural areas, and the higher and higher degree of acuity of care that you can take into smaller towns and cities, smaller towns and rural areas, can dramatically change the quality of care that they get. Today, people in the smaller towns and in the rural areas wait for things to get out of hand. They do not take care of their health on an ongoing basis because it's just so difficult. They don't have access. So when things get really out of hand, then they'll rush to the district hospital or to a city or to a big city. So we can actually change the whole access to healthcare very significantly by using a combination of. It's not just a simple teleconsultation. Now you can have a doctor at the end, everything is sorted. But using a combination of all these, it is possible to significantly increase access to quality care.
Right. Thank you so much. This is, of course, by the way, telemedicine is an area which is a very vast area. You can do a huge amount of exports to countries like Africa, Malaysia, and so on and so forth. I mean, you know that better than me, I guess. But it is an area which is to be developed more and more and more. The other thing, quickly, we don't have much time, but if you can just give me a one-liner on, the pandemic has done a very important, has had a very important impact on everybody, on their mental health. people are worried now. What will happen, third wave, this, that, and all that. In any way, telemedicine can do something on the mental health. I mean, which is as important as physical health. A quick one-liner.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. That's a short answer. There are a number of both self-help bots, apps kind of thing, which can do certain level, to a certain level it can help. And then, of course, you have a human at the other end to support. What it is, there is more mental health issues, but also mental health consultation done in the privacy of your home, probably in your own room, is probably a better solution for a lot of people. So I think it has become.
Thank you so much. Mr. Power, may I request you, you've already covered this very nicely, but your organization is one of the pioneers and have been recognized as the best skill learning sort of company. And if you have something to share about what are the skills which will stay relevant and what are the skills which will kind of fade away because of the new world which has been created post the pandemic. Over to you, sir.
First, I want to compliment Meena, and I'm going to take a bit of a credit for what the answer that I'm giving you. See, Meena has demonstrated, and I watched her closely, and just to let you know that I had hired her from IIM to an NIIT, and I've been really impressed to see the transition she has made from one role to the other to the other. When she was talking about healthcare, I was feeling so good that she can talk with so much confidence and reality and completeness. Now, she's a very good example of an active learner. So the skill which she had the ability, so let me not take the ability away, but I think the skill we try to build, at least in all the folks in the NIITians, is learning to learn. And it's more important than it ever was, given the range of choices for people, given the fact that, many of us will be working actively for maybe 50 years or 55. The youngsters of today will work for 100 years, I'm told, at least. So just imagine the boredom doing the same thing. They'll have to learn new things and the world will change. Yes. So perhaps the most important skill is learning to learn. And I saw that demonstrated so beautifully by Meena. I'm so happy that she's doing the great things she's doing. And I do want to take a bit of credit because we did push all our young MBAs. We were the biggest recruiters of MBAs in the 80s. And when we went back for recruiting, I'm sure she would be one of those on a poster. 5 years ago, she joined. First year she did this, second year she did this, third year she did this. We were talking about movement and mobility in the mind. And I like to say that the 21st century is the century of the mind. 2 centuries of the machine are behind us. So we can say industry 4.0 or whatever. We can talk of Atmanirbhar, do manufacturing, but the number of jobs will be a challenge. So the jobs will be to do with people working with people. And people working on new ideas. So people working with people is what we call as the soft skills. Okay, it's all the things about dealing with each other, dealing with individuals, the social dimension. Those skills will be very important. They already are very important. And then the kind of an underlying skill be the ability to learn and unlearn. I think these two, to me, look like the important things we have to worry about because content will be available. Methods to acquire skill to do a certain job or a process either will be automated and managed by robots. So you'll be dealing actually with the information which comes out of a robot behaving with 100 transactions in a certain way. So what do you do with it? So a curious mind, a learning mind, and then a mind which engages very quickly. So just like Professor Desai talked about human-centric. So the subject of design thinking, it's basically saying that you have to get to emotions of your customers. So by sending them a form and getting analysis done by someone who goes to something doesn't work, you have to bring them into the room. You have to bring them into the center of the transaction and see what they say and what they do and how they emote. And since it is mind to mind and the human, it's not mind to machine anymore. It's not mind being subservient to the machine, it's the other way around. mind at the center, minds engaging with minds. We know the logic, the left brain we figured out in education. Now it's all about the right brain, which education did not teach us. So people to people, social skills, emotional skills, everything to do with the right brain, in a sense, is one. And second is the ability to learn and unlearn. I would say these two meta skills should form a very important part of early education, because you don't know what technologies will come, what new things will come. So in our days, we learned electronic and managed the whole lifetime. You can't do that anymore. So I would say those are really the things we have to teach our children.
I think Mr. Power very well said, and I think I can't add anything more. I think people have to invest, universities, organizations have to invest in human beings, like you invested in Madam Meena. So you have to invest in human beings. You have to invest your time, your energy, your emotions. You have to show the way to the persons who did later become the leader like her, and who shows the way to the other people. So it's human to human to human. I think you said it very well, you know. And as Swami Vivekananda once said, that I hold every man a traitor, who having been educated at their expense, pays not the slightest heed to them. And that's exactly what you said, Mr. Power, that you have to invest in human beings. You have to believe in them. You have to tell them, and you have to continuously learn. Learning is a every day, every hour process. You know? So I'd like to now conclude by going to Professor Desai and requesting him to tell us a little bit about how corporates play a bigger role during the initial stage of innovation with academic labs. Can you share something about how you mastered the lab to store paths so well?
First of all,
I need to learn that also, by the way. I'm quite involved in that.
By no stretch of imagination, I have mastered that. It's a very complicated part. I think, you know, this is a very unusual situation, industry and academia. There have been numerous debates, you know, as a director of IIT for 10 years, and even before that, I don't know how many panels I must have sat through with all the big guns in the country in some sense. And, you know, CII has this big panel, and I was a member of it for several years on education. Okay, then there are panels that CII has on industry interactions. Somehow in India, it has not taken root like the way there is a close relationship that industry has with academia in the US. For whatever reason, you know, and I mean, I would of course be very biased when I talk about it, because as an academician, I'll have a perspective. An industry person like Naushad Forbes will have a different perspective. I just take his name. He's a good friend of mine, and I can freely discuss with him. And I think, you know, we can smile at each other and disagree. Okay. So all I'm saying is that it's a very complicated thing. See, now, today, what is happening, and I don't want to get into this big debate, because that itself is a panel discussion as to how industry and academia can come together and really create technologies. Frankly, that's what should happen. But unfortunately, that is not happening in India. Okay, and there are multiple reasons, you know, and panelists here, I'm sure, are aware of it more than I do, because I'm an academician. You guys deal with industry a lot more. But in academics, what we have found are two things. One is this so-called startup culture has actually given a good opportunity to go from lab to market to some extent. So what has happened, particularly in all the IITs, and I think not just IITs, now I find it in colleges also. After stepping down as director, I interact with some of the private colleges. Okay, and what I find is they're also starting an incubator. And I must compliment DST. DST is quite progressive in, maybe they give a little less money, but they give some funding to start an incubator even in many of the private institutions. Now, because of that, what is happening is, if there is an interesting technology that has been developed by a faculty member in collaboration with students or otherwise, you can go for a startup. Because transferring that, doing a TOD to an industry is a very difficult task. Many times industry may sometimes take it, but then it stays on the shelf. You know, it doesn't see the light of day. So here what happens, at least the faculty and the students, you hire some people, sometimes you get some funding if you're lucky, okay, and you can really then develop that technology. And I can give umpteen examples. I'll give two from IIT Hyderabad since I was involved in it. There's one company which was started, Pure Energy. Okay, you can look it up on the website. You know, Nishan Dongare has done an amazing job. Okay, he is an IIT Bombay graduate, came as a faculty to IIT Hyderabad. He hired a CTO or a CEO, I think, or COO, who is again IIT Bombay thing, they develop electric vehicles. They have two-wheelers of all kinds of ranges. They have, again, electric power supplies that you can use in your home, use in your cars, wherever you want to. And and in fact, he started a factory just outside IIT Hyderabad. I mean, it almost reminded me of Stanford, where HP, decades ago started their company right outside Stanford. I'm not saying that pure energy may become like HP. I really don't know. That is one example I can give. Another example I will give is, and I must compliment here both MeitY and DOT. They sponsored this huge project in India called 5G testbed. You are in telecommunication, you must have heard about it.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Exactly. So I was part of the high-level committee, and it was a significant chunk of money. They gave about 230 crores, okay, for multiple institutions. IIT Hyderabad got a big chunk of it. And what we developed, I'm going to do a bit of a I can't resist not doing it right now, because this is something unique. So what I told Professor Kiran Kuchi, he is the PI for that particular project, 5G testbed in IIT Hyderabad. He was doing a lot of things. We have the best massive MIMO. Now, converting massive MIMO technology into a product is by no stretch of imagination that even a startup can do it. You need a big company because millions of dollars are involved in it. But what we did besides that is to develop the first 45 nanometer technology NB-IoT chip. I think, I'll just flash it here. I don't know if people can see it. The tiny little thing on top, that's the chip which has been developed. This is an NB-IoT chip. And NB-IoT is going to rule the roost in the coming years. Even in 5G, more than the 5G phone, as you exactly said, by and large, I can do a lot of things with 4G. 5G will give me more bandwidth, higher speed, low latency, etc. But NB-IoT is going to change everything, because this fellow, okay, can now be part and parcel of any gadget that you can think of, including your phone, including your pen if you wish to. All right. And the phone, of course, they will have it, but even a trivial thing like a pen or your watch will also have it. Okay. Now, this is something which came about because the ideas were there in IIT Hyderabad. Professor Kiran Kuchi was working on it. Okay. Funding came from DOT. Okay. MeitY was also initially, they had given some funding way back for such a kind of technology. And finally, it was an SoC was developed. So this involves, RF front end. It has GNSS. It has a DSP chip. It has an ARM processor. It's a fairly complex design, by the way, in some sense. So I think these are the ways right now I would say that institutions are looking at taking lab to technology. Now, industry involvement is minimal at the moment in some sense if you look at it. It is there to some extent. Industry sponsors sometimes a chair professorship, maybe a lab is given, some equipment is given, some interaction is there, some consultancy is given. But the way the technology develops in the US, if you look at Stanford is a classic example. So many technologies came from Stanford and finally saw the light of day because an industry like HP or Google and many others kind of brought into the world. Okay. Now that is something we need to think about. And my personal feeling is that you need industry also to take some major risks.
Yes.
You have to put your bets, and you're not going to win all your bets, as we know. If you win 2 or 3 out of 10, I think that will be an amazing thing. US, for example, the US industry is willing to put their bets. And I'll give one example before I conclude. I'm taking a little extra time. Way back, there was an architecture in silicon called systolic architecture. I don't know how many of people have heard of it. It was supposed to revolutionize chip design for basically linear algebra processors. The whole processing industry would have computing processors would completely change. On paper, it looked like beautiful. I also worked on it. Intel invested billions and billions. And finally, they found that one thing people forgot in the analysis. And because of that, the whole project didn't work. And Intel literally kind of, whatever investment they made, the numbers I hear goes from anywhere from 5 to 10 billions or even more. But they just kind of wrote it off finally. Now, that's a risk that Intel has taken over the years with they took that risk with WiMAX. You're in communication, so you would know what happened to WiMAX. Intel invested heavily, but while WiMAX didn't work out. So, but in India, we need industries to take such risks. Then I think the synergy will start developing and we will really come up with something fantastic.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm now, I convene many panels and this one I enjoyed. Let me tell you, I really enjoyed. I have to conclude by saying that 3 people have to work together: the industry, the academia, people like you, IIT, I'm also an IIT student, and the government. And the most important person in this whole equation, whether we like it or not, is the government, even in a free country like the United States, where in the Constitution it is written that the government shall do no business. Way back in the 50s and 60s, there was the DARPA, Defense and Aerospace Research Program Agency, which put all the United States colleges together, which today we know as the Ivy League, and they connected each other. And that became the birth of the internet. It was the internetworking of computers, because the information from one college has to go to the research professor in the other college, because they were trying to fight the Russian Soyuz, because Russia was way ahead in the space program. So DARPA drove the colleges to create, and they created the most powerful technology the world has ever seen, which is the internet. The internet was born. And that was only possible because of the government leadership of via DARPA. All the education universities working in unison. I don't know whether all our IITs can work together in unison. I'm an IIT and I'm as much guilty of that as anybody else. And so the government, the academia, the government has to lead, academia has to support, and of course the industry will use it. The internet is used by everybody now. With that, extremely distinguished panel members, I'm very grateful for such a lovely and a very nice interaction and very good deliberations. Thank all of you, and thank Dataquest for this very important topic which we had to discuss, which was opened up only a year back. Thanks to all of you once again, and to Dataquest and their management. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Good luck.
Thank you, esteemed speakers, for a wonderful and enlightening session. Sure, the decision makers from the industry will take a note of it and will act upon it. the next session of this conference. We call it Digital Enterprise. Pandemic has created a massive push to move everything on the cloud and the need for new digital approach and data-driven business innovations. Data security and privacy has also moved up the CIO's priority list. This session will deliberate on the essentials of the new work from home model, the network essentials of a smart and dynamic organization, and the evolving cloud environment. I would now like to invite the panelists for this session. We have with us Kapil Mahajan, Group CIO, Safe Express. Kapil is known for his sharp technical and business acumen with expertise in building and executing strategic visions and technology roadmaps that work in alignment with business goals. Our second guest on the panel, Harnath Babu, CIO, KPMG, an award-winning technology executive and digital transformation strategist with more than 20 years of influential leadership with insurance majors and consulting. We also have Umesh Mehta, Global CIO, Jubilant Life Sciences, a turnaround technology leader with expertise in pharma, automotive, and manufacturing industries, delivering the promise of information technology for business. Our next guest, Bimal Khandelwal, CFO, STT GDC India. Ability to exceed with a proven track record encompassing the entire spectrum of finance, telecom, information technology, insurance sector, aspiring for a challenging assignment to outperform in the apex level of any industry quarter. This session is moderated by Mr. Anil Chopra, Senior Vice President, Research and Consulting, Cyber Media Research.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for this session on the digital enterprise. I'm Anil Chopra, VP Research and Consulting at Cyber Media Research, the moderator for this session. Now, one key outcome of the pandemic for every organization today has been massive strengthening and scaling up of the IT and telecom infrastructure to facilitate a near 100% work from home kind of an environment. Now, this was obviously a task in itself, but to make things even more complicated, some roles were required to return to work. In manufacturing, for instance, production of goods required physical presence of people, or wherever there are operations involved, there are many roles that still need to go back to work. So now enterprises have to kind of be rebuilt, keeping this hybrid environment in mind and on the backdrop of a solid digital foundation. Now, adoption of cloud technologies, which was anyways, on an upswing in the pre-pandemic era, has accelerated further due to the pandemic, to ensure that all the critical applications are accessible from anywhere at any time to maintain business continuity. And digital transformation has been top priority with a heavy focus on things like process automation or having a data-driven business innovations, looking at data security, privacy, and basically a digital first approach to everything. Now, this enterprise-wide digital acceleration will permanently reshape the business for the future. And our session, that's why, today we'll deliberate on various aspects of building a digital enterprise, cloud, work from home, intelligent enterprise, and reshaping the business for this transformation. And in order to do that, I'd first of all like to welcome my panelists. I'd like to introduce them all to you. Kapil Mahajan, who is the Group CIO for Safe Express, Harnath Babu, who's the CIO for KPMG, Umesh Mehta, EVP and Global CIO, Jubilant Life Sciences, and Bimal Khandelwal, CFO, STT Global Data Centers India. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Anil. Good to be here.
To start off, I would first of all be inviting each of the panelists to kind of share their views for 5 to 7 minutes on the various elements that we've discussed around the digital enterprise, and then after that maybe have a quick Q&A to kind of discuss those things further. And to start off, I would like to invite Kapil Mahajan, Group CIO for Safe Express, to speak on creating hybrid cloud models. Now, Kapil, would enterprises really find hybrid clouds challenging in terms of governance and redundancy management? Tell us something about the hybrid cloud models.
Okay, thanks, Anil, and good afternoon, everyone.
So I'll touch upon hybrid cloud and the challenges it poses. But let me start by first defining what a hybrid cloud is. So typically, a hybrid cloud environment, would incorporate workloads, portability, their orchestration, and also management across two or more computing environments. And I believe comprises of two main components. The first one being the private cloud, which again could be hosted on-prem or could be hosted in one or more data centers that you typically, we all used to do. And the other important component is one or more public cloud services, right? So these two kind of form the core components of any hybrid cloud. And a hybrid cloud strategy, provides businesses with greater flexibility to move these workloads between cloud solutions. So as the needs and the costs of the organizations fluctuate, the demand of the market changes as well. So there are spikes in demands depending on what industry you are in. So you can orchestrate and manage your workloads accordingly, and then hence optimize your cost as well, which typically is not available in a typical private cloud kind of a setup. So typically, the businesses that are adopting a hybrid cloud strategy, they'll start with an IA solution and then extend those functionalities to the private cloud. And it could be lift and shift to begin with, and then a more mature organization would talk about cloud native applications, right? So which probably requires refactoring or redoing the entire application to make it really work for the cloud and be native by design or by the core architecture. And to deploy a hybrid strategy effectively, the public and the private clouds, they must be compatible with each other, so they can communicate. So I believe the key or the foundation of a hybrid cloud model is the combination of private and public cloud infrastructures, so that allow workloads to move between two or more interconnected environments. Right. So interoperability is the foundation of a well-orchestrated, hybrid cloud strategy. And coming back to the question now, the challenges that an enterprise would face. So, I mean, everyone talks about the pros. So benefits typically would be, better support for remote workforce, reduce costs. Again, I'll always debate that reduce cost component. You can really go bad on the cloud, right? I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, the costs can really, spiral out of control. And then improved scalability control obviously is there. And again, agility and innovation is the key driver for most of the organizations to move into, a hybrid kind of a setup or a cloud first kind of an approach now. And obviously business continuity has always been an objective for every organization. So the BCPs are now being shifted to the cloud as well, right? So you could have a private application, but the cloud being the backup or a multi-cloud strategy, depending on how critical your application is. But coming back to the challenges, I think it has a lot of challenges. It's not an easy infrastructure or a easy, provisioning to manage. You need to manage multiple vendors and platforms. So that poses a big challenge. It requires certain set of skill set, capability, which is not readily available in the market. So, you have to build that capability within the enterprise. You cannot really rely on outsourcing the entire bit, right? So that's important. Another challenge there is, requires the right tools to get a unified view of hybrid cloud application performance, right? So when we talk about APM, typically, it applies to the old world where, you have these application monitoring tools. But the same challenges get multiplied on a cloud environment, because now you have multiple applications running on hybrid cloud setup. How do you get a unified view? You really don't want to increase your support team and and your challenges are more because of the interoperability, being there, and also multiple points of failures now. Typically when you're running a single monolith application, there's one application that you're worried about. But now you have not only these multiple applications, but they're all scaled or moving across different platforms and cloud environments. And how do you get a unified view becomes a challenge. So you need to have tools in place. For example, we use Grafana, Prometheus, some of the open source stack to get that unified view and manage these applications in the right way. Then again, another challenge is portability. So, as I said, it's really important. How do you ensure portability? Or, the APIs or the services that you are creating have to be loosely coupled for this portability and also interoperability to function properly, right? And then another big challenge I would say is reliability and availability, right? And again, it might sound contradictory, but it's when I'm saying reliability and availability, and when I'm talking about loads being split across clouds, it could really become challenging, right? So depending on how advanced your architecture is, because you're always weighing the cost versus the ease of running it from a tech perspective, right? So sometimes that balance can get off, and you're more steered towards cost saving, but that could increase the effort that goes into maintaining in a hybrid cloud application setup. So I believe, coming back to your question, which was, would enterprise find hybrid clouds challenging in terms of governance and redundancy management? They would, but that should not deter them to move there, because the business benefits of doing that outweigh these challenges. And I think the way technology is shaping up, you'll have much better tools coming forward, and the jobs will get easier as we move, as more organizations start embarking on this journey. So back to you, Anil. So that's my view on that.
Thanks, Kapil, for sharing your views. Absolutely, moving into a cloud-native architecture is going to have its own disadvantages or challenges, should I say, but then the business benefits can outweigh a lot of these challenges. And good points you touched upon in terms of applications and in terms of what kind of things are moving there, and multiple points to manage, multiple vendors. So just hold on to that thought. I'll come back to you with another interesting question that I have around this thing. So I would like to now, ask Harnath, work from home is, another key component of a digital enterprise. And, it has kind of really redefined office and telecommuting and all that. How do you, Harnath, advise organizations for the return to the workplace, kind of paradigm in view of this complexity and, people centricity that, that needs to be balanced? What are your views around the work from home?
Sure, Anil. I think the pandemic obviously has shaken all of us. It's been quite some time. I think we've come a long way, right, from the time the pandemic has started. I think most of us has evolved. I think earlier we were trying to test waters when we got into the whole idea of working from remote, but I think we are now in the water, and certainly the whole window to the world, I always say, is your laptop, right? So other than that, I don't think you have any other interface as we are sitting and working. Even we're having this conversation obviously through a laptop and a camera. So I think we've had very cyclical feelings, right, over the last couple of months. I mean, first, we always felt before the pandemic that it was not possible to work from remote or work from, let's say, in a hybrid environment. It wasn't possible because productivity could be a challenge. I think somewhere you would have that discomfort of people not, being with you when they're working with you, right? Then suddenly we had to go fully remote, and now we were bored with working from remote, so we want to get back to the office. So we partially got back to the office. Then the second wave came, and as the second wave came, we again got back to our cocoons, right? I said, okay, let's stay back and try to stay safe. I think as we are settling back into the new normal, I think to my mind, we will stick to a hybrid working model. I think it's not going to be the same what used to be in the past, right? I think that's for sure, because the whole idea of work itself has changed in last year or so, right? I think one of the important factor as you work in knowledge industry or any industry, right, is the young talent, right? I think most of the working population today, when they were working in the pre-pandemic time, they were coming from their hometowns. They were living with their parents earlier, and then they moved to PGs and moved to sharing rooms and things like that. And after the pandemic hit, they all went back. The one of the biggest resistance that we've seen is they don't want to come back, right? They don't want to come back to the to the office, to the base locations where offices are, because there is an apprehension, and that is number one. Number two, obviously the whole mobility of people from especially the transport ecosystem hasn't really opened up, but still the apprehension is, if I'm able to work from remote, if I'm able to deliver more and I'm able to save time, then why not work like this, right? I think that whole mindset has changed, right? And especially I think to the point that we were discussing some time back is the availability of talent. It's drying up across, right? I mean, people are hiring people, companies are hiring people, people are obviously jumping jobs. And one of the important thing that comes up as a trend is why stick to larger locations, right? If you are able to get the talent in tier 2, tier 3 cities, make them work from remote, then why not let them work from remote and continue to deliver, right? I think that's another big change that has happened or is still happening. Technology has matured, right? I think when the pandemic hit, we did have likes of Skype and maybe partially Zoom to a certain extent, but suddenly we have all sorts of collaboration, communication tools. We practically are doing all webinars and events completely online, right? So the comfort around sticking in front of your screen and seeing the world obviously has set in, right? And obviously technology also has matured, and especially for knowledge organization likes of Slack or any other project management and collaboration platforms have really done that job much more easy, right? Another important thing that Kapil was alluding to was, companies did move to cloud first strategy, right? As pandemic got hit, and they started leveraging hyperscalers to the maximum. I think we are comfortably, as I said, we are having this conversation because there is a hyperscaler which is working in the backend, right? Trying to give us that facility. People have moved on to SASE-based architecture because security becomes paramount. Earlier, people were sitting in the office, you had that comfort. Now you may not have that comfort because people are completely sitting outside in their homes, wherever they are working. So it's like candle in the wind, right? So you have to secure your endpoint. So SASE-based architecture is kind of picking up very fast. New trends around VDI, BYOD is picking up, right? And I think these are all evolutions while they were there in some shape or form, but they're evolving much faster as we are trying to experience the new ways of working. One important thing from our point of view also is, we are intending to have work from home supported for our staff. We are looking at maybe as we get back to offices, we'll look at hybrid working. We are seeing certain percentage of our staff getting onto work from remote work and partly working from offices, which obviously, whatever trends I've just mentioned to you, which are obviously substantiating those trends. Important factor here is organizations will have to start looking at changing the policies, right? There has to be a complete rewiring of policies of how a remote working environment will have to work in terms of and remote and possibly hybrid working environment, right? One of the another important factor which comes to my mind is of the whole pandemic that we have seen, human element was the most fragile element, right? Humans were not available, businesses stopped, right? I think that's been a great learning for many organizations, and we have seen a whole hog of digital transformation initiatives across the board, right? We have seen many companies, and we are working with many of our clients to do the digital transformation. There's so much of awareness around security. There's so much awareness around automation. There is focus on digitalization. AI ML is actually coming into play. If you look at manufacturing organizations, right, they're getting into industrial IoT, creating or working on digital twins to make sure that they're able to better manage their manufacturing infrastructure. So I think some of those changes will continue to happen in the new world, which is completely, I would say, a hybrid and completely automated world. This hasn't stopped with the enterprises, right? And I think if in our own personal lives, our retail consumption, the way we purchase has changed. We have gone from completely shops, going and buying from shops. We've gone completely online. From healthcare, we used to visit a hospital. I practically don't remember last visiting a clinic. I must have done some teleconsulting, telehealth consulting in last couple of months. So I think a lot has changed, right? And it's not, and whichever entities that are supporting the end users as well, they also have to change as organizations, right? So I think it's a whole, I would say, ecosystem that is going through a change. It is getting tangled, as I would say, right? And each of what we call service that we are taking is related to something else, right? So, and that's what we call as tangling of services. So it's going to be more complex in future. While it's going to be hybrid, but to my mind, it's going to be an exciting times to see in future. Over to you, Anil.
Thank you, Harnath. I think really valid way you have kind of put it, how the entire ecosystem has changed, the idea of work has changed. Interesting perspective and I think most of us would agree that when was the last time we actually went and met a doctor for anything? Everything is now happening remotely. And I think the same goes for even things like education and online classes and all. Kids have been in front of the laptop for 1.5 years. They've just gotten used to all the technologies, probably know more than it than we do now. So that is the kind of thing that has changed. So yeah, thanks. Good perspective. And I'll come back to you with an additional question, an interesting question that is a follow-on to some of the things that you've really talked about. I'll move to Umesh. Umesh, I think one important aspect that is there in a digital enterprise is really the need to kind of build and manage more intelligence into enterprise operations. Now, is there now a conflict between intelligence and agility? And if yes, how can enterprises really find a trade-off over here?
So thank you, Anil. Good afternoon. Thank you, Anil, for having me on this discussion. And I would like to start that the consumer behavior is changing in the life sciences industry also. Okay, and traditional blockbuster drug sales models will be supplemented by the personalized therapy treatments, driving life sciences company to evolve business models in a more patient and life cycle service-based context. The nature of biopharmaceutical and R&D and medical device designs and engineering processes will also increasingly become patient-centric. So the organization has to be intelligent and enterprise. And the life sciences industry is being reshaped by three major trends, I would like to call it. Like one is on this empowered patients and personalization. Patients are increasingly taking control of their health approaches and are demanding therapies that provide promised outcomes. Personalized medicines are emerging as faster rates, so with higher price points and improve patient results. So, and the second thing would be the big data, which is driving the health networks, the need to provide therapeutics outcome at a lower cost in transition traditional and fragmenting value chains to new ecosystems that integrate suppliers, contractors, and regulatory agencies also, which is very important in the pharma industry, specifically the regulators, because it is a highly regulated industry. And also, third thing on the regulatory pressures and rising healthcare costs. So as public health issues continues to arise, such as COVID-19 pandemic, with their associated impact on health costs, regulatory pressures will continue. So that is why there is a need to have a sustainable model especially for life sciences companies, which can have improved customer outcomes, identify customer segments, and service them directly for more holistic approaches than improve quality of life. And also on competing as an ecosystem, driving down the cost and improve efficiencies through collaborations and partnerships for more closely with life sciences networks. Okay, so these are the things, and also life sciences companies will start towards the goal of collaborating more closely with manufacturers and supply to help quality standards of ingredients, packaging, and finished products using customer feedback to enrich customers. So these are some of the things which requires an organization to be intelligent, okay, especially in the pharma side, and also enabling the digital supply chain and smart factories. So digital technologies on shop floor and in supply chain is not new, Anil. What is new is the way of production and logistics are intelligently connected to the rest of the business. That's how now it will shape the industry. So over to you.
Thanks, Umesh. Good perspectives. I think a lot of, as Harnath also mentioned about the ecosystem changing, I think for life sciences, those three trends are really kind of reshaping the entire, ecosystem in the life sciences segment, as you rightly said. Patients are more empowered, and big data and all the regulatory pressures. So a lot of changes are happening in the life science, and there is a need now to kind of have more intelligent operations to kind of go along with these trends and embrace these trends. Thank you so much, Umesh. I'll move to Bimal. Bimal, tell us, your views on, how finance leaders are really kind of shaping business transformation and the digital acceleration in this current year and probably beyond that. In terms of, now resilience is not really a choice, but actually a staple during this pandemic. Did it really increase the costs of IT initiatives in the long run? I think it'll be good to hear your perspectives on these aspects.
Thanks, Anil, for having me in this webinar. I would, whatever I shared, it would more of echo and reinforce whatever my earlier panel members have shared. In March 2020, a national lockdown was announced, and since then, we have adapted to the new world of work. Business transformation from a digitalization perspective has been a need and was in process already. However, the circumstances since pandemic hit resulted in what we call a digital acceleration. Let me emphasize on three important observations on this subject based on my experiences and knowledge about the change that are required and are taking place. These 3 points will define to a large extent the digital future of finance. Firstly, the finance function and all back-end functions like HR, admin, sales and marketing, legal, and IT have been working from home. It's been 15 months that we have been interacting virtually and taking care of the company deliverables. The need that can be derived from this experience is that of digital upskilling. We have moved to an always on, technology driven, real time business. And to support this business, digital skills are required. We need to develop capability and motivation to embrace technology and the new ways of working. From my experience, I can give you examples of embracing technology. Over our monthly GST filing and payments, including reconciliations and annual audits, were managed sitting at home. Interfacing with the tax authorities was done digitally, and we were able to secure income tax refunds for earlier years. We were also able to secure lower TDS certificates. Our internal audits and statutory audits for the quarter and annually was coordinated and completed working from home. We never ventured into our office over last 15 months. So we and our teams must have sufficient competencies required for a digital finance function. Secondly, we need to accelerate adoption of cloud technologies with the right size and right choice vendor selections. As I already said, COVID-19 has forced many finance teams into remote operations. Many organizations will definitely plan to keep some levels of workload permanently remote. According to a Dell report, companies that invest in big data, cloud, mobility, and security enjoy up to 53% faster revenue growth than their competitors. Cloud service providers' proficiency in handling greater volume of data means that they can ensure better security than on-premises or private cloud solutions. The imperatives for CFO is to find the right vendors and at the right time at the right price and deploy solutions in places that will improve the speed, trust, and predictive nature of insights. We at STT GDC India, we are a young organization and have deployed SAP S/4HANA effective April 2018. We have implemented almost all the modules required for our company, which is FICO, SD, which is sales and distribution, materials management, projects, C4C, which is cloud for customers, and we have also implemented cloud for analytics, and SuccessFactors and Concur, all in cloud. SuccessFactors and Concur are integrated with our SAP. As a result, we were able to transition finance employees to remote working effortlessly and efficiently. Customer invoicing and dispatching was made digital, and collections team had to coordinate and ensure that the payments were received in time, sitting at their home and not visiting the customer or the companies. Vendor invoicing workflow was also amended to ensure digital workflow of invoices and approval systems, enabling timely payment to vendors. All this was possible because we had already adopted cloud technology very early, and acceleration of this adoption is now the need of our. Thirdly, the important point that I can derive, which complements my previous point of cloud adoption, is the investment required in finance technology. so that we can deliver more value. Technology is transforming and adding the transition to the CFO from custodian of past transaction to enabler of future growth opportunities. According to the Hackett Group, the top priority, 85% of the CFO and CEO's agenda for most organizations is to uncover new sources of revenues for fuel growth. By using technologies to automate intricate finance processes, CFOs can focus on recognizing new value-added services, such as automatically forecasting long-term real estate value or even predicting pricing of products and consumer behavior. In conclusion, I must mention about the time when experts had to use the expression digital is the future to convince the C-suites to begin transitioning to a more digitally inclusive work culture. The pandemic has made this expression redundant. So, focusing on digital upskilling, adopting cloud technologies, and investing in technology are my three most important points on this subject.
Thanks, Bimal. I think some really great insight from you on business acceleration and some really great examples of how you've managed to do all the financial related tasks which were generally required, probably visiting maybe the offices of the government offices or being present in the office and all that, to be able to do all of that from from home and remotely, and changes in the role of our finance leaders, not just in terms of being custodians of past transactions, but actually looking at future growth opportunities. Some really valid points have come in terms of what financial leaders should really look at in terms of looking at business acceleration and digital transformation and all. So thank you so much for that. I'll now come back to Kapil, who mentioned a lot of interesting perspectives around the hybrid cloud model and having multiple vendors, dealing with multiple vendors, moving so many applications to the cloud and making it into cloud native architecture and all that. Now when we look at moving so many different applications into multiple cloud, I think this obviously increases the complexity considerably. So how can really enterprises gain better visibility into their application performance in such a cloud native architecture?
Okay, right, Anil, so interesting question. So let me start by first kind of talking about what do we mean by cloud native, right? So typically cloud native applications are made up of microservices which are packaged or containerized, right? So packaged in containers, or you call it containerization. And these microservices are treated independently of each other, so by developers, so that they can focus on the fundamentals of a microservice to program a specialized functionality, right? So typically if we talk about our world, so you could define it into few silos. The first one would be the booking process when we do the pickups of goods from the market. There would be a microservice for, say, master data management, we call it MDM. There could be another high-level microservice, that takes care of the transshipment. Another one for associate management. There could be another one for contract management, because we are basically a B2B company. So 95% of the revenue comes through B2B channels. So contract management itself is very complex, and it could be you could call it a microservice, but which could be further decomposed into smaller microservices. And then you have the last mile or the delivery microservice, right? So that's how typically a cloud native architecture would look like. And then you would have certain things that are natively by design need to be there. For example, the DevOps has to be integrated. You should ideally integrate your entire automation, whether you use Selenium or any of the automation tools out there. So now that we understand what is cloud native, I think what is important, going back to your question, in terms of gaining better visibility into application performance in a cloud native architecture, I think it's not very different, Anil, from a traditional APM tools that we used to use, on-premise environments, or even a lot of the companies out there, whether it's Oracle or IBM, they have, if you're using some of their cloud bits, they come bundled, or you could subscribe to an application performance monitoring tool, which would be running on the cloud to monitor your cloud application hosted there. So similarly, for an hybrid approach, you need to figure out what is that right tool that you want to use, because the complexity is more there, and you want a unified visibility as far as possible to manage it better at a reasonable cost, and not really shooting up your workforce from a AMS perspective. So typically the benefits that you will get out of it would be monitor an application performance and its availability. You would be able to quickly diagnose and troubleshoot the performance issues as they come up, because you have an integrated approach. You don't really have to dig through the logs. And also, you would be able to improve the application responsiveness and uptime, right? Because that's the fundamental key, and probably the business justification with which you went on the hybrid in the first place. And I think we have the CFO amongst us, so he would not have signed the check had we not told him that everything will run now perfectly. There won't be something called downtime. It doesn't exist in the cloud world, but it does exist. So that's a utopian dream. But if you manage it well, I think it could be a very beautiful architecture that you could give to an organization. And I think so cloud APM tools are out there. You need to figure out what is the right tool that you need to deploy, and they actually help you combine data from disparate monitoring silos into a correlation engine, is what we call it, or dashboards, right? So which makes audit logs easier to read. It saves tech staff from memory dependent and error prone manual correlation analysis. So I think overall, it's not. I would say it's pretty similar to a traditional APM, but just that you'll have to deal with a different set of tools and stack out there, and then make sure try to figure out the one that works best for you. There's a lot of open source APM tools as well, so you could experiment. Like I said, we use Prometheus and Grafana. They've been working pretty well for us. I think it's not fundamentally different. So as an organization, if you are in that journey, you would already be using it. If not, start exploring it, and it'll give you that benefit that you would need in terms of overall visibility and management of your hybrid cloud strategy.
Thanks, Kapil. I think some good perspectives around that. APM tools, traditionally you're using it in an on-prem infrastructure, but the moment you move into the cloud, probably the tool remains the same, but I think the kind of metrics become more important, especially in terms of ensuring that there's no downtime, ensuring that the application performance, response time and all that is, up to the mark in terms of all the various processes, that you also, mentioned, like contract management and all that. So that I think very, very critical to make sure that the performance is up to the mark, and so that the applications respond in a timely fashion. Great. So thanks. Harnath, I'll ask you a question, because you talked about so much of a change in the ecosystem, and some really how people have moved back. All the young talent have gone back. They don't want to come back to office because they're comfortable kind of working remotely from wherever they are, and are able to actually deliver more from home, as you put it. Now, does that really mean that we have seen the last of physical offices in 2019? Is it that would the world never really turn back to the old workplace model? What do you think is really can we expect to happen in the future?
So Anil, before I answer your question, let me just take 30 seconds to sum up what what Kapil and Bimal said in terms of cloud native solutions to the statutory compliances and regulations. I think we've been working with our clients. We built cloud native applications and made many of our clients to stay home and fulfill their requirements. So just want to touch upon that, and to point of what Kapil said, I think the trend is changing around hybrid cloud. Microservices are picking up, because as you want to scale your applications, certainly microservices are the way to go. So coming back to your question, Anil, as we get back to the offices, and to your point, I don't think the workplace that has changed in last couple of months will continue to stay that way. I think we will get back in a different mode, what we call as hybrid work environments, part office, part remote, part satellite, part big offices. I think it'll be a mode where I think the priority will be more given to employees, right, where they continue to stay productive, and also keeping in mind the so typically when you're at home, you may have some distraction. So you would have the flexibility to come to the office, collaborate with your colleagues, go back to home. So I think it's not going to be any more 9-to-5 jobs in future. It's going to be practically 24/7 as far as you're willing to work, provided you are able to manage your work timings, right? And again, you want to travel to the work and collaborate with the colleagues. I think that change will require a lot of, I would say, cultural rewiring in every organization. It can't be the same organization, what it used to be pre-pandemic to the pandemic to post-pandemic era, right? It's going to completely change. Policies will change, right? HR will have to rethink of every possible policies in terms of, let's say, how do I reimburse the cost of, let's say, internet because the employee is not coming to the office. There's a cost that gets saved for sure, right? You are looking at lesser real estate cost in comparison to the pre-pandemic time. But what will happen is it will have its own share of challenges, right? A disconnected workplace, it's going to be a disconnected workplace for sure. What it used to be earlier, right? You would have watercolor conversations, you could collaborate in a room. I think it's not going to be the same as it used to be in the past. It will be more relying on virtual interactions and face-to-face conversations. Obviously, they had their positives, but I think it's going to be a different environment, right? I think one thing which comes to my mind here is there are two type of things that happen typically when we are having a conversation. That one is the cognitive load that I'm putting onto you, right? When I'm saying I'm giving you a lot of pointers that you're absorbing. Maybe you know about me, so you would be pre-carrying some sort of notion. So there's the cognitive load that I'm putting onto you. But there's an emotional load, right? When it comes to, let's say you're sitting in a room with somebody, you know how his gestures are, hand gestures, leg gestures, or maybe the physical presence, right? I think that's going to be completely missing as we go into the hybrid work environment. So you'll have part of emotional, part I would say cognitive loads coming in, right? So I think organizations and in fact the whole idea of collaboration also will change. Two things that again are important here is the whole angle of people, right? What will happen, right, once people start working from remote or people start working in the hybrid environment, managing remote workers in the different time zones, because now people have decided to work from remote, whomsoever want to, right? And there will be people, set of let's say employees who will be working from the offices. So how will you manage the time zones? How will you make sure that they are exactly collaborating the way it is required to, right? Because you would still have some disturbed patterns, right? Even playing field will be a bigger problem, right? Because people who are working from remote sometimes will get excluded. And again, it's going to be happen, right? I mean, if you're in the office, I'm having a conversation with you, both of us are in the office, we have that comfort. But somebody, if we need to dial in somebody or we have to ask somebody to come in on a call, I think there'll be some bit of a disturbance there. I think another critical aspect is the trust factor also has to be building up, because we are talking about not completely remote, but we are talking about a hybrid environment, right? There'll have to be equal participation, which I was mentioning earlier, but there has to be inclusivity as well, right? When people are working from part remote and part to the office. And the most important when working from a people point of view from remote is tracking employee performance, right? I think that's again is going to be an important aspect. So from a technology point of view, I think technology, to my mind, hasn't really fully evolved for the hybrid working environment, right? One simple reason why I'm saying this, because as you get to the office, as you'll have 5 people sitting in a room, 4 people logging in from remote, 5 will be having very good conversation. 4 logging in from remote they will struggle to understand what's happening in the room, number one. If there's a whiteboarding that is happening, you are actually going and scribbling on the board. The guy sitting on the remote, logging in from home, it will have a difficulty seeing what you're doing. I think the technology obviously has to change. The echoes that happens in the typical audio problems when it happens when you're sitting in room. So today we are able to see each other. You are able to see the minimalistic gestures I'm able to show, you're able to see. But when it comes to environment like that, you will have some disturbances, right? So I think what's important is, as we get back to offices, is to continue to evolve and continue to watch out for what's happening in this space, right? I think it didn't really take us much time for us to settle in the remote working environment. It will also not take us much time to settle in the working, in a hybrid environment, right? That's going to change. So to answer your question and to summarize, I would say the world is not going to be same what it used to be pre-pandemic. Even the pandemic times, it will change. It will be a hybrid environment. cultural aspects will have to be changed. People have to also start looking at how to deal with colleagues who are working from remote, right? And also understand how technology will come and change their work. You can't be doing the same job what you used to do pre-pandemic time, because all of a sudden, as I said, digital transformation is catching up. So you'll realize that there are 150 bots sitting next to you who are practically working 24/7, right? They're not doing what they maybe 5 of your colleagues used to do over a period of a month. 150 bots does the same job in practically 2 days or a 1 day, right? So I think some of those cultural changes also will start to happen. So it's going to be a very hybrid environment, not only from a people perspective, but people and technology point of view. Anil.
Yeah, thanks, Arnath. I think you put it together in a really nice, way that no more 9-to-5 work and a complete cultural rewiring. I am, reminded of a joke that a friend shared with me on Facebook regarding this. That the whistle of the pressure cooker is somehow directly in sync with all the meetings he has. That it goes off the moment he gets into a meeting, and I think we've all kind of faced that kind of a situation. And it does happen, there's a neighbor who's kind of hammering something, or those kind of things happen. So yes, there is a new culture that we are kind of getting into, and it requires more than just technology. Technology has its role, of course, but there's a lot more to it than just technology to kind of have this kind of a complete shift from in this culture. So thank you for that. Umesh, you mentioned so many, different things, especially on the new trends and all that, especially about the empowered patients and, big data and all the regulatory pressures and all that. Now, how can, pharma business really leverage all the opportunities that this throws up, as well as, some of the other imperatives that the pandemic crisis has, brought upon them? Tell us your views on that.
So, Anil, as Arnath was mentioning, things will never be the same. A lot of things have changed, and we are not going to go back the way we used to operate pre-COVID. And good things happened. Okay, especially I would say for the IT function. Okay, digitalization, and now IT has shifted from enabling business strategy to I would say inspiring business strategy. So and why it was possible? Because of the ubiquitous data, unlimited connectivity, and massive processing power, which during the pandemic was used by almost all the progressive companies. Okay, so organizations, they moved their load to cloud. They tested their connectivity, work from home, so all things, and they also used the massive processing power available on the cloud. And because of this, a lot of things was possible, and organization could see results. I can tell you about my organization. We moved a lot of loads to cloud during the pandemic also. Though we had a cloud-first strategy, but then we fast-tracked that, and our operations were running absolutely fine with no downtime, whatever you say. And also on the industry 4.0, so a lot of acceleration of digitalization happened in the manufacturing locations also for pharma companies, where companies now have started creating data lakes. And from data lakes, they're creating data warehouses, data marts, and pulling data from both enterprise IT systems, enterprise OT systems also. Okay, and monitoring them remotely, because in pandemic, people were not able to reach, or the right side of people, they were not able to operate. Physical presence was required, but not in full strength. So they could remotely monitor the performance of their OT equipments, how they are running, what kind of yield they are producing, what kind of quality of the products they are producing. So that could happen only because of this remote connectivity and putting data into cloud and monitoring it remotely. So all these things, I think now the organization, they have tasted the pudding, okay, Okay, and now more and more organizations. Earlier, there was a thing that why do I move my data to cloud? What will happen to my data if I move my OT data to cloud? What will happen? All those things have gone. Also on the customer interaction, Anil, the customer interaction also earlier it was we are into B2B, and earlier it was almost 100% in physical. But now pandemic has taught that okay, you can do virtual meetings also, and almost 1.5 years we have been our sales teams have been doing virtual meetings only. And I'm not saying that it will be 100% virtual post the pandemic, but yes, definitely I would say it would be 60-40. So 40% will still be virtual. So then there is no need to travel, and some of the things can be done virtually also, meetings. And similarly, on the as I mentioned, that the pharma industry is highly regulated, so we have to go under a lot of audits. US FDA is one which we have to do. And now during the pandemic, the US FDA also have come out with innovative ideas of having e-audits. So now pharma companies, so they have to upload data into their portal directly from the OT systems, and there is no need for auditor to come and audit and see the plant and the equipment. So everything is online. All the data goes there, and they audit and they see whether the data integrity is there, or whatever controls and checks should be there in the plants, so that there or not. And I think another 2-3 years time, there will be no physical audits. What I see in the pharma companies. So these are things I think will not change. Okay, and these are good for the organizations also. Okay, and which will improve operational efficiencies also. So back to you, Anil.
Thanks, Umesh. I think thanks. Yes, I think part of it might move back to physical, but a lot of things have started happening virtually, e-audits, and I think Bimal also talked about a lot of the GST filing and all the financial related things happening online. You also kind of alluded to that only. So many things now happening digitally, and that obviously has its own all the advantages. So thanks for sharing.
Anil, I think what will happen is now it will not be 100% digital. Also, it will be phygital.
Yes.
So physical.
Yeah, 60-40, I guess. Yeah, you mentioned that. Phygital, absolutely right. So thank you for sharing that. I think Bimal, last question, of course, comes to you. You've heard all the panelists; they've given kind of their shared their views. A lot of things, around having a digital enterprise. The word digital kind of becomes extremely, critical. There's a clear and compelling advantage to going digital. Now, being a CFO, what are some of the financial costs and gains of investing in such a digital infrastructure for any enterprise? I think you might like to sum up that from a CFO's point of view.
Well, thanks, Anil, again. And before I get into that answer, let me echo on what Harnath said about the hybrid culture coming into place. I would fully agree with him. And with the hybrid culture coming in, I think more of the flexibility would be given to the employees as they move forward, whether they want to work from home, come to office, or work from wherever they wish to, which will ultimately have the best of the productivities coming from them. I would fully agree with Harnath. And as we speak about IT and digitization, IT no longer just supports corporate operations as it traditionally has been, but it is fully participating in business value delivery. Not only does this shift IT from a back office role to the front office business, but also changes the sources of funding from the overhead expense that is maintained, monitored, and sometimes cut to the thing that drives revenue. So essentially, IT earlier it was seen as an overhead expenses. Now it would be more of at the front end, and that's what is and would drive revenue. That's my thought on the panelists who shared their views. Getting into your question about the IT spends in all, and what's the payback period around that? Well, IT spends in India, Anil, will touch to somewhere around $93 billion in 2021. This is the Gartner numbers, and it's a growth of 7.3%. It's lower than the global average of 8.5%. Now, that's the spending on IT. But the way we look at it is over last 15 months from the time the pandemic started, and maybe before that also, the investments in IT though were there, but then it got accelerated during the pandemic. It would continue to be there for in the immediate or maybe short-term future, let's say 2 to 3 years. And what we see is it's no more a luxury, it's a necessity to drive the business and have the competitor's edge. For sure, companies who had invested in technology pre-pandemic, they were able to transition to their normalcy faster as compared to the other industries who were not invested in technology. Having seen that, as we move forward, all the companies will fast forward their investments in technology and make it more a competitive edge rather than looking at it as an overhead. So the way the investments in IT were analyzed earlier, the things would change. And it's more of a prerequisite rather than seeing that whether we can invest in IT or not. So that's the view I have.
Thank you, Bimal. I think, very good point. IT is no longer at the back end, but actually, now becomes, comes at the forefront in terms of driving the business. As so many changes have happened, and, it's important to kind of make sure that IT is really aligned and at the forefront to drive the business. So very valid point. Thank you so much. With that, I think that was my last question. And with that, we come to the end of the panel. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your views on, these different aspects. I think it was a very engaging discussion. I really, really enjoyed moderating it. Some really, really, great insights have come from all of you. So thank you.
Anil, if I can have one last sentence,
Sure.
if I can just say.
Sure.
See, over last 15 months, at least from STT GDC India's perspective, the way we have transitioned, I think I would want to take this opportunity to thank our IT teams and especially the CIOs who have been working relentlessly during this pandemic and ensuring that all the systems are up and live. And it has been a smooth ride as far as we are concerned. I'm sure for many of us as well.
And from the CIO fraternity, Bimal, I would like to thank data center operators also for helping us running our operations seamlessly during the pandemic.
Thank you very much. And credit for us for this goes to my operations team, and we have been able to ensure that all the services are up and live during this pandemic.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to as classical tangling, right? So
yeah,
absolutely.
Great. I think it's been actually a win-win situation, to be able to work so closely together and well coordinated. So I think it's been a great situation in that way. So thanks once again to everyone for sharing your views. And I'd like to thank all the delegates for attending this session on the digital enterprise. I do hope that you found it useful. So with that, we come to the end of today's panel. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day ahead.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, panelists, for such a wonderful session and for great insights that will be duly noted.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am humbled to have a very eminent panel discussing perhaps the most important topic in today's environment. So I have with me Dr. Neeta Verma, Director General, the National Informatics Center, Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, One Broadband, Mr. Vinish Bawa, Head of Emerging Business, India Market, Nokia, Mr. Golok K. Simli, Chief of Technology, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India. The digital economy always existed. We all know that. I mean, we have gone into the digital economy many, many years back. But why is today's discussion so important? And that's why we have a galaxy of speakers from different spheres of the economy who's going to comment on the new digital economy, which has started and which has accelerated once the pandemic started more than a year back. So, as the saying goes, necessity drives all innovation. And it's no wonder that India has accelerated into the digital economy. And India is a country where the people are very intelligent, they're very tech savvy. Even the humble, uneducated rickshawala is tech savvy. He uses his mobile phone and his camera to good usage of whatever phone he has. And so we are in the midst of a country where the usage of the digital economy of our own citizens are also very high, apart from the fact that we are contributing immensely to global software development, etc., etc. So I'd like to go straight away to Mrs. Verma and ask her, while there has been a massive adoption of digital technologies, which I alluded to in the last 1 year, accelerated by the pandemic, what is the government doing in this front to boost the digital economy? Of course, we are all aware that bank accounts have been opened, transactions have been digitalized, people are going to have soon going to drive electric vehicles. So there's a lot of development, but hearing it from her will give us a new perspective. So over to you, Mr. Verma.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. You know, we all know with more than 700 million smartphones and over 700 million internet subscribers, India is one of the largest and fastest growing markets of digital consumers, be it consumption of content or publishing of content, downloading apps to avail services digitally. We have witnessed a tremendous growth. During pandemic, technology has been at the center of our deliberations. We have used technology for almost all walks of our life during this. And we've also witnessed that the services of business which were not digital have really gone through a lot of disruption. Therefore, today, digital transformation is at the core of strategy of every enterprise, be it public, private, or government, or even civil society. COVID has also fast-tracked the digitization activity in the core sectors of our economy, and particularly in the development part, be it health or education. We have all seen how whole of India has really adopted the technology and its use, be it for education in the primary schools or higher education, and how so many teleconsultation and telemedicine platforms have come up during COVID times and how people have started using it. To my mind, this has also increased the adoption of these technologies in this core sector, so much so that it would have otherwise, I feel, would have taken years for people to adopt. Think of a couple of years ago, consulting doctor over a tele platform, then going to a doctor personally. What was our individual's perception? We always preferred, as far as possible, going to the doctor physically and talking to him. And today, everyone prefers, first choice becomes, let us first consult over an online kind of a thing. So there's been a lot of adoption also. And this all is very encouraging. And therefore, we really are, I think, perhaps talking about really propelling this digital economy. The first of the fundamental thing, as India, we've been very proud and we are ready, is the digital identity of every Indian, which kind of makes it as a country ready to consume these digital services. Our digital payments journey is so inspiring, and the kind of revolution it has brought on the ground, and the way people are making payments or receiving payments in government itself has a whole success story of direct benefit of transfer of all these lakhs and crores of subsidies being transferred digitally to the bank accounts or to these people who are into these far-flung areas, or who are receiving these benefits, be it social pensions, scholarships, you just name a thing, and everything is, even during COVID, all these benefits were transferred to migrant laborers using these DBT platforms, and therefore this all could happen so quickly. Recently, as you've seen in the last few years, the Digital India program, which of course is since 2015, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India initiatives, these all initiatives have been taken, and they are going to really make this whole digital economy or all these ingredients very, very cost effective. They will give us a different level of digital confidence, trust, and security. They will also make these last mile devices, as well as setting up digital infrastructure, very cost effective. That's the whole digital inclusion, which has been at the core of Digital India philosophy, is something we'll be able to achieve with these policies. And there's a lot of thrust, as you've seen, into all these things. Apps and policies concerning data are already under consideration, and they are going to really fuel the whole data economy in the country. We have, our ministry had launched Future Skill Platform, which is going to address this need for skilled personnel for this new age technologies, is another important ingredient, and I think we have a good platform to go in this direction. Lot of initiatives across ministries have been taking around promoting the startup ecosystem in the country, which brings a lot of innovation, which brings a lot of customization of solutions and devices to the specific need. You know, we are a country with such a diverse demography, and not only in terms of languages, in terms of technology savviness, in terms of culture. So the digital solutions finally has to adapt to this, and all these, and also emerging technology startups play a very, very important role in coming up with all those AI ML enabled solutions. So that's again, there are a lot of policies around promoting or encouraging through startup hubs and grand challenges and so on and so forth. Lastly, having said so, because digital transformation is moving at such a fast pace, and also every day we are seeing new and new applications and uses of it, and I'm sure with AI ML we'll see many more applications which we have never seen before. So perhaps we need to do more work on policy, particularly I feel as it goes into manufacturing, critical infrastructure. We need to also look into policies like ethics of AI and all other things the AI will impact as we go. So it's an ongoing journey, but I think as a country, we are quite ready as far as policy is concerned.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think two very important things you alluded to. And one is that India is a country with many languages and many cultures. So to digitize a country of India's diversity has its own challenges. So if you look at the US dollar note, it's one language, everything is in English. If you look at the Indian 500 rupee note, there are 14 languages already on it, etc., and the dialects and the cultures. And I think that's a very important point you have alluded to. It's not easy for a country of our diversity to digitize. And the second important thing which you said, and which has really brought a lot of benefit to the common man, is that a lot of benefits have got directly into his account. The middleman is completely eliminated. Number one, he is getting the full money, the 100 rupees, plus he is getting it on time. If he's supposed to get it on the 3rd of the month, he gets it on the 3rd of the month, etc. I mean, that is a huge benefit, because cash flow is important for everybody. I think these are two very fundamental things which we have been able to achieve, and we are still in the process of developing. I would now request Mr. Yugal Sharma, Chief Executive Officer of One Broadband, to talk a little bit about not human is less and more experiential. What is the contactless and the experiential future, particularly of e-commerce transactions, etc., and any transaction? I am told that in terms of e-commerce trade, regular trade, the number of people who are transacting on a regular basis is only 10 million out of the country of 1.3 billion. And people who have done a single transaction, maybe in a month or maybe once in 2 months, is only 70 million. So obviously the penetration is in its infancy. And over to you, sir, Mr. Yugal Sharma.
Thank you, Sukanda ji. I think a very good afternoon to everybody in the panel. And I will pick on from what Dr. Neeta ji said. I think India has fast adapted to this new big change that we all are seeing in our life. 700 million smartphone devices, 700 million connected on mobility platform. And coincidentally, you'll see the paradox. We just crossed 700,000, which is 7 lakh customers on fixed line broadband about a few days back. So that's where the digital world, which has opened up, and I'm sure people would have heard me saying that the world is now, earlier it was before Christ, it is before Corona now. It's after AD, it's after Corona. So the world is split from 2020 into two big halves. I think very soon people will remember the the BC and AD as BC and AC after Corona. And I believe that ma'am was absolutely spot on. And I put it like this, that the world has fast forward and has adapted to technology, this big change, first time ever globally. This phenomena has cut across nations, across languages, caste, creed, regions, cities, and all of us have gone through in the last almost 6 quarters, right? And I think the human civilization has now kind of got adapted. I recall one of the first messages I sent to my team and to our customers and partners in last week of March 2020, when the major lockdown was announced after 1 day lockdown in a weekend or something like that. And that's the time we had announced that we got to be used to stay home, stay online, stay safe, right? The second wave, what we saw, I think most of us got hit in that, including me, was nothing but purely people getting too much in and then going out, and then various things. And that is what I think the theme of the digital economy, e-commerce, and other things, plugged with the cultural change, which people have to adapt. I can assure that today, staying home, staying online, staying safe is the only mantra for some more time to come. And catching again from ma'am there, I have seen myself, you would have seen for yourself, all the applications that we used to do by going from place A to place B are all happening at home. And very fast, the people have adapted. Now, if you see from a distance, the have and have nots, a big divide. Actually, today is the only digital divide that can keep them away. For example, education. Your and our kids could go to the best of the public schools or high-end, English medium, convent schools or whatever. But the municipal corporation school earlier, which had so many have-nots, today is leveled with a level playing field, provided the kids there also have a tablet, a device, and they have a robust internet connection at their home, right? And same thing is what our kids have at home, a display device and a robust internet connectivity. So, and content is available for different curriculums, different boards, subjects, languages, everything. I think government has done a fantastic job there as well. So there's huge content available there. So my point is that almost every part of our life, like we say, we live, we work, and we play online now, right? And I was so happy to also hear our Prime Minister announcing that India will also do good in the esports space, because so far it was all physical sports, right? We were all looking forward to the Indian contingent going to the Olympics. I've been myself a big fan in various sports and physical sports, but now esports is something which is also going to open up. So every dimension is going to take front seat over there. And e-commerce is, I think, it'll not be out of place to say, I don't want to take names, but thanks to all the e-platforms and the services available in e-commerce, imagine what would have life been without them. today, I've moved to Delhi in the last few months, and I see my mom. She was every day in the morning calling her driver because she doesn't have to go out anywhere. We don't have to go out anywhere, but he comes and just brings the daily needs requirement. That's how she was, for last few months or whatever. Then we got her hooked on to go to big basket. We can just choose whatever vegetable, whatever thing you want to buy. So this is like transform even our previous generation, and they're saying, yeah, this is good. There's no chance of getting touch, getting exposed, and things like that. So I think we are all geared up from the various applications, and ultimately, I believe, of course, we are going through the downturn right now, but economy will also bounce back, wherein the digital economy will actually now more than even before, which was funding about 22 to 23% to the country's goal of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2024. I think that gap, which will be created by the other industries and other businesses or economic cycles and wheels, I think digital economy will, even play a much more important role. And I think the best part is the government machinery. We see it, taking this head on. The connectivity requirements. Again, our Prime Minister last year on the Independence Day, about a year back, said connecting 600,000 villages on high-speed internet. Right? If you really ask me, I draw a parallel that after 50 years to 40 years, when the highways and the small kacha roads to pakka roads were built, connecting up to villages, this is exactly the information highway fiber which is connecting the smallest chain of our civilization, the villages. I think block level connectivity was by and large done. It was not, of course, having enough applications run on it, but now the last citizen in a village, once he gets connected and he starts consuming services, that's when we will see the real transformation at a multiplier level. And that's why I say the huge gap which will be a void created because of other industry verticals potentially would be taken care by the digital services. And of course India may still continue, we may still continue to look at the $5 trillion mark 2024, maybe here and there a little bit, but I think as a country we are adapting to this change very fast. And we hope that that this transformation goes faster to the last man standing. And as rightly said by Sukanta ji, every citizen today is well versed with the smartphones. Every citizen today is well versed with various applications. Language, little bit here and there, being a bar, but I think slowly, steadily, we are progressing. We also have equivalent of a Twitter now in Ku, and other things coming up, which are again multilingual, multi-languages, and the need was felt because everybody would like to have similar applications. So that way, I think I believe very strongly that the digital platforms created, the digital applications, we are poised towards adapting it faster than what we all had anticipated a few years back. Yeah, over to you, Sukanta ji.
I think you summarized it very well, and you started with a very interesting concept, the BC and AC, before Corona and after Corona. So you're right, Corona is the dividing line. March of last year was the dividing line for the whole world, because a new era started after that, and you also alluded to an interesting fact that how technology is a leveler and an equaler. You've given the example of education, that the common man's son has the same access to the same education as anybody else's son, So I think that is a very, very important thing, that technology democratizes, delivery of goods and services. And also ours is a country which has its own challenges, so many 650,000 villages, etc. And your point that the last man standing in the village should get the same benefit as you and me in the capital of India, let's say. So thank you so much. And I would now request Mr. Vinish Bawa to talk a little about the reimaging of technology to enable the customer journey. See, technology has become such a common thing now that even a man, educated, uneducated, because of the sheer requirement driven by the pandemic and because of the sheer requirement of the usage of technology, the customer will adapt to technology very fast. But the customer journey has to be as pleasant as possible, as simple as possible. And therefore, the reimaging of technology is that much vital for delivery of such technology and its services to the customer. Over to you, Mr. Bawa.
Thank you, Sukanta-ji, and lovely to be here. It's a pleasure, especially with the panelists and some very familiar known faces. So thanks a lot. Yeah, I think to follow up, Neeta-ji pretty well covered about the government policies and how government is helping to adapt to this whole changing world and changing environment in India. I think that was pretty well covered. Yugal gave a good perspective of how the consumer behavior is changing, how people are using more and more of data, and how everybody is adapting to this post-corona world that we are in. Let me just talk about, I think, giving a perspective of how technology is a critical piece in all this, going forward and even now, and how important that is while we get into this new sort of, new normal, so to say. As an example, right now, it's what, 3:30 p.m. over here. We are in the midst of, in my house, there are like 7 people. Everybody is on a 100 Mbps line at the minimum. I have a data connection from Airtel, and everybody's using. If there is a small glitch, there is panic created in the house that there is some work will stop, either the kid's school or my wife is a teacher, so she takes classes, her classes will stop. The maid would be even doing some YouTubing, recipes, etc. So everybody in the house at this moment of time is using high bandwidth, which was not happening earlier. And so you need to have technology to take care of it. Number one, I think that's one important aspect for all of us to understand, and I think all of you can relate to it. How much of usage of data broadband, home broadband has increased at home and during these days, and it's not stopping. It's going to get even more and more. And I'm talking about a house. A house right now is no longer just a house. It's an office. It's a school. It's an area for watching sports, watching all activities, entertainment zone, be it whatever it be. So except the pets in the house, I don't know. They'll also find ways to use technology. Everybody's using data over here, right? So the amount of data usage is just substantially increased, and I can't even tell about the volumes of it. Simple examples. We used to get a lot of requests as a Nokia. We talk to a lot of different customers of ours in different areas. So in the data center market, people used to come to us with capacity, give us capacity of gigs. Gigs used to be a very high number. Now everybody is talking about terabits of capacity, right? I mean, that's become a new normal. So it's just 100,000x of need of each and every sort of customer for us, which is serving the end consumers. So that's how exponentially the need has gone up. So technology has to catch up. I think technology was always there, and there was technology as we are in the world that we are on the cusp of moving from 4G to 5G, and that's exactly the right time for 5G to come in this market, in this country, because all these new services, all these new use cases, etc., can be taken care of by 5G, right? So that's one important aspect, and I'll cover that in a bit later on, that how important 5G will be in all our lives going forward. So coming back to the point about usage and consumer behavior, I think one of the important things also, what we spoke about is how digital economy is changing everybody's life. Are we ready for it? I think Sukanta, you mentioned that the percentage of users using all this is still very low. Totally, it's almost like we are doing vaccinations in crores every day, but it's still percentage-wise it's low because of the large population of this country. So that there is a long way to go for this country, right? So that's why the policies have to be there in place. Technology has to catch up, and consumer behavior has to be adapted to. What we strongly believe in, economies and societies will need to adjust to the digitized era. I think that's the mantra that we need to follow, that economies and societies will have to adjust to the new digitized era. There is no way, there is nothing, that there is no alternative. And when I say economies and societies, it means all strata of people, all kind of work, all kind of things that are happening. Even a gym trainers typically earlier wouldn't care much about technology, right? Now they need to do online classes. They need to make sure that things are, sort of, even going forward, they might have to do immersive training, right? So that's why they will need to adapt to technology. I already gave examples of, the maids in the house, the cooks, etc. They need YouTube to learn recipes and all that, and learn online immediate basis. So all that has to adapt. So that society is adapting, and it will keep on growing more and more and more. So that's why the consumption of data is so high, and the society adoption of technology is so high. and as an economy, India needs to go and get there very fast. So coming back to the point that I earlier mentioned, that's where things like 5G come in, because at this moment of time where this data rate is increasing exponentially, and I expect it to increase even exponentially further on, when 5G comes, most of these use cases will not be an issue. All these, I'm sure you would have heard about it, things like security, things like artificial intelligence, IoT, all that becomes much more simpler using this new technology that India is going to adapt very soon, and globally already people have. So that's one point I just want to leave with, that, again, I'll frame the point again, that economies and societies need to adapt to digitized era, and new technology is coming. It will keep on helping how we adapt and grow and make sure that people's the needs are taken care of in this new changed AC world, as you will mention, that after COVID world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baba. I think you have given some new thoughts to us on how technological innovations and change will really be required for consumer faster usage of technology and adoption. And with the 5G coming in, things will become much more easier as the penetration levels also will increase. Now I would like to request Mr. Golok Simli to talk a little bit more about the technological innovations for building a resilient economy. At the end of the day, though technology is one of the indicators of civilization, but technology is at the end of the day an enabler. The 5G network is an enabler. The broadband connection is an enabler. The work is actually done by you and me to build the economy, to build the society. So over to you, Mr. Simli.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Mr. Sukanta. Let me at the outset thank you, Cyber Media and Dataquest, for bringing me here. At the same time, let me greet to all my co-panelists also before coming back to the topic. Now, coming back to today's discussion point, we are discussing about the digital economy at large. In my view, if we see country at large, if we see India as a digitally empowered nation, or let's say as a smart nation, I find there are four pillars which we need to focus on. The first pillar is naturally the digital economy. The second pillar, I believe we have to create a digital environment where we need to collaborate, where we need to share, where we need to gain from each other. That is the second pillar I find we need to develop. Of the village or at a remote corner of the village also feel connected to the digital ecosystem. And the fourth pillar is, I always feel that there has to be a environment for trusted use of data and trusted data flow. So these are the four pillars I personally find we need to work on. Now, when I say these four pillars we need to work on, I also foresee that in terms of digital, if I see there are new infrastructure or emerging infrastructure, I find. The second area we need to work on is the hyperscale data centers. 5G network we all know, and we all are probably already working on those direction. But when it comes to hyperscale data center, let me give you 3-4 points. Why do we need to focus on a hyperscale data center? If you see the kind of digitization work India is taking up, or the kind of digitization work happening globally too, and if we other side see the government policy, government of India's policy, like data localization principle, the OTT platform, so various application and services, and on top of that, the data localization principle, which is mandated by the government of India, will force us to enable this kind of having a hyperscale data center where big multinational, large e-commerce industry who are having their bases in India, they will need these kind of a hyperscale data centers to sustain for. Then the third area, we definitely need to focus on the emerging technology. And this is now very promising. If I see the future looks very promising. The last area, which probably every one of us, whether it is a public sector, government sector, ministry, state department, we need to adopt a cloud first strategy. There is no more kind of it's government alone. It has to be a private participation. It has to be a industry oriented. It has to be a industry participation, so that whatever we do in terms of services, in terms of scheme, whatever I say, there has to be a angle of sustainability. There has to be a angle of efficiency. There has to be a angle of cost benefit ratio, the economy part, right? Larger industry participation on that. So these are the four core area I find in terms of when we move towards developing our digital economy. These four area, once we focus on these four area, then the other beauty is these four areas of the new infrastructure will empower other traditional infrastructure, create the digitized and kind of a intelligent kind of a transformation to other sectors, other core sectors, whether it is a education sectors, whether it is a agriculture sectors, whether it is financial sectors, retail sector, banking sector, tourism sector, whatever core sector we are talking about. Now, if I see the other side of the core sectors and vis-a-vis the digital economy part, the potential looks enormous, enormous. For an example, if I can only give an example of, let's say, agriculture sector, almost, we can not one time, two time, but almost 70 times. By 2025, the agriculture sector, the reports and various research is saying that almost $70 billion of kind of a economy you are looking. If you see the retail sector, almost 11 times. Again, they are almost $35 billion, right? So just imagine the other core sector has the potential, provided you have the ability and kind of a capacity to connect your digital new infrastructure to the other core sector. And I personally believe digital economy is not at all about ITS sector or kind of a digital sector alone. It is all about how do you bring into the mainstream as part of the digital economy all those core sector, whatever I'm talking about, whether it is agriculture, whether it is education, whether it is financial sector and other sectors, right? The last thing, I'd also like to say that any of these big kind of initiative government of India is taking, or for an example, my Passport Seva program alone, if I can quote one example, the day we move into a complete paperless environment, the day we kind of could create a environment of, let's say, single visit, you just imagine that if I start calculating the paper saving alone, or if I start calculating saying that if I can save a person main day of visiting to the passport office, where earlier they were doing, let's say, 3-day, 4-day visit to get a passport. Today, if a single visit I am able to deliver the services, just imagine how much I could save. So there is enough potential, and then everybody we realize, digital has enough potential in terms of saving manpower, in terms of saving cost, in terms of saving, in terms of creating sustainability, in terms of creating accountability. Those things are anyway there in the digital, the moment we move into the digital part of it. But as I said, if we are aiming towards a vibrant digital economy, where we need to focus and how do we progress towards those directions? I think that is the way I put forward when you look into the overall digital economy of our country, and which probably we are aiming almost $1 trillion of digital economy, which is contributing almost 20% of the total economy which we are looking by 2025. So that's how I put it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simli. And I must say, I used one of your services as late as a few weeks back, which is the Passport Seva service. And I got my passport 2 days back. And I must say, it was only a single visit. And I spent only 20 minutes, maximum 15 minutes. That's all. And of course, then the police guy came and saw me in my house, which was another 10 minutes. And my passport got done. I had to be systematic. I had to upload all the documents. It was very contactless and very well organized. I must congratulate you for using all the technology there. And surely you alluded to a lot of elements which we call the fourth industrial revolution, things like AI and cloud and so on and so forth, which we will use to make our agriculture 70 times and retail 11 times and so many other sectors. And there is a huge challenge and the excitement of getting all these things done. And I don't have much time left now. We got about maybe 10 to 12 minutes or 15 minutes. And therefore, I'd like to go with everybody a little bit and request your short points on a few of the questions which I would like to sort of propose. Mrs. Verma, how can the ambitions of a digital economy be supported with assurance on cybersecurity areas? Cybersecurity will be a very, very big thing, as you know. We have been lucky. Maybe we have very good strong walls and nice systems. Therefore, we don't get the attacks so much. But for example, India is the second largest producer of electricity worldwide. China is the largest, and all our electricity is in a single grid now, and obviously it is powered by IT. And God forbid if there is somebody who attacks that grid, then the whole country shuts down, because without electricity there is no broadband, there is no water, there is no nothing. So I keep wondering all the time. So over to you, Ms. Verma.
Thank you, and I completely agree with your fears, and that's what not only in electricity, in many segments, when we talk, it's always a kind of concern. See, to my mind, the security, cyber security has to be really given a very comprehensive approach. It has to be at the core strategy of every enterprise, be it in infrastructure, be it banking, be it government itself. It has to get into your design. It has to be on the infrastructure when you're hiring a cloud or whatever data center. In your operation, security has to be embedded, and most importantly, your end consumer also has to be equally aware of the risks of security to be able to save or protect himself or herself. So awareness and this culture, if you look at us young students, when they come into coding and all, their ambit is, how do I code beautifully? How do I code fastly? Very rarely I have seen that, how do I code securely? Security is kept to the audit and post fixation. That culture has to change, because we are into those agile computing things changing so fast. You can't get into these audit cycles periodically. You have to be, therefore in an IC, I always tell the secure by design should be your principle, not secure by audit kind of a thing. Second thing I feel, as you are saying, all this critical infrastructure is coming into it. We really need to increase a lot of monitoring and surveillance. We need to have security operation centers, and if they're small, and nowadays we have also have with cloud a model of SOC itself as a service available. So every enterprise who has a digital component, now when especially data protection bills and all coming, it will become all the more vital that we need to have this monitoring surveillance. And see, it's in security, assurance is something you can only do through people and processes. Second thing is, we need to have a very good mechanism of sharing this threat intelligence with each other. It should not happen that same kind of a threat coming on one sector impacts and then it comes. That's very, very bad. That we have to avoid. We have CERTIN, which is doing a lot of work, but I think that culture of sharing and openness in all those things will really make as a country very, very strong. And last thing which needs to be done is that we need to have a very robust, a very prevalent kind of a incident response team. I always tell my people, you will do a secure code perfect system, still you may have these attacks. How quickly can you recover is the measure of your preparedness or your resilience. That's another important thing. And for doing all those things, which I'm saying, everybody will agree with me. One of the major challenge we have in the country is the cybersecurity skilled personnel. That's the huge thing. I think a lot of efforts have to be taken at government level, at industry level, at all other levels, at academia level, to really have a big cyber security workforce in the country to be able to really address. Because as time will pass, as we'll have 5G, we'll have embedded electronics, these cybers, and as you said, this critical infrastructure, it will not only that the acts will not be defamation of my reputation or my financial, it will be life threatening as we go into it. So we really need to be ready onto it. The only positive aspect in all these things is there are two things. One is that National Cyber Security Coordinator is already working on cyber security strategy, and which I'm sure which is going to be released anytime, which is going to increase a lot of things as far as compliance is concerned, a lot of things as well. Because once you know you have to comply, you start putting your processes and everything into from the beginning itself into line. And the good news in all those things is that recently released report of ITU on Global Cyber Security Index, India has moved from 47th to 12th rank among 182 countries. So that gives me a confidence that somewhere we are doing good as far as cybersecurity is concerned. But I also agree we still have to do much more to be really making this whole digital initiatives a confident and secure and safe environment for every Indian in the country.
Thank you very much, Neeta ji. I mean, this is probably the most important thing. It's a topic in itself. And with cybersecurity, you have cyber laws, you have cyber police. You decide what is a cyber crime or not a cyber crime, and what is the punishment for that cyber crime, and the whole host of things. And you alluded to the fact that the skill base in this whole new space has to be evolved and developed. It doesn't exist anymore. I mean, there are no university books or say degrees on cyber law or cyber security. That whole new genre has to be completely discovered and dealt with, and a university has to be set up. And the very, very important thing you alluded to right in the beginning is, whenever we do any work, we should start with the security. We end with the security, and we look at the auditor for the security. And we treat auditor as the last and the unimportant person. The guy who is the brilliant guy, he is in sales or marketing and operation. The guy who's the last guy is sitting in some audit room. But audit and security is probably more important than operations as we speak today. And I think, thank you very much for really excellent insights on this vast area, And Yogalji, I've got to come to you on something which you've already discussed earlier, but how crucial is the digital democracy and the internet access across India? And this is obviously on the rise, and this is very important for sustaining the digital economy. But how can access be made maybe cheaper, maybe more ubiquitous, and how the digitization will increase the democratic participation so that more people participate, the economy becomes bigger and bigger until we reach 5 trillion and beyond. One of the reasons why the United States is the world's largest economy, 35% of the world GDP is one country, is because everybody participates in the economy and everybody has a chance to participate in the economy, and they are very well networked digitally across all other large countries like Western Europe and what we call the first world. And that's why there's such a large economy. So the access is very important. And that's really my question to Yogalji.
So I would take up that question, or to share my views in a different manner. So I'm sure Dr. Neeta ji will agree with me, being in NIC way back in 2003 to 2009. I used to be the managing director for Polycom, and I know how NIC has played a huge part in democratization of conferencing for digital services in the country, right? Mr. Rajesh Gera and I'm forgetting your DG's name that time. So yeah, so I think we did, every possible transformational, applications, and the last one was to connect the jails and courts, all the 2000 jails and courts, and of course all that. So I think then why I brought this point is that we needed a IT team And NIC was also the so-called IT team for pan-India government, e-government, and including VC services, right? Today, we get into this call. Last minute, I think Rajiv ji or somebody says that there is some glitch. Everybody in 30 seconds is in a different call, right? Imagine this happening then. Maybe the meeting would have been called off for the day, correct? So that way, the way the adaptation has happened on the application side, the consumer side, which I think the word that I could not mention earlier was mentioned by Sukandaji aptly, is the democratization of digital services on the consumer side in terms of applications being understood in place of their benefits being clearly looked upon, right? And needless to say, way back then there were social causes like auction of cows and sheep in New Zealand, and buyers were in Canada. So from then and now, I think virtually everything we have seen, including marriages to I think all kinds of connectivity happening on collaboration. So this was on the app side, the application side, the consumer side. Now, what is missing and what is building up is definitely the network side, right? And so India has leapfrogged various, I would say, Gs, right? Various generations, because we came late in the day to solve the problem of voice. We had 2 to 2.5 G, right? And we had like exactly same 30 million voice customers connected on landline when mobility came in, and the whole country was starving for voice. 3-4 years of waitlist and things like that. Similarly, today we are starving for robust fixed line broadband networks. Exactly 25 to 26 million, around 25 million customers would be there on fixed line, and actually almost 1 billion people. Of course, some people have more than one phone. So let's take 1 billion mobile users are there. So voice is sorted, right? It can also sort out to some level mobility for internet and data. But ultimately, in future, the problem to solve at hand, which the government is doing its own initiative through BharatNet, broadband, creating broadband networks, private operators are doing it on their side, is the real I would say a journey that needs to be traveled to reach to a level where Sukantaji's example of US, which is like almost close to 1/3 of the world's economy, right? And I am very positive and very bullish on this, and very optimistic that when India adapts pretty fast. I can tell you in terms of technology, I can tell you in several applications in this country that have come, that came in the world that never came to the country, right? 3G evolved in the Western world. 3G just took a pass and we went to 4G. While my friends are more confident and more anxious on 5G, I still have similar forecasts. 5G will be again a miss. We will be preparing for 6G. I mean, this is my personal view, because the way the networks are built, the way the legacy is not being there, all those things put together, and in parallel, we will all be building a very robust fiber network. And at the end, I would like to sum it up by saying that remembering my Polycom days in 2000, early 2000, mid up to late 2000, up to 9, I used to say, in fact, I had coined, people would have heard about this, roti, kapda, makan, or broadband. Correct? Today, I will say, I think broadband has taken the space right after roti. You need roti to live, but you need broadband after that to definitely survive. Basically, high-speed internet connectivity, and the other things are sorted or getting almost sorted in terms of kapda or makan. So, as long as roti, broadband, kapda, or makan is the mantra today and going forward. So, democratization of digital services is the key for bridging the demographics divide, for inclusive growth of our nation. And like I think everybody said, Golokji also said, the contribution from digital services, digital economy is pegged at about 1/4 in close to 23%. I'm sure this will be much more as we can foresee in the next 5 years or even 10 years. At the end of it, digital inclusion is even more critical and crucial than ever before for social inclusion for growth. And that's what is purely democratization of our digital services and of course connectivity. We, Hinduja company here, having a network of wired fiber across several cities in the country, and also having a platform. We serve digital cable TV services through our HITS platform. We are poised to expand into 1,500 cities, and we will play a crucial role in terms of providing the wide connectivity, right? And I'm happy to share from nowhere in 5 years, today we are in the top 4, I would say the first ISP, right after the 3 telcos in terms of broadband penetration, right? And we will play a crucial role to bring robust wire. In fact, at the end, like Vinesh said, the time has come. You need a second wire in the home to give you a backup connectivity. It's not going to be the only single wire, so you may have to need a media connectivity coming as a redundant from a totally different fiber network, which means a different brand or a service provider. So that's where I believe, Sukanta ji, we are heading towards, and that's how I think we will be able to look at the last mile access challenges, and at the end, very passionately, the FTTH networks, which we acronym as fiber to the home, right? Of course, we know FTTH, we have grown up with, so that's a technological acronym, but I have changed that, and the F is fiber, which brings the future to the home. So to me, FTTH is the future to the home, last mile access technology that opens up doors with IoT and several other applications to bring in social connect. So that's how I would put it at Sukanta ji. Thank you so much.
You again said a very interesting thing: roti, kapda, and makan. Probably after broadband, So even for making roti, you require broadband. As was told earlier, that the 70 times agricultural output will happen only with the economy. So, Mr. Bawa, may I request you that the smartphone is really the device. In fact, I'm using the smartphone to really talk to you people now for both education, entertainment, commerce, health, and what have you may. And so everything converges on that terminal device. And so how can customer journeys be made less commoditized, and how it can be more
yeah, see, smartphones and everything on, and when I say smartphones, it's any device in the house. Let's classify that any device today in the house has tons and tons of apps, and the kind of usage that has to be done by those devices is multifold by every member in the house, or an office, or a farmer, or anybody, or even a factory. And a device can even be a machine, right? So I think we need to change our mindset a bit of thinking the device only as the old phone that we carry with us. So a device these days, while technology moves on, in each every factory that we are talking about, automotive as an example, has that the machine is equal to any device. It can do anything, right? So all these devices need to be robust. They need to be there to serve the purposes and the cases of the various specific domains that they are in, and technology needs to allow you to do it, right? I think that's a very fundamental point. And let me start with 2-3 fundamental things over here. One, the devices are there, but security. So each and every device has to be secure. How will it be secure? While things are moving into cloud. So as Neetaji also alluded that, that security is such an important area and government is doing lots about it, but technologically, the security solutions on every start to end point of the journey of the device needs to be there as the first fundamental point, right? Data is going on the cloud. You have an access to various apps over here which come from everywhere. The usage is by everybody. So each and every step, right from start to the end of it, has to be secure. And I think all the solutions that companies like ours do ensure it's a fundamental right to ensure that these things are there and fully secure, especially when they are moving to cloud, that all of us know about. Secondly, I think when these devices are there, they need to adapt to the different type of use cases. Let me give you an example. We talk about smart manufacturing. Now, in earlier days, or not even earlier, like a year or two ago, we used to have these automotive vehicles within the factory carrying goods from a spare card room to the person, and all of it was being done manually. Two people used to go there, carry it, and get it to the person who's on the shop floor. Right? All of it taking time, consuming time of people and energy of people doing that. Now with technology, that AGV is or actually become a device because it can be controlled automatically through 4G or even 5G going on later on. But even 4G, you can control it, and it automatically moves without any personal intervention of anybody, goes to the spare card room and gets the thing to the shop floor. Right? This saves time. Now somebody will say that what about the labor, right? It's not that the labor is going to go away, they'll do something else. But look at the efficiency improvement that's happening by just a small basic use case of getting something from a spare card room to a shop floor. And this is not any fiction. This is something that companies, we can in our Chennai factory, we have this demonstrated. We are publicly, there are now videos, etc. available, that all this is available even in today's 4G technology. Right? So this is an example of one device. Secondly, smart agriculture. I think we all spoke about that agriculture being such an important aspect. Now again, there is this device that we have jointly done with one of our partners over in India, and it's been deployed in various farming communities where that device pretty much automates everything for the farmer, except using the going on the farm and doing his work. Things like what about the weather, what's going to happen to the machine, the availability of the machine, any challenges that they're going to face. All of it in terms of data availability is given on that device in his local language. Right? This is again available today. So that's one specific example of a device doing something niche and doing something creative for a specific industry. Right? So manufacturing this at home, I think we are all aware of as you will also mention that the usage is so high. People need two connections in your house to make everything available for people. There also now things are changing with the robust fiber infrastructure which is being available, and technologies FTTX moving to the next level of something called an XGPON, which is a higher speed broadband connectivity that is available in India today, because now we have a good infrastructure of fiber technology as well. So these things are helping the devices to do much more, right? So basically the point is, I think devices are adapting to the new technological needs and the usage of the consumers in every area, in every domain, be it home or residential or consumers at the office level, or people shopping, or farmers, or industries, anywhere. That's the end-to-end usage that is happening, right? So, and I again fundamentally believe, though you did mention 6G, but yeah, 5G will, whenever it comes in India, it will connect the people who are not connected. It will connect the unconnected thing. There is this underlying layer of government's fiber infrastructure and the broadband plans that they are having that takes care of the bottom of the pyramid. Everybody has broadband connections. On top of it, then if I add the ISPs like One Broadband and others who are adding and taking the broadband to the consumers, be it enterprises or home, they are doing that work. Then now we have the mobility networks by the service providers. So that is this pyramid happening. And with this 5G technology, it takes pretty much goes from top to bottom of all this pyramid and makes things much more easier, faster, better. And companies like us are in the forefront of all of this in terms of development, in terms of trialing, in terms of making sure that these use cases are available and secure. So I think I'll end again with the point that 5G will connect the unconnected people and unconnected industries. The use cases are already in front of us, and technology will adapt to take care of all these things from end to end, making a secure network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bawa. I think you covered a lot of points on how we will reach the underserved. And in India, the larger mass is the underserved. And so we have a big field waiting there and a lot of work to be done. Now I would request Mr. Gokul Simli to talk a little bit about the technological innovations which the government particularly is doing for building a resilient economy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sukanta, once again. No, there are 2-3 things when it comes to resilience on the technology side, in terms of sustainability, in terms of BCP, in terms of performance, in terms of adaptability and agility. These are another 2 very important points when it comes to technology resilience and innovation. So all these 4 areas, whether I talk about resilience, sustainability, adaptability, agility, There are two, three facts comes to my mind. One is whenever you adapt technology, whenever you leverage technology, I always say that you must understand your 5 Ws. Whenever you are trying to leverage technology, where you are, whenever you are trying to create a kind of a digital first kind of a culture, kind of a your workforce workload realignment, and these 5 Ws are typically I term them your workload, your workforce, your workflow, your web content, and last but not the least, your workspace and workplace. Now, if you understand these 5 Ws well, vis-a-vis you are trying to adapt and leverage technology, then the next thing is how are you securing yourself in terms of creating the digital foundation at large or application ecosystem at large. And in my view, I find that today the security has to be intrinsic at each layer of the digital foundation we are trying to create, whether it is a digital foundation you are trying to create or any application you are trying to develop, security has to be intrinsic in terms of creating and leveraging the digital ecosystem at large, and also in terms of people process. It has to be kind of a 360-degree 24/7 kind of a scenario. Then another two very important thing when we talk about creating a kind of a digital platform, we are talking about digital economy today. But two major factors which comes to our mind is probably which we are doing here in the ministry in the passport seva program is that I always say is how do we create a convergence. Creating a convergence among ourselves is very important. No, between I'll say government and industry, between a service provider and service seeker, between a supplier and provider, between a supply chain system. That convergence is missing. More or less, I find we have to strengthen more. And the another very important factor is how do we create a connected intelligence. I think all of we are talking about whether we leveraging about the technology, building security, prevency, any other thing, and unless there is a connected intelligence, we are in a kind of a, we are not able to, if we are not able to create a connected intelligence flowing among these kind of a massive infrastructure we are creating, then it looks very difficult, in terms of whatever you say, technology resilience you say, technology sustainability you say, technology adaptability you say, and then finally, who is the sufferer then? The sufferer is the beneficiary. Whatever we do, whatever we create this digital foundation, whatever you do, lastly, if the beneficiary is the last person in the corner of a village is not able to get that benefits, that schemes, that whatever we are aiming for those kind of a left out masses, marginalized section of the society, if you are not able to create that wow factor, that impact, that empowerment, then probably in my view, whatever you do is kind of a less. So that's how I sum up, Sukanta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simli. I think what you have said in the last few sentences really sums up this whole more than 1 hour discussion, and the wow factor we have to create for the last person in the village, and we have to give them the right empowerment, and then only we'll make our economy a resilient economy and worthy to take a place amongst the bigger nations in the world. With that, I'd like to thank all the esteemed panelists, Neetaji, Yugalji, Mr. Bawa, and Mr. Simli, and thank the organizers, Dataquest, for making this very important topic in the pandemic times a great success. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for such wonderful insights, and thank you, Sukanta, for moderating this session. Moving on to our next session now, the topic, preparing for the third wave of COVID. While the situation has improved and the country is limping back to life, experts predict that India may be hit with another massive third wave. This calls for an all-out readiness from the infrastructure to quickly track disease trends and hotspots to streamlining flow of medical essentials. The country also needs to prepare to mitigate the economic and social impact of any further escalation of COVID. Technology can play an important role in dealing with this crisis. I would like to invite Mr. Prakash Kumar, CEO of Vadhwani Institute of Technology and Policy, set up by the Vadhwani Foundation. Prior to this, he was senior advisor with Deloitte India for 5 months, and before that, he was CEO of Goods and Service Tax Network, GSTN, for 6 years. During this period, GST system was designed, developed, and deployed, which provides shared IT infrastructure and services to central and state governments. 12.3 million taxpayers and other stakeholders for GST were impacted through this program. Our next guest, Vipul Singh, CEO, Arav Unmanned Systems. Arav Unmanned Systems is a drone solution startup leading commercial segment in India with its vertical integrated end-to-end solutions. Vipul has a background in aerospace engineering and has been very active with policy suggestions and industrial committees for the drone ecosystem in India. Our next guest, Mr. Arun Karna, MD and CEO, AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited. More than 30 years of experience in IT telecoms industry, extensive experience in leading the sales of complex, high-value communication networks and solutions. We also have Mr. Amit Sinha Roy, Global Head of Marketing and Communications, Tata Communications. a tenacious and conscientious result-driven leader motivated by curiosity with demonstrated strengths in marketing, strategic alliances, direct and indirect sales. This Power Pack session is moderated by none other than Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group. He needs no introduction. A first-generation entrepreneur along with his family members promoted cyber media in 1982. He's a BTech from IIT Delhi and an MBA and IIM from Calcutta. He is the main promoter as well as the chairman and managing director of Cyber Media India Limited. He's an industry veteran with an experience of 40 years and is highly reputed in the IT industry. Over to you, Pradeep sir.
I have a very, very eminent panel today with me. And I think the topic that we are discussing is absolutely prime on everybody's agenda. You know, is there a third wave coming? And what do we need to do to prepare for it? Okay. To start with, let me take a very quick poll amongst my panelists on what do they feel. Is there a wave around the corner? And what are the three things that they think that we should do to prepare for it? Let me start with Prakash. Prakash, your views, please.
WHO has already declared the third wave is there, and so have many experts. So we need to prepare well. So that's the first thing. How do we forecast which are the areas which are going to be impacted? And then the third one will be, how do we ensure that whatever we face during wave 2, in terms of logistics, in terms of providing all the amenities and ensuring people don't move around from hospital to hospital because of lack of information, that doesn't.
Okay. Arun, can I have your views on, do you think third wave is around the corner and the three things that we need to?
Sure, Pradeep ji, and good day all, and extremely delighted and honored to be here. So, not an expert on epidemiology here, but whether there is a third wave or not, we should certainly prepare for it for sure. And even if there is, a mild wave or maybe not so intense wave. One thing is sure that it will be digital technologies, contactless, touchless technologies, which will probably help us either prevent or soften the blow or even aid recovery as we go along and face the situation as it evolves. So, for example, return to office would definitely be enabled.
Amit, your views, Heisenberg principle, is it a particle, is it a wave?
It is a wave, and unfortunately history has shown this to us, and it is indeed very possible, and all the indicators like Prakash mentioned, even from WHO, is already saying that it's happening. The new variants, empowered by our dropping our guard, on masks, sanitizers and social distancing, can indeed, result in having a third wave that will be far more debilitating than the second. The three things, I think personal safety, that's something all of us have to ensure that we do and practice. From an organization perspective, the organizational readiness and the workforce readiness. So these are the three things.
Wonderful. And Vipul, you have the last word on it.
I have a very limited experience, so I would share my understanding. I think one important aspect to cover is enable the technologies, both digital and advanced technologies, because technology can solve almost all the problems of humanity. Second, awareness. Technology with awareness solves almost everything. So awareness needs to be increased much in advance. I think people generally have short memories, so they tend to forget what happened in the first and the second wave. So much before the third wave is predicted to come, a good awareness program will solve the problem. Third most important thing, to make sure that the economy keeps functioning. There is a lot of requirement to integrate autonomous as well as automated solutions for management of workforces as well as factories. which will keep the economy running, which is most important for recovery from the pandemic.
I think, we all seem to be feeling that we should be at least prepared for a third wave, whether it comes or not, but it is something that we should be ready for. And what I heard was that, yes, there need to be things about personal safety, tracing, awareness, and so on, which means that, in terms of monitoring, in terms of prevention, right? The second part very clearly was to do with digital technologies, that digital will play a very, very important role, and we'll talk more about it as we go along. And enterprises, economy, all of that engine needs to keep on running. And for that, logistics to manage, if it comes, is going to be something which is very, very important. So glad that, the panelists have sort of given a very, very great spectrum on what all we need to do in terms of preparing for this third. Let me start with you, Prakash. Your views on the entire area of the health surveillance grid and what needs to be done, because you worked in the government, you worked in the private sector, now you're working on policy. So I think you will be able to give a very good perspective on this.
I'll start with something which is we have done quite well, and which is how do we manage cyclones and tsunamis. We have a small presentation kind of thing, one slide deck, and I request the organizers to kindly put it there, which shows what we do there. And I had opportunity to work in that ministry where we handle slide number 2. One is how do we predict, and then how much time we have to take an action. Now, in case of tsunami and cyclone, it varies from hours and days, and same is the case with COVID. But then what do we do? How do we use technology there? In case of these natural disasters, where we generally do inundation map, which all areas will be identified, impacted, what will be the severity. And exactly in this case as well, COVID, what kind of areas will get impacted. Here, the difference is these natural disasters come and there is a huge peak and then it subsides. Where in case of COVID, it is much longer. It goes up, there is a peak, but then gradually comes. And there, the data which we get basically gives us idea on infection rate, trends, hotspot, and that is what precisely is now being used by the health authorities across the country to identify which are the hotspots where you have micro lockdown and all that. The next question comes, and that's very important part, is how do we evacuate, or what action do we take? What we saw in some of the large cities, people were moving from hospital to hospital. On the other hand, a large city like Mumbai made a very beautiful arrangement where whichever place you are, first the protocol, you are informed, please go to this health center, and where there is a doctor who will examine and tell you whether you can you can stay at home or you need to go to a hospital, and then they decide which hospital. Now that was a simple innovation which helped them to manage it so well, which didn't happen in many places. Now again, technology can play a big role. The next one comes infrastructure creation, which we have learned hard way during wave 2. How do we ensure that it's readily available, whether it's oxygenated bed or normal bed, ICU bed, and all that. In fact, some of the volunteer agencies, they came up and in a short period of time, they created this. But then why can't we just adopt that and make it available now, not only during this pandemic period, but otherwise centrally available information on availability of beds, different kinds of beds and all that, and also oxygen supply, medicine supply, especially those medicines which could only be purchased by the hospital. And what doctors, how many paramedics are available, because this was also a problem which I was told during the peak period. They didn't know exactly how many are available in which shift, in which hospital. Now that's something where technology can play a role, and it has done. And the last one again, Ahmed, is ensuring how we manage and give right information to the people in right time. So these are different aspects which we can learn from how we have very successfully handled in our country the natural disasters, using that and tweaking it. And in fact, part of it has been done, and I hopefully quickly they do it, especially for the infra. It's availability of information and passing the information to the people who are impacted, what to do, where to go. So that will be my take on this. It's not a grid, but this is basically use of ICT for handling this kind of pandemic. Over to you, Pradeep.
So thanks, but I have just one query on this. Who you think should be driving this? When you come to tsunami, cyclones, you give a very good example. So there is the National Disaster Management, which has laid out the blueprint, and it is the states that execute it. Who do you think should actually, drive this entire?
The action on the ground happens only through the states. There is no doubt about it. They are also the Ministry of Earth Sciences and IMD, they give, or other tsunami warning center. But then action is with the states. For the central, again, NDRF is there, but they have representatives of the state. It is the state unit which controls. They have the intimate knowledge, and it has to be done through that. Only thing, how do we bring all other partners, like in this particular case, the volunteers, the private sector, so that we all join hands together, and the roles are very, very clearly specified. And then it is done. Not that last minute we are going helter-skelter.
So I'll come back to you on some other questions on this model that you made, which I think lays out a very good approach towards being prepared for the third wave. Let me come to you, Arun. You talked about business, and today there is a need in terms of balancing, for companies to balance growth as well as employee well-being, right? Your views on that? How exactly should businesses be combining those things?
That's a great question, Pradeepji, and I'll take a leaf from what Prakash has already said. We have seen that over the last 12 to 15 months, ever since the pandemic hit, there has been a marked increase or acceleration in the adoption of digital technologies. And what emerged was that those enterprises who had not yet embarked on their digital journey, or were rather early in their digital journey, they were badly impacted. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, those enterprises who were fairly down the road in terms of digital adoption, they stood to not only survive but even thrive. So examples are all for us to see. The online marketplaces, the e-commerce companies, online media and entertainment, IT services companies, anything which had to do with doorstep delivery, edutech, fintech, health tech. These were the sectors who really scrambled to sort of adopt and accelerate the adoption of digital technologies, and they stood to gain. So fair to say, with the increased dependence on these digital technologies, there's a blurring between the physical world and the digital world. So now we have this new term called phygital coming into place, really. So that is one of those jargons that have come about. But obviously this was all driven, and we believe it will continue to be driven by the business growth imperatives. And those imperatives haven't changed. So, but maybe they've got accelerated. So there is the agility required to scale operations up or down in response to market demand changes. We need more flexibility now to customize products to consumer needs. I'll quickly touch upon the sort of major technology trends which have aided this, and quickly switch on to the humane and human aspect of the same as well. So these trends existed even before the pandemic hit. What the pandemic has done is to accelerate these trends. So the adoption of cloud, for example, we have seen a significant move to the cloud over the last 12 months or so. Critical enterprise applications have been moved to the cloud, and the cloud adoption rate continues to increase. Proliferation in mobility. So the need to access enterprise applications from anywhere, from any device. In the work from anywhere, work from home scenario, that has been aided by mobility. Third is this whole move to software. So it's been a cliche since long that software is eating the world, but it has never been truer than in these times. Even traditional businesses like telecom, which have long been hardware centric, we have also shifted to software defined networking, network function virtualization, software defined data centers. The orchestration and control of network functions is all software driven. The increase in IoT adoption, not only to improve efficiencies and productivity, but actually to maintain continuity of business, that has been seen coming along. It's becoming a data powered economy very quickly. We all know that people said that data is the new oil, but the oil has to be refined as well. So now the increased use of analytics, AI and ML to draw insights from that data, actionable insights, and then to sort of take strategic decisions based on that, that is coming to the fore. And of course, last but not the least is this whole boom in virtual collaboration, which we are seeing here. We are on this platform today collaborating across geographies. But that has become a must to continue business. But all this has, technology can only take you that far. There has to be a balance between technology and constant employee engagement to ensure their overall wellness, both physical and mental, because that would lead to engagement in turn. And I think that calls for a leadership pivot in these times. It calls for a more empathetic style of leadership. It warrants leaders to think and act differently.
Amit, Arun has raised a very important thing. Of course, he's talked about cloud mobility, software, IoT, data, AI, ML. But he has also talked about the human part. And, the first wave and the second wave have taken their toll as far as humans are concerned, which is so important for driving enterprises. Initially everybody was going gung-ho about work from home. And now there are people who've been saying that, no, we need to come to the office so that we can. So, people have been talking about hybrid models and so on. How do you balance growth and, the work-life balance? Your views on that?
In wave one, we were all locked away suddenly. And the work-life balance went, pretty topsy-turvy. But I think looking back, wave two was far more intense and more difficult. Not just because we were locked away, but because this time the COVID actually impacted almost everybody's family. I would say everybody. We all knew somebody near and dear who was impacted. And, you could earlier, you're stuck at home. Yes, we had, some domestic work to do and also do the work at the same time. But this time it was running around, getting oxygen cylinders in hospitals and things like that, right? So, from that perspective, the wave two really, really impacted work-life balance, I believe, for everyone, right? Moving forward, I think what we need to look at from an organization perspective. So moving forward, I think what is going to be important is for us to relook at some of the best practices that we've had in the past, right? What has happened now is the home and office has merged into one. It's blended into one, right? And while that may work in the short run, in the long run, that is not something which is going to be scalable. So we do need to be able to separate out the work from the home, right? And then be able to do this in a more, structured way, if I may say, right? So moving forward, the hybrid model work from home is not going away, but I think the way we will be working from home has to be more evolved, or work from anywhere has to be more evolved, and the work-life balance has to be there by clearly demarcating, the different areas, because it's all got mashed up into one right now, and that is not something which is healthy or scalable.
So, the entire work from home culture needs to be provided some sort of a structure. Great point. Vipul, from a technology, all panelists are in agreement that the big driver of this change is going to be technology. Which are some of the technologies which are absolutely essential for us in terms of preparing for the third wave?
There are multiple technologies which have been tested in the past. I think one of the things which we have learned from the previous experience of two waves is that we need technologies which are improving our rapid response, which are flexible in nature, which also basically enable scaled operation, and last and most important, with minimum human intervention. Because any technology which have these four characteristics will be able to solve this problem and help us tackle with the situation much better than what we have been doing in the past. I think one of the such technologies which I would like to bring on the table today, based on my limited experience, is the drone technology, where a lot of parts of the world have earlier also used drones for emergency response. I think India can also leverage this technology quite well for reaching out to the remote locations where generally land-based logistic systems are not that, let's say, efficient, and also dependent on a lot of weather and human factor. So if you look at the four characteristics which I talked about, all those four characteristics can be found in the drone technology. Similarly, there is a lot of communication technology which is to be used to create regular awareness among the people, which government is already doing. But I think now the time is that we start creating that awareness much in advance before the third wave really hits us through every medium possible, right? And the most important, the third most important technology which I feel can play a very vital role here is the artificial intelligence, because it will just compensate for the lack of human presence which we are currently facing a challenge with, because we cannot be physically present for all the jobs. So that is another technology which we said which would emphasize upon. Let it be healthcare, facilitating healthcare, I would say consultancy or education system, whichever has been, especially the education system, primary education system has been badly affected by the current COVID wave. A couple of years have been lost by these kids in the primary government schools. Most of the private schools are able to cope up, but not the government schools in the rural areas. So if you look at the two technologies that I talked about, the communication technology and artificial intelligence, they can actually combine together, play a very vital role in bridging these gaps and to make sure that we either get less affected by the third wave or recover faster after it has arrived.
Vipul, for painting that entire picture, and I agree with you that healthcare, education, also drone technologies, these are some of the things which are, healthcare education has been impacted, and we need to find solutions for that. And going ahead, that is going to be something which is going to be very important. Let me come back to you, Arun. You started talking about leadership, right? What kind of leadership is today required in terms of ensuring that we are ready for, because the second wave leadership failed, right? In organizations, state level, central level, all levels, I think there was a failure in the second wave. What do you think are going to be some of those characteristics that are required in the third wave?
A very relevant question for these times, Pradeep ji, and I touched upon a few. I think in these times of uncertainty and a lot of stress on individuals, I think it calls for a more empathetic style of leadership. Also, because a lot of the traditional data-driven models of decision making may no longer readily apply because the data itself has got skewed. This calls for more intuitive, bold, risk-taking style of leadership as well. So the leader himself or herself has to be resilient, has to be sort of emotionally stable and grounded. And the more important thing is you not only have to lead, you have to be seen to be leading. So there has to be this coming out of the leader out in the open, and you have to be seen to be leading in these times, because all the informal structures previously where you could go and meet people are, face to face, shake hands, meet them in cafeteria or over water cooler conversations, or even, in big events, that's no longer available. Those avenues for the leader to show up are no longer available. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is, because there is an increased dependence on digital technologies, there has to be a concerted effort to also align the culture of the organization to a more digital culture. Otherwise, the whole thing is, bound to fail, because the success or failure of digital adoption in any organization depends on how well it is adopted by the last link in the chain. So it could be, for example, the end user who could actually be the worker on the manufacturing line in a factory. But then the culture flows from top. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is, on the reverse side, the workforce is saying, this cannot all be about, productivity increase and efficiencies and business growth. Whatever is the culture has to take into account our feelings, our concerns, our emotions, and our aspirations also. So in fact, this is actually giving rise to a new paradigm where you not only have effective digital transformation, but you also need to have effective, with an A, effective digital transformation, which takes into account the individual or workforce's purpose, engagement, fairness at the workplace. So all those softer aspects come really to the fore. So that's an interesting aspect and evolution of leadership that is needed, sir.
You said risk-taking, resilient, and culture right up till the bottom level. And therefore, Prakash, when you start talking about this health surveillance grid model that you shared with us, how do we ensure that crisis management we are well prepared for it? What are some of the changes which are required to ensure that that is done? The reason why I'm saying that is that between wave 1 and wave 2, there was a lot of talk about, that there should be oxygen plants and so on. They were sanctioned and stuff like that. But when the wave 2 hit us, it was actually not there. And we were hit very badly because of knowing what the problems were, but not being able to create solutions for that. So your views on this?
So there are two parts of it. One is how the surveillance is done. In fact, the traditional method was when the patient goes to a primary health center or CHC, etc., the health worker writes suspected case. So that gets compiled and doctor says, doctor's diagnosis, then a status changes. And finally, when the lab confirmation comes, so these are the three different stages. And these are traditionally compiled at the district level and then state, and then it comes to center. Old days, it used to be fax. It used to be weekly. Now they're compiling it in majority of the cases. It comes online based on wherever the automation has taken place. What they did a very smart thing during COVID, directly taking it from the lab. So how many samples have gone, what got confirmed, and that data along with the PIN code, the address, locality, and the mobile phone number is mandatorily given by the lab to the ICMR. And ICMR then uses it and then it gives to other people. So now you run on top of that machine learning algorithms to tell you what is the trend, which are the hotspots, the moment it crosses the threshold. So that's a beautiful thing which has been done. On top of that, what they have also done for contact tracing, which cell you are connected to, how many people, where you interacted, and that information also gets, so that's the way they do how many one infected persons, how many others have got infected. So this trend and concentration, so that you can define whether to lock that area or not, that has already been put in place. That's a beautiful thing which has been done. Now, the second part of your question was that how do you ensure that simple project management, when the first time it was decided, someone should have kept monitoring it, it should have been available. And that is where the transparency comes. Like, why can't all this be put in public domain? That, okay, this is what's being done, this is what is the status. And that brings lots of, if it's not being done correctly, someone else will point out that you are not doing this or not. So there was, and the other aspect was, no one actually predicted that it will be like that. Let's be fair to that. no one had predicted that it was so bad for us. And of course, then other aspects, that a lack of availability of information, right information at the right time, made people to run from place to place. And then some of our own doing, like oxygen cylinder leke ghar mein rakh lo, whether you need it or not. So hoarding also played. I mean, there were not only oxygen cylinder, medicine, and many other things. People just started hoarding it, which are ultimately created. So that's another aspect. But then again, if you use technology, use good project management things, then what you asked will be managed well, and then certainly will not be found. It's basically use of these tools properly.
Vipul, one very important thing in terms of preparing for the third wave is this entire vaccination program. You run a drone company. So what role do you think UAVs can play in terms of ensuring, delivery of vaccines to different parts of the country?
If we look at our country, we have a wide variety of geography and topology. And some of the areas, especially the northeast areas and the western Ghats, are a very difficult terrain where each village might be just 20 to 30 kilometers or 10 kilometers from each other when you count a linear distance. But when it comes to traveling from one location to the other location, it takes a couple of hours because you have to compensate the hills. And that's where all the logistic problems start. And as you can see, the rainy season is already on the verge and it's raining heavily everywhere. On the other side, we'll have the Himalayas and the Northeast getting affected with the winter. So the mobilization of emergency supplies, including the vaccines during this period, will become a difficulty because it is largely dependent on humans as well as the land-based logistics. So drones are a technology which again fit into those four characteristics which we talked about, wherein it can just take off from one remote location or from the rooftop of a small healthcare facility, which might be stocking the medicine within, let's say, 20-30 villages. And for a drone, 20 kilometers takes about 20 minutes of time to reach. So not more than that, about 20 to 30 minutes to reach. So because it is moving in a three-dimensional aerial space, so there are no obstructions, there are no effects of landslides, and very limited effect of weather. So distribution becomes very, very easy. On the other side, not only this, the drone technology has got a lot of...
Is it already being used, the technology for vaccine distribution?
At this moment, ICMR is already running a pilot project to validate the technology's potential as well as to define the standards and the protocols to use the technology, because it's a very new nascent technology at the moment. So people at different levels in the hierarchy system needs to understand the potential and also how to integrate with their processes. So those level of understanding is being developed. It's a very welcoming approach wherein government is already looking forward to such kind of leveraging such kind of technology. So IIT Kanpur, ICMR, and certain other similar institutes are running these tests. And the idea is to be able to establish the protocols and the standards which should be followed to utilize this technology. Now, coming to the other side of the effect of this technology, what I have noticed in the last 1.5 years is that even the industrial production has been basically enabled by these drones, where drones were leveraged for the inspection and monitoring of various industrial assets and management of their day-to-day operations and productivity, because earlier these activities were conducted by people. And now the people have been replaced by drones because you can stand at one location and do a 100-kilometer pipeline inspection instead of traveling through the entire course. So those kind of aspects of drone technology is also being utilized during the first and the second wave effect.
So, had been said earlier, we need contactless solutions and so on, and UAVs will play a very, very important role there.
Absolutely.
Amit, all of us have large number of people working for us, right? What can we do in terms of, educating our own employees? What can we do in terms of using them as an ambassador to ensure that, the preparedness for the third wave is there? What role can enterprise play in terms of propagating this?
See, the hybrid world is here to stay, right? And I don't see it going back to what it was, pre-pandemic. So clearly, from a hybrid world and how this is going to pan out, Workforce flexibility is one aspect where organizations will have to enable the workforce to really work from anywhere, be it office, home, or any other location. And that has to be done by empowering them with adaptable office infrastructure. I did hear about moving to cloud. Yes, that's a fact. But it's not just moving to cloud. It's also about the secure access, remote access, efficiently and safely. Over the time of the pandemic, there have been many ransomware and phishing attacks and various other attacks, and some very large, well-known companies have been impacted as well. So that's one aspect, the flexibility. The second thing is, the part of return to work, the safety on the return to work office, and that has to be, powered by adaptable office infrastructure. Even today, our offices are really, we have the same air conditioning system which is running across the entire floor. So if you can imagine, what will happen if you have a couple of people, or even one person coming in who's positive with one of the newer variants, it could wreak havoc. So again, I don't know what the solution to that is, whether it's air filters or whatever it is, but one needs to look at that. Workforce safety, to make sure that there is no clustering of people unnecessarily. So we have solutions based on IoT that actually enable that. And then supporting and enabling the work from home again, starting right from wave one. We created secure remote access, collaboration platforms were plenty, employee safety, I did talk about, customer experience solutions, basically by providing what we call a secure, connected digital experience with a rich set of solutions and services. And the good news is that it's all available today. So various areas, the workforce itself, the work model, the infrastructure at office, the workforce behavior, I think the platforms and tools. So it's a multidimensional, area that we need to look at to make sure that we come out of this in the best.
We need this multidimensional approach and technology to be able to address the hybrid world. Gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our time, and therefore may I request you for some closing remarks, and I have some specific questions that I would like to ask each of you. But can we just keep it to 2 minutes, please? Arun, Amit talked about the cyber threat security and so on. How do customers manage their infrastructure? How do they protect themselves? Because there's been an absolute increase in this area, APTs and so on. So it's a very serious concern today.
So absolutely relevant and extremely critical point in these times. The couple of things that we as service providers and the enterprises need to do is first follow the principle of defense in depth, which is to say there has to be multi-layered approach to security. So you secure your endpoints, you secure your network, you secure your data, apps, and IT infrastructure all in their own bubbles. But what you do additionally is you put a protective, all-encompassing layer over it, which is basically a software-defined threat detection and response mechanism, which feeds off a threat intelligence mechanism. And this would involve, of course, a lot of AI, ML, and analytics-driven automation, but that's happening. Also, the whole security paradigm is changing from just detecting and preventing. It is pivoting to also recover, respond, and even retaliate. So you need to go after the bad guys and recover what you have lost. So that's the new paradigm that's coming through. And of course, now, we have seen with the emergence of network and security, those are a single dialogue, that's a single discussion. Network and security are converged now. So you see now the emergence of SASE-based frameworks, for example, which are multi-pillared security paradigms. So I think that's the call of the hour.
Right, and I like the word retaliate.
Yeah.
Just coming to the UAVs. Now, in any kind of an emergency, you did talk about that. They can handle the logistics and so on. They can also be your eye in the sky, right? Your views on that? Some closing remarks.
They can be and they have been. With a group of all the UAV enthusiasts in the country, when the first wave hit us, and there was a huge shortage of monitoring of crowd as well as maintaining the social distancing during the first wave, because no one was aware how to really tackle those situations. Close to 1,500 UAVs were deployed in different cities including Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, and many other tier 2 and tier 3 cities where police was involved. And this was all done on voluntary basis, where people owning these drones and industry startups and industries who had these drones helped out the police. They flew the drone round the clock, and from one small locations in a, let's say, area where the patrol car used to stay at one particular location with just 2 jawans, they were able to monitor a radius of about 5 kilometers, which is a huge area, and they were able to patrol. And only the patrol car used to go to the position where crowd was present. So that's how UAVs were already leveraged, and even the government of India enabled these uses by giving very fast exemptions and permissions so that the technology can give its best benefit. So I think now the time is to scale it up. We have learned how it works, how it helps. Now we need to put a systematic scale approach so that it can be leveraged if we have to in any further waves to come.
And Amit, how do we manage change during these uncertain times? What sort of contingency plans should organizations be drawing up?
But one way to conquering change, and that is being agile, right? There is no other way but to be agile and proactively adopting, adapting, demonstrating this across business plans, products, services, go-to-market, new customer segments, and more. Everything is on the table at these times. In wave one, for example, we saw how the leading paint companies adapted to manufacturing sanitizers, right? And wave two, large manufacturing companies came to the rescue of hospitals and patients by converting industrial oxygen for patient care, right? Other than this, the pandemic may force a change in the very fabric of the business itself. Obvious ones are popular restaurants shifting from dine-in to takeaway home deliveries, large sports events going virtual, right? Stores moving from malls to store at home. Some airlines converting passenger flights into essential goods and handling medical cargo and so on and so forth. So many organizations have successfully managed this change and navigated it through by being agile, by looking at new models, and that is the way we need to tackle this moving forward.
That we need to be agile in these times. And Prakash, you did talk about technology. The big word used these days is AI, ML, and so on. How can we use artificial intelligence to sort of prepare ourselves for the third wave?
Largely, let me just talk about how to forecast or how accurately it's being done. And there are large number of universities as well as other organized companies which are working on it and using the data which is published by the government health authorities. So that's how do you look at data and then identify trends and also help them to identify how it's going to come, what its behavior, when it's going to be. And many of them have predicted with great accuracy. Of course, it all depends what machine learning algorithm you are using, what assumptions you have. Assumptions are also very important, and especially in our world, which is very, very dynamic, how people move, how they perceive things. Another very interesting thing which I saw, one company started, and not now, in fact, they had started a little earlier, where they process news articles published in more than 40 languages across the world. They look at the chatter, it's basically NLP based, and then derives intelligence out of that. And they were one of the first to talk about Wuhan thing based on what they had seen in the Chinese newspapers and had alerted some of their customers. Of course, this is a paid service which they provide. So there are multiple ways where these emerging technologies like machine learning or even NLP is being used for predicting. Of course, the models are different, assumptions are different, and hence you have accuracy is also different. But many of them have been able to do it very, very accurately. So this is one of the most important part. And the other one which I mentioned earlier is how do we manage all our resources? That's really critical, not only for pandemic, otherwise as well. Why should we not have all this information readily available in public domain on an app so that I can just go and see? It was made available by many volunteers, but then it's as good as what the data is being fed. If it is fed in the hospital manually, updated every 3 hours or 4 hours, then you had it. Then your data is as old as that. Or the one who is feeding the data, if he keeps 2 beds for some other consideration, then you are gone. That 2 beds are not visible. So that's why it's important to connect it with the transaction, the way it's happening. A bed gets vacant. The moment you discharge it, it's available. So it is based on transaction. What Vipul was mentioning, it should come from the transaction rather than manually. So these are some of the important things which we need, and technology is a plenty. We are one of the leaders as our whole software and services industry. We should make use of that to be ahead, especially in times to come.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. If I was to sort of summarize the takeaways from our discussion today, we need to be working on predictive areas in terms of identification, monitoring, in terms of creating the right infrastructure which is required. All this requires a plan. There will be a lot of technology that will be required to drive this entire thing. The wheels of economy have to run on the strength of strong leadership, which takes along the people and takes along, converts this entire plan into action. So thank you very much, gentlemen. This has indeed been a very, very fruitful and helpful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for such a wonderful discussion on how technology can actually be a game changer in preparing the country in every aspect. Ladies and gentlemen and the distinguished members, we are now moving to the most exciting part of the ceremony, the Dataquest Digital Leader Awards, where we felicitate leaders in important categories for their outstanding contribution to the realm of technology. Dataquest Digital Leader Awards are also popularly known as the Dataquest Vertical Warriors. So moving now to our first category, which is the Digital Warrior in the Large Enterprise category. And the award goes to Ashish Desai, CIO, Grasim Industries Limited, for an impressive role in successfully leveraging IoT in manufacturing areas and showcasing how to reduce MTTR, MTBF, and avoid procurement of new equipment by predictive alerts. Our next category, Digital Warrior in the Chemical category, and the award goes to Dr. Makarand Sawant, Senior GM, IIT Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals Corporation, for using digitization at scale and towards the concept of a smart factory with compelling results like overall improvement in plant OEE, OPE and quality, and improved business continuity. Our next category is the Digital Warrior in the Automotive sector, and the award goes to Ajit Singh Nawale, Head IIT Mahindra CIE Automotive Limited. Transformed customer communication and slashed costs through strong use of RPA, achieved savings of 2 to 3 hours daily from multiple divisions and 2 to 3 FTEs from multiple divisions on real time. Our next category, Digital Warrior in the Manufacturing sector, and the award goes to Sharad Kumar Agarwal, CIO, JK Tyre. Embraced a versatile birth of technologies like SD-WAN, fleet management, and RPA. Our next category, Digital Warrior PSU, and the award goes to Mr. CK Prasad, Regional GM and Head IT, Railcare. Illustrates a solid used recipe of infrastructure as a code, and HCI gains significant cuts in infrastructure spending and vendor lock-in. Our next category, Digital Warrior Industry 4.0, and the award goes to Mr. Yogesh Dadke, APAC IT Leader, ADIAN. A fascinating example of an IT team that only solves real problems. Staggering work in achieving business outcomes in all areas like compliance and control rollout, EUC security, policy rollout, preventive and predictive SCM support in driving Industry 4.0. Winning the award in the Digital Warrior Large Enterprise category, we have the winner, Mr. Rajiv Arora. He is Global IT Hub Head, Siemens AG from the company Siemens. Empowered the business in executing an ambitious workplace transformation and delivered enhanced collaboration, productivity, and scalability. In the category Digital Warrior Customer Experience, the award goes to Benita Prasad, Head IT Sani Heavy Industries India Private Limited. Compelling example of using creative tools with self-service teams for elevating communication and making it very fast on various inquiries and service calls. In the category Digital Warrior Cooperative Banks, the winner is Dimple Satwan, Chief Information Security Officer at Saraswat Cooperative Bank Limited. A very impressive case of bolstering security in a 360-degree way by not impeding but smoothing areas like customer service and speed with security. In the category Digital Warrior Financial Services, the award goes to Dr. Mukesh Mehta, Chief Technology Officer, Batliwala and Karani Securities Limited. Advocate of IT that has deployed CRM research, automations, HCI implementation, 10G network upgrades, infra refresh with distinctive impact. In the category Digital Warriors Engineering Services, the winner is Sandeep Jamdagni, CIO, Ashiana Holdings. Empowered salespeople with early conversations with customers through the formula of real-time info and personalization by transforming CRM in successful way. Our next category now is Digital Warrior IT and ITES, and the winner is Archie Jackson, Senior Director, Head of IT and Security at Inseego. An impactful case of how to do security right with forensic, offensive-based approaches also shows brilliant use of end-to-end SaaS. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, Digital Warrior Media. And the winner is Sarbani Bhatia, Senior Vice President, IT, Jagran Prakash Limited. A clear-cut example of how advertising revenues can be given tech-enabled strength. Successful implementation of various services and apps and solving business people issues on a daily basis. Our next award, Digital Warrior Business Consulting, goes to a stalwart in this industry, Arnab Babu, CIO, KPMG India. A lovely recipe of how to make sure people can work at scale with zero drop in productivity. This one shows how intelligent workplaces and hot desking should be used. Our next category, Digital Warrior Financial Services, and the award goes to V. Sendil Kumar, CTO, Shriram Capital Limited. A great example of using customized approach for digitalization for various business services and functions. Horses for courses in IT, here they gallop. Our next category, Digital Warrior Government, and the award goes to Nitin Vishnu Chaudhary, Scientist and District Information Officer for the National Informatics Center, Akola, Government of India organization. Tells the best role and use of IT, how to make sure the businesses keep running well with the pandemic readiness. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, Digital Warrior FMCG, and the award goes to Mr. Vishal Jain, Head of IT and Infra, Field Fresh Food. How do you crack implementation time, reduce dependencies and use SLAs well to use the power of cloud, but without its flip side with reduced outages and increased uptime towards business? And here's how. Moving to our next category, Digital Warrior in the IT and ITES space, and we have another winner here. It is Mr. Umesh Bhavkar, who is the Senior Director Systems and CIO for Cinecron Technologies. An amazing example of how agility leads to business resilience, ensured 100% business continuity with rapid scaling up of IT infrastructure. Our next category, Digital Warrior in Life Sciences, and the winner is Dipesh Thakkar, CDO, CIO, Merrill Life Sciences Group. A compelling instance of how business continuity can be achieved and how digital assets can be centralized with rapid business results and differentiators. Moving on to the next category, Digital Warrior Cloud, and the winner is Sheji Thomas, Regional Head of Technology APAC at Technicolor India Private Limited. It's never easy for the animation and gaming industry to use the VFA format, but when you do that with 100% functionality and zero security incidents, you prove yet again that IT can change the game for business. The next category, Digital Warrior SMB, and the winner is Subodh Jha GM Wheels EMI Private Limited. created eye-catching customer service impact and business speed with remarkable use of ERP and digital transformation tools. And we have another winner in the Digital Warrior SMB category, and that is Mr. Manjunath Prasad, Head IIT from TV Sundaram Iyengar and Sons. Cost optimization along with end user productivity, yes, that can happen simultaneously, as this organization's IT leadership has marvelously proven just that. And ladies and gentlemen, for the final award in this list in the category Digital Warrior in the vertical of education, the award goes to Anand Rohela, Head IT, Sikkim Manipal University. Setting up telemedicine and remote work infrastructure can indeed become pivots for the world during these challenging times. IT's best shots go right to the pain points here and fixes it all. Well, with that, we come to the end of the award ceremony, and I congratulate all the winners for doing such remarkable things in their vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite you all for the highlight and one of the most important sessions called Leaders Talk. In this session, distinguished speakers need no introduction, will put forth their views and thoughts on the changing dynamics of the digital environment in the country today. For our first session in this category, we have Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, Chairman and Executive Director, Narayana Health, and joining him is Mr. Arun Seth, Trustee, NASCOM Foundation and Independent Director on the board of Narayana Health and Additional Director, Cyber Media. Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty is the Chairman of Narayana Health and also an Executive Director. He's a cardiac surgeon with around 34 years of experience. After completing his MBBS from the University of Mysore in 1978, he registered with the Karnataka Medical Council next year. Thereafter, in 1982, he received a master's degree in surgery from the University of Mysore itself. In 2009, he was granted a fellowship from the Royal College of Surgeons of England. He founded Narayana Health in the year 2000. He is the recipient of a number of awards and honors, most noteworthy being the coveted Padma Shri and the coveted Padma Bhushan in 2003 and 2012 respectively, conferred by the Government of India, and the Raj Yotsava Award in 2002 conferred by the Government of Karnataka. He also received the Outstanding Social Entrepreneurship Award by the Confederation of Indian Industry in 2005, the President's Award by the American College of Cardiology in 2011, and the Economic Times Entrepreneur of the Year in 2012. Further, he's received the Indian of the Year Award in 2012 by CNN-IBN and the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Arun Seth holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and a master's in business administration from IIM Kolkata. He has worked for the BT Group in India in a variety of positions for over 17 years and retired in July 2012. Currently, Arun is on the board of Jubilant Foodworks Limited, Cadista Holdings Inc., Centum Learning Limited, Usha Breco Limited, and Samtel Avionics Limited, and also Cyber Media. He is also a trustee of the NASSCOM Foundation, which drives corporate social responsibility initiatives for the IT industry. Over to you.
Morning, everybody. I think everybody knows Dr. Devi Shetty. There's no need to talk more about him. So let's get straight into today's discussion, Devi. Even when the second wave was not there, when the first wave was there, I remember you saying there is going to be a second wave and nobody believed you. Now we are expecting the third wave. What's your view? I mean, it's coming across the world. I'm sitting and talking to you from America, and people are expecting things here even, and other countries. How do we manage it? Is really the question to you, and what's your thoughts around it?
First of all, Arun, it's very difficult for anyone to predict how the third wave is going to be, but it is likely that we are head gradually. The pandemic is becoming like an endemic disease, like malaria and H1N1 and SARS and all kinds of diseases we have. So we may not see the kind of a peak what we used to see in the past. It may not be a peak like in the past because people are all infected or vaccinated or exposed to the virus. But as I said, we should be mentally prepared for a peak which is 30% more than the second wave. But my gut feeling is that it may not happen. But COVID is not going to go away, at least for a few more years, that's for sure. So we have to accept to live with the COVID. And the question is how we are going to live with the COVID. And I can tell you that we only talk about the bad things, what COVID has done, but there are a lot of good things have happened because of the COVID also. I'll give you one example, Arun. 20 years ago, sitting in my office, I was seeing patients in Tripura, in Bankura, and all kinds of remote places. People have never even heard of those places, sitting in my office with the ISRO-sponsored satellite.
I remember that.
Yeah, nobody knew what internet was, forget about the cloud. And that time, I started convincing the government that telemedicine is the future, and we are one of the privileged countries in the world. I think we are only one of the first 5 countries in the world who had the capability to put the satellite on the space. We had a dish antenna on our rooftop, which was connected to all those places. So we are privileged. So this is going to be the reality, and we have to legalize telemedicine where doctors should be empowered to do it. It took a lot of cajoling, convincing of 20 years of effort. Nothing happened. I saw 53,000 heart patients online and treated them, saved so many lives, but it was illegal.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, then came the COVID, and in 2 weeks, telemedicine became a reality. It was legalized. So like this, COVID has brought forward so many scientific developments, at least 10 years, 20 years before what would have taken in the traditional route. COVID, on the whole, has turned our world upside down, and it's not going to be the same in the future.
No, that's absolutely correct, Devi. Everybody else talks all the negative things about COVID. You're the first person I know who's saying, what are the positives that's come out? And would you see this audience that is out here today is the top leaders of IT across India and the world. So what would you tell them from the medical profession? What should they be doing? What should they be looking? I mean, one of the things that I can look for, I'm sitting in the US talking to you. In this country, for example, 20% of the GDP goes to health. Our country, India, cannot afford that. So can IT use this momentum to, let's say, move our spend from 2% to 5% and get the same outcome as the US gets at 20%? Is that feasible?
Arun, my prediction is that within the next few years, maybe 5 years, 7 years, maybe 10 years, India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from affluence.
Good.
India will prove to the world that the wealth of the nation has nothing to do with the quality of healthcare its citizens can enjoy. It is going to happen. It is going to happen because Indians, genetically, most of the young Indians, they make very good doctors. You look at US, some of the top doctors who people respect, and in England, many countries, doctors, India has created a brand for the doctors, nurses. And when this is supported by technology, in which we are already at the forefront, I can tell you that within the next 5 years, smart software will make smarter diagnosis than doctors. Within the next 7 years, it will become legally mandatory for the doctors to get the second opinion from this software before starting the treatment. It's going to happen. I can tell you it's going to happen in 2 to 3 years' time, but I don't want my colleagues to shoot me down. So I'm just keep on postponing this target. So essentially, technology will change everything. Why it is important? Arun, we have conquered, today we are talking about going to moon, going to Mars and going all over the world. But there is a human body and we know very little about it. We know very, very little about it. So the most complex area for the engineers and the innovators to conquer and make life better for the people is the human body. So more technological intervention happens on the human body, and what is required, that will dramatically transform the way healthcare is delivered, and also it will reduce the cost of healthcare, it will address the accessibility, and more than anything else, technology, once we remove the paper and pen from the hands of doctors, nurses, and technicians, the mortality, morbidity inside the hospital will go down significantly. Because there cannot be, there won't be medical errors. So on the whole, only technology can dramatically transform healthcare. And we are the right country for that transformation to happen.
No, you're absolutely spot on. So it's like the IT industry 30 years ago proved initially by sending people out, the companies like TCS, HCL, Infosys, initially, it's now all around products and remote working. So do you think, like India is the center for IT, can we be the the medical carers for the world?
I have absolutely no doubt, Arun, because we started our activity in Cayman Island. We started a hospital in Cayman Island. As a board member, you know what we do. I don't need to explain. So essentially, there are great opportunities for Indian healthcare providers in Western Hemisphere. And also, it's not just because of our people are willing to travel outside and offer healthcare and whatever. The whole this one is it's all about our attitude. Attitude is no American doctor would like to work outside America. No British doctor wants to work outside England. But Indian doctor at a young age, they are willing to work anywhere, initially as long as they can get knowledge, and they will go to any place in the world to acquire the knowledge and become better doctors. And once they get the knowledge, of course, they will be happy to live in a country for some time to broaden their horizon, also earn a little bit more money. But eventually, most of them do want to come back. So we are a kind of a group of people who are willing to work with other healthcare systems in other parts of the world, and which is supported by a very good technology platform which we are able to create. It's a fantastic combination because all over the world, healthcare is in distress. Okay, we may say that America is spending 18%, 20% of GDP on healthcare. Question is how long they are going to sustain that cost. If the cost today in this world, Arun, we spend more money on healthcare to keep ourselves healthy from diseases than the quantum of money we spend for buying the food. If the cost of healthcare is more than the cost of food, which every family spends, there is something wrong somewhere.
Agreed.
It can't go on.
No, you're absolutely right. Let me move to another question. As India, as even we found out in the pandemics, in the first wave, we had to import PPE. We didn't have the capacity, medical devices. We were so dependent. But I think this is a phenomenal opportunity to completely upend the way medical devices are designed and produced so that we can actually make it affordable for not only for India, but for the world. Is this something that you think, what are the few thoughts? Because, the audience here is going to be very technically oriented, and everybody is very conscious of health thanks to the pandemic. That's the other thing that's happened out of the pandemic. We are all very conscious. Can we use this opportunity to become self-sufficient? Not just self-sufficient, can we be the factory for producing good medical devices which are modern in nature, using software and technology? What are your thoughts, and what are some examples that you would suggest?
See, the first of all, technologists have to understand that there are few fundamental shift has happened in the technology. The first thing is, Arun, when you convert the atoms into bytes, the cost of everything changes. I'll give an example. If I have 1 kilo of rice, I give you half a kilo of rice. Half a kilo of my rice is lost. I lost what I have. Whereas if I have developed an extremely modern electronic medical record, which can get the patient data from wherever they are, which we have developed, as you know, Arun.
Atma.
Yeah, Atma and Meda. Right. And now I can technically afford to give it to anybody. They will have exactly what I have, and I haven't lost what I have. So when you convert atoms into bytes, amazing things happen. So technically speaking, if you look at the world as a market, and we come up with the outstanding product, even if they pay you a tiny amount of money for every transaction, you have enough money to build a global empire of medical technology.
Wow.
It is possible. The second thing what has happened, Arun, I remember I used the echo machine in a guy's hospital about 40 years ago. I think about 40 years ago. When echo machine was turned on, the whole hospital came to know that the echo is getting done because of the sound, because of the moving parts. inside that machine. It was making horrible noise. Today, the echo machine is nothing but a laptop with one transducer. What they have done is, when you replace the moving parts with the printed circuit boards driven by software, cost of that machine can go down to any level. What drives the outcome is a software. It is not the cost of PCB or anything else. So in all these areas, we have a supreme knowledge. And it is a matter of someone putting those pieces together. It's a very fascinating country, Arun. It reminds me of my little daughter. When my daughter was a very little girl, 5-year-old, she was very good at jigsaw puzzle. And when one day when I entered the house, there was jigsaw puzzle pieces all over the world, all over the floor. And she was sitting there and looking at it. And I looked at it. I said, honey, you can't do it. And she gave me one look and said, Dad, I can do it. Then I said, it is very difficult. Then she said, Dad, all the pieces are there. This is what India is.
Good.
We have all the pieces. Someone has to put it together, Arun. And I believe someone is going to put it together.
No, that's absolutely amazing that we are talking of this opportunity that lies ahead of us. So any other thoughts for this great audience which will be there, full of technology people from India and others? I mean, I know you gave us a message of hope, but what are the 3 things, not more than 3, please, that they should look as opportunities?
Many things, Arun. I mean, the first thing is, we have to look at what is important for the working class and poor. I'm mainly talking about developing country point of view. Any business strategy now revolving around rich people is going to be very hard, as always, because the customers are very little. Whereas if you look at the common man of the country, whatever service they need, and whatever service which will address their pain points, you may not make money in the short term, but long term, you're always going to be the leader. So I would like them to concentrate on the needs of the working class and the poor, mainly in the area of healthcare, education, food, shelter. Yeah, these areas. The second thing is, all these the intellectuals who are gathered, I would like them to think, analyze why this country is still struggling compared to our neighbors. The main reason, Arun, education is the only way out of poverty. You can only educate yourself out of poverty. Education is not, it is about the skill. It is not just about the knowledge. Knowledge, you can get it from the internet. It's about the skill. And unfortunately in India, after the 10th standard, almost all the children are dependent on the parents for paying for the education. Because of that, 75% of the kids of this country cannot get education. We should create an alternative route for education, for nursing, for medicine, for engineering, and all kinds of skilled jobs, by creating a stream where they work in the respective industry and they get paid a small amount of money and they get educated. And over a period of, instead of becoming a nurse at the end of 3 years, she may take 6 years. But she's eventually going to become a nurse, and she is not paid for the education by the parents. Unless we remove the parent paying factor from education, this country will never become a developed country. I can bet on it.
This sounds like the old apprenticeship model.
Exactly. I'll give one example, Arun. I'll give you one example. Why the young girls from villages are not joining nursing? Because the cost of nursing education is over 2 to 3 lakh rupees. how many parents, generally, if the parents have 3 children, the third daughter, when she is about to join the nursing college, parents are past the age of 50. And only, as you know, only 7%, 8% of the country's population have an organized job. All the others are in informal sector. They sell the manual labor and earn money. At the age of 50, they have no market value. Now, if they have to shell out 2 lakh rupees of their saving, they're not going to do it. They can't. Now, if this girl joins a hospital like ours, and I'm allowed to conduct a A&M training program for 2 years, auxiliary nursing midwife. I'm not allowed to. Only government hospitals can allow. Only government hospitals allowed to conduct A&M courses. If I'm allowed, I'll take 100 girls as A&Ms. First year, I'll pay for their education. Second year, I will not only pay for the education, I'll pay them some stipend to take care of their family also. At the end of 2 years, they become A&M. Then we hire them. Then we include them in the GNM training program. That's a 3-year course. She works in the hospital for 6 to 7 hours. Then she attends classes for 1 or 2 hours. The rest of the classes are online. At the end of 3 years, 4 years, she gets a GNM. Then if she wants to do BSc, she can continue. So I'm happy to pay for the education provided she works in the hospital. Today, they are not allowed. So we have to relook at the education where parent paying factor is not there. 10th standard onwards, children should earn money to pay for their education, and there should be a means to go there to become a civil engineer. If the 10th standard students are taken by all the big construction companies and they are made to work, but at the same time, they are trained.
Yeah.
Okay. Then at the end of 5 years, 6 years, having worked in the construction industry, they also become civil engineers.
They'll probably be better engineers than what we are.
Exactly. So we have to remove this parental factor, Arun. Once we do that, I can tell you that we will have fantastic skilled people.
Wonderful, Devi. No, thank you very much. I think, considering that COVID has been so, debilitating effectively with people not going out and negatives, your message to this audience of positivity and looking at all the positives that have come out. There've been negatives, sure, but at the end, the positives is what's going to make us ahead. So thank you so much, Devi. This has been fascinating. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
For this.
Thank you, esteemed speaker, for this great, thoughtful, and insightful session. next big and lively fireside chat. The topic, New World Order, time for tech to shine. For this session, I would like to invite Samir Gade, President India and SARC at Cisco India. As President, Samir is responsible for sales operations, growth initiatives, and investments in strategic alliances. Over a career spanning 30 years, Samir has led several top-performing organizations with an enduring track record across multiple roles and regions. A proven leader, Samir has built and managed global and regional businesses in India, Europe, USA, and Asia. Joining Samir on the panel, we have Mr. Sunil Vachani, Chairman, Dixon Technologies. Sunil Vachani is currently the Executive Chairman of the company. He holds a degree of Associate of Applied Arts in Business Administrations from the American College in London. He is also the promoter of the company and associated with it since inception. He has over 28 years of experience in the EMS industry. Joining them, our third panelist, Mr. Som Mittal, former President and Chairman, NASSCOM. Currently strategic advisor to corporations, governments, academic institutions, trade bodies, and many business leaders. Served as president of NASSCOM from 2008 to 2013, leading one of the most effective trade associations, steering the industry through most turbulent period, and helped the industry growth from a $60 billion industry in 2008 to a $118 billion one in 2014. During his tenure, a number of new initiatives like Data Security Council of India, the National Digital Literacy Mission, 10,000 Startup, Sector Skill Council, and Global In-House Centers got implemented. This session is moderated by none other than Mr. Pradeep Gupta, our Chairman, Cyber Media Group.
So good day to all of you gentlemen, and first of all, congratulations to you, Som, congratulations to you, Sunil, for the Dataquest award. Som, we have known each other for a very, very long time, and there couldn't be a better person than you who deserves the lifetime achievement for years of contribution to the IT industry. Sunil, in an area where we thought that we had given it up to the Chinese, you have absolutely played, you've shown what Atmanirbharta is all about, and have really made it into a tremendous success. So, gentlemen, congratulations from my side. Samir was part of the jury. Samir, would you like to add something?
No, I think firstly, congratulations to Som. I've known Som for now around 5-6 years or maybe more. Firstly, congratulations for winning the Lifetime Achievement accolade from DQ ICT Awards. I must say it was pretty unanimous, actually, Som, in your case. Clearly, there was no experience of having to have discussed it too much. So Som, and I was not surprised with that. And Sunil, I must say, you've taken the fight to the Chinese. I am so proud of this. I personally know that in the jury, we had a very rich discussion about what all you've done. And thank you so much for doing that, because you, I would say, inspired a lot of people to look at manufacturing differently. So again, congratulations for your award too. And it was a great.
Thank you for the compliment. Thank you, PG. Thank you, Samir. It's been a journey. I think that's the great part of this industry. We all compete, but we're all great friends. And these relationships continue and go beyond the workplace. So thank you very much. I'm really honored and privileged.
It's an honor for us. So, let's talk about this, the theme of today, the New World Order. And perhaps, Som, I'll start with you, because you've seen lots of world orders change, what this world was 50 years back and 40 years back and so on. It was a completely different place. And there are always lessons from history. Would love to hear your perspective about, what causes these changes to take place, and what do you see, unraveling in the next few years?
No, PG, I think this is really interesting times. And, as an industry, I think they've kept evolving. I joined the sector way back in 1989. There was no software to talk about. We were only making hardware, and Sunil, we used to make hardware because we were compelled to. The taxes were 100%. It was banned. So there was a forced manufacturing. I remember having sold printers for 40,000 rupees, a dot matrix one made in India by Epson, which is what I used to run. But I think things changed and evolved, and the industry kept evolving. But I would think that the last 2, 3, 4 years, I think have brought much more change than ever before. And I think this acceleration will go on. First, I would say what happened because of COVID. Because of COVID, with all its problems, I think it just helped accelerate innovation and digital adoption. We would have struggled to do what we are doing today, whether it is work from home or payments that happen, virtual meetings. Even the government and the regulations changed. We were struggling to ask government to allow us to work from home in the software industry, and that won't happen. I think the productivity went up. And to me, PG, the one that excites me most is that this proved that digital literacy would precede literacy itself. See the common man, how he is using technology today. It may not be for IT purposes, but I think they are connected. So this itself changed. And I would also add that the cloud, which was so much discussion, I don't think the adoption of the cloud would have got this kind of acceleration that happened. But then I just skip here and then open it up here. At the same time, I think the software services scenario completely changed. The focus has shifted from what used to be customer and client to customer's customer. So whether you're working for insurance and banking, you don't talk anymore about getting efficiencies of the bank or the insurance companies or the healthcare, and which meant that there is much more focus on domain. The talent profiles have changed, so you just can't say it's no longer arbitrage. And of course, you will still have cost advantages of India. And now you don't have to build everything. There is architecture. There is so many solutions that are available which you can plug in. And Samir themselves, he knows what kind of technology solutions are coming in. It's moved away from cheaper, better, faster to today saying where are you adding value, and it's become a little more about partnership. And the emergence of these hyperscalers, as we are now calling them. This morning I had a conversation with somebody who said how many solutions, package solutions are available now from AWS and Azure. They are no longer just cloud service providers of storage. So I would think, what is ahead is significantly different. And you talked about shine. I hope that technology would really shine and start contributing. And we'll discuss more about where it can contribute from now.
I like what you said, the focus shifting from customer to customer's customer. I think, it's a very significant change that has happened. Sunil, what about, hardware? There is less talk about hardware. You've shown the way. So, would love to hear what is the new world order going to be like. Because, typically what has happened in hardware is that, in the 80s, we started with hardware. And then we moved away from hardware. We actually disinvested in hardware. And once again, we have picked up the entire sort of journey, and we have embarked on this. But of course, in the meantime, China has taken a tremendous amount of lead. So, would love to see what will be the new world order as far as hardware is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I think post-pandemic, few interesting trends have emerged. And I think one of the trends is that, the digital inequality, which was very profound even earlier. And I think that has got widened, post the pandemic between the haves and the have-nots. Also, I think, the growth that has happened post the pandemic has been, I think, the most unequal growth, both in terms of nations and also people in the society. And I think one of the most interesting trends, to us that has emerged is that, what people are going to need now, most post-pandemic, is two things, which is data and devices, right? And I think this is where a huge opportunity is emerging, both for the country and for us also, in the industry. But I think there are also, challenges. So we saw that because of the huge demand
that was there that came out post the pandemic for devices, we also saw, huge component shortages happening across sectors. That was cutting across sectors, whether it was electronics, telecom, or even in fact automobiles. So I think therein lies the challenge and the opportunity for us in the country and for the industry, that how can we create a very strong and vibrant component ecosystem in the country, right? One, of course, is because of the shortages that are happening. But second, more importantly, I think India and this industry cannot become the hub for global manufacturing, for these products, unless we have a very, very strong and robust component ecosystem. So I think a lot will have to be done, and there are issues that have to be addressed, and there are solutions, but I'll come to that later.
But Sunil, there must be a backstory. I mean, in the sense that one day Sunil sat down and sort of said that I must take the Chinese head on. I mean, would you like to just share that moment?
No, I think this conviction was there in the industry, and I had the very strong conviction, many years back, that India could emerge as a hub, next hub for manufacturing of these products. In fact, it's interesting because, when in those days, maybe I'm talking about 15 or 17 years back, when we used to go to the, the government ministries and also to our line ministries and also to the concerned secretaries, and we used to talk about, making India as the next hub for manufacturing of electronic hardware. Always the retort used to come that, we have a strength in software. India would not be able to emerge, as a destination for hardware manufacturing. And there's still some people who believe that it's still not possible. But I think the great thing is, that it's been widely accepted that this can happen. And I think once that mindset changed, I think that was the biggest thing that happened. The mindset changed. And that was followed by many, path-breaking, I would say, policy initiatives, which now has made this happen. And now we are at the cusp of a big opportunity, as we've already seen, and I'm sure you all believe in that.
Yeah. So, Samir, the network emerged as the centerpiece, the first wave, the second wave, the telecom traffic moved up by many factors, and the way the telecom industry and the way the IT industry responded to the challenge is absolutely amazing. Not much has been talked about this, but it was absolutely amazing. And we actually kept the entire sort of data pipelines and the information pipelines flowing, the communication pipelines flowing. So what do you see, the new world order built around telecom? How do you see it evolve?
No. Firstly, I must agree with Som and Sunil both. I really like what Som said about digital literacy might precede normal literacy. I think this is a very, very important part of the skilling of this country, right? And India has leapfrogged a lot of these trends, right? And I think this is probably one of those skilling trends that we as leaders need to figure out a way to do much faster than any other country. And Sunil brought up the point about manufacturing. I'm personally very passionate about manufacturing, and I think this PLI scheme that the government has launched is finally something real that the government is doing instead of just talking about it. But coming to the question that you asked, PG, I think personally I feel like this country and this world has changed over the last 1.5 years, right? It is definitely a new world order. Data usage has gone up tenfold in a lot of cases. Our users for our SaaS products have gone up in certain cases 25-fold versus pre-COVID, right? Which is unprecedented in any way. And we had to manage this literally, like they say, right? While the flight was in the air, we had to change the engine and add more engines to it. For the telecom sector and for the entire SaaS business and even for the hyperscalers, we were adding capacity like there was no tomorrow. There were times when we were getting orders for 12 months in advance from hyperscalers or from cloud providers, right? Because they were seeing that kind of a growth in numbers. The other, I think, more important thing that I realized during this pandemic was probably a little different from what Sunil mentioned. I I think the divide between the digital haves and the digital have-nots has actually shrunk during this period. And I'd say that because, we are seeing tremendous change in what adoption of data, adoption of digital stuff by people we thought would never adopt it as much, right? Healthcare, for example, has been a very big laggard in tech adoption, has taken it up in a big way, right? We are seeing some massive opportunities in the healthcare space. SMEs, I would say probably the top 100,000 SMEs out of 63 million were taking up digital solutions till now. But I think that has increased to millions now. And that's not brought up by just the numbers that we are talking about. If you look at some of the startups in this area, if you look at Credit, OK Credit karke ek startup hai, and if you look at their growth has been 33 to 40% in tier 2, tier 3 cities from a credit perspective, right? And it's all because of the digital investments that these guys are making. So I would say its digital landscape has become a lot more secular thanks to these 15 months.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's not just that it's the increase in numbers, but in terms of the usage, the type of customers, the type of applications, whether it is money, whether it is healthcare, whether it is education, in different kind of an area. Right. Everything seems to have got impacted in this last 18 months. Sunil, just coming back to you, you did talk about this divide decreasing as well as increasing. In one manner, the digital literacy proceeding, but the gap between the haves and have-nots increasing. Similar gap exists as far as manufacturing is concerned, right, between India and the world. What can we do? What sort of innovative steps we need to do? Government has done various things. You have the MSAFE, you have different kind of schemes which are there. But how can we really accelerate? How can we do it in record-breaking time?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, I would put it in two buckets, in two categories of products. One is the products, which are not getting manufactured at all in the country. So you have products like IT hardware, where I believe almost 90% of the domestic demand is met through imports. And I think we just saw today also, the figures coming out that our imports actually from China have actually gone up. And primarily it is in the area of IT hardware and components, right? So for those products, I think what was required was a scheme like PLI. Which according to me is a game changer because it creates build scale, it helps build Indian champions and many, many other things. So I think with the PLI coming in for products like IT hardware, the first step of getting the product manufactured in the country is going to happen, right? And then follows the other things like component ecosystem and the design. But there are other products, I would say other categories, in fact, let's say like LED lighting, like LED televisions, even air conditioners and other home appliances, where a large part of the domestic demand is already being met through domestic manufacturing. So in those categories and industries, it's extremely important that we, as I mentioned, that we create a very strong and vibrant component ecosystem. We cannot be world leaders by importing most of the components and, just doing the manufacturing or assembly and then, exporting out the product. So even if you look at, let's say, basic, passive components and even bare PCBs for simple things like even lighting products, one is still importing. We don't have the component ecosystem.
So Neil, when you're talking about components, are you also going down up to the chip level? Are you also saying that we should have a fab and accelerate that and so on? Or?
Absolutely. I think that has to be done. And I think when we come to the fab, there are bigger issues out there. I think, the government has to play a very, very major role. Wherever there's a very strong fab system developed in the world, I think government has played a very major role. And I think we'll come to that what is really required. But I think even before that, as I mentioned, even the passive components, there's a large imports are happening of capacitors, resistors, which, frankly, we should be doing it in the country. Even bare PCBs, leave aside, multi-layer PCBs, even bare single-sided PCBs, we're not doing it in the country, or there's no scale in the country. So I think it's extremely important we get that into the country.
This is a trickle-down kind of a thing that, from the end product, we come down to first the components and then move to the silicon chip.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, the first level of manufacturing has to happen in the country, because only when you have scale of the finished product manufacturing, the component ecosystem follows. So as I mentioned today, if you look at LED lighting as a category, right, I think in terms of the global capacities, India would be right up there at the top. But we need to get that component ecosystem, we need to get the design ecosystem into the country to really now start addressing the global markets, right? And I think one thing which was very encouraging was that the new PLIs which have come in, if you see the PLI that has come in just recently for the air conditioner industry and for the LED lighting from the DPIT, the entire corpus of some 6,800 crores is going towards the component ecosystem. There is no money being spent on incentivizing the finished product manufacturing. It is going entirely to the component ecosystem. So I think this is one suggestion, that we should look at very seriously, that in future, the schemes that are coming, the PLIs that are coming, should be devoted entirely to developing this ecosystem.
So I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, so PJ, this is just reminding me, I was part of the auto industry way back in 83, 84. And if you recall, that time we had just 2 models of cars available in India. There was resistance, you could not import a car. And at that point of time, whatever be the reasons, the government opened up and allowed foreign technology to come in. And that's how Maruti Suzuki came. And to Sunil's point, it only changed when we had car manufacturing and then Hero Honda came into manufacture, that the downstream happened. And because the downstream happened, today we have a very, very vibrant auto industry, right? Component industry that happened. So the issue is we have to open it up, right? Not put restrictions. The same thing happened in 1991, where hardware, we were manufacturing wax machines. And can you believe we were making 10 wax machines a month because we were not allowed to import, right? And it was completely bizarre because there was 100% tax on it. The cost went up. The government said, no, 0% tax on software. We made it competitive. Now here was India competing and we could import what we wanted. We were doing it and we became globally competitive in it. So I think there is need for doing this. And I completely agree with Sunil. It takes 2 of us to do it. Government must also be careful in not allowing protectionism to a large degree. Sometimes if I've got some little manufacturing going on, I said, no, we can't let the components be imported right now because, my manufacturing will stop. So in the auto industry, we took a risk and we saw what happened. So I think,
and the other dimension, sorry, so I'm putting in, but in PG, I hope that's okay.
Sure.
But the other dimension, I think, is the exports dimension from a manufacturing point of view, right? If you look at our exports from a technology point of view, it's primarily services right now, right? Outside of that, you have spices, right? So the spectrum of which things you look at is very, very different. And personally, I feel this manufacturing thrust, while it is good for domestic consumption, but that is not going to consume at scale to the level that we expect global consumption to be. So I think the way we need to look at this manufacturing story is very clearly from an export dimension and from an export lens. And that makes it even a much more richer argument. Because, we got to stop looking at it myopically from saying job creation, because that is what started this whole discussion off, or for domestic consumption. Because domestic consumption, frankly, in electronics is not at scale in India, given the penetration. So if you're able to export and give incentives for export, then you can become a global player. So what we are looking at, for example, in Cisco is something which will come in where we will produce 80% of that particular product of the world in India, right? Yeah. Versus saying, yeah, 2-3% India ke liye bana.
Yeah. So I just want to add to that. Sorry, Pradeep, can I come in?
Sorry, just saying that Som had taken this example of the automobile component industry. That also started exporting. So I think those are the kind of models that can be. Sunil, sorry, you were saying something.
Yeah. No, I just want to say, I think that thought process is already set in. Now, if you look at, let's say, a mature industry like mobile phones, I think India, we know, is the the second largest market for mobile phones in the world. And I think also is the fastest growing market in the world as far as smartphones is concerned. I think we're already seeing a huge opportunity for exports of these products because, one, there is a large scale in the country of manufacturing, right? And we have an ecosystem which is developed. Global players have already come in. Exports has in fact seen a major growth in the past few years, and there is an opportunity that we're looking at of exports of almost about $100 billion in the next 5 years, right? So I think what we need to do, what we need to look at is that how do we create the environment for companies to come in and set up the base into the country. I think so you talked about the example of automobiles. One reason that we have such a strong finished product manufacturing and the component system already in place and large exports happening because we had the correct duty structure in place for the last many years, right? Protectionism, I know is a bad word, but what I'm trying to say is that we need to have the correct duty structure in place to first get the basic level of manufacturing into the country. If you have zero duty on an item and expect that companies can compete with the global giants from day one at zero duty, that's not going to happen. And unfortunately, I feel that's one of the reasons we also missed the bus as far as the components is concerned, because this was one sector which faced zero duty because of the ITA-1 agreement. And now it's becoming very difficult to attract investments into the sector in spite of all the schemes that have come in. So I think that's one point that we need to look at and some food for thought out there.
And PG, just to add on to the manufacturing side, I was discussing with some other people, as carbon becomes a big topic, India would, besides its cost advantages of labor, etc., would probably still remain as the lowest carbon. So you'll find that carbon and the way we are dealing with it, if we all get together, will be a sustainable advantage when we will start exporting, because nobody else will be able to match that carbon gap that is there between, say, China and India today. So, there are new competitive advantages we should have. And to, I think what Sunil said, while we are talking about ease of doing business, etc., if you really speak to the SME guys, I don't think it is easy for them to do business. I think there are still too many regulations, too many inspectors. So I think that needs to free up the people there. IT industry was freed up. Sunil, nobody knew what we were doing. And,
Absolutely. No, I think you raised a very valid point, that if you look at, let's say we talked about the component ecosystem, and if you looked at in China, the majority of the companies are the SMEs who come into the sector and become large eventually. And if you see, for our SMEs to get into the component sector, to acquire land and all the issues that you talked about, ease of doing business, that's a major issue. So I think we really need to make it easier, look at the plug and play model across states, and really how we can attract SMEs to come and invest in this sector. That's going to be the key. Absolutely.
So, when Sunil talked about the inverted pyramid, so, WTO is brought in that inverted pyramid in the first place. And while that was happening was the time when, your Y2K and the entire software industry was changing, right? Was emerging, I should say. Today, what will be the new world order there? What are the new things? You talked about innovation, right? You said that it will be accelerated innovation. So what are the new things that we should be looking at in the software sector?
So, one thing that we should not be looking in the software side is technology. AI, ML, IoT, let's not confuse the user with all these technologies. They are there, they will happen, they will keep evolving, and we will do it. I think we have to find better and better uses of that technology in our context, right? So we are doing it right now in the context of our customers. A lot of work is happening on all these areas, supporting our customers across the world. But within this country, if I had to put one word in what you said, PG, it will be data, right? If you look at what China has achieved, it's been their population and the data that they generate. Everybody is generating data, right? And I think we need to find ways and means of releasing that data out so that people can then do innovations around it. I'm going to give you some examples, right? So even during this pandemic, this is the only event which will ever happen. I hope it doesn't happen anytime again. 900 million people will be physically touched because they'll get vaccinated. But are we collecting data about them? Where they stay, what they are, what is happening? I had COVID myself. I went through RTP. Except for my Aadhaar number, nobody asked me what happened. So we have to be very sensitive to be able to collecting the data and giving it away anonymized in the public domain. If that happens, then we have enough smart people and great technology to be able to use it. So would we not be able to do better healthcare with this? I was leading an effort for railway vision for Indian Railways, and our utilization of tracks is dismally poor because we don't use technology to say where the train is. We have to wait for it to go to the next station. But this is all available through GPS and all kinds of technologies. But that data, if it's available in the domain, people will come back and say how to do very secure planning of running this. So I think collectively as industry and government, we should say, how are we going to democratize this data that can actually be used by technology to serve the common man? And there are many examples and use cases for this.
Most of our data to, the American companies and the Chinese companies.
Yeah. So,
Samir, when we talk about innovation, what are some of the new areas that India should be focusing on? Energy and healthcare, and what are some of those sunrise areas? And technology will play a major role in each of these areas. So, one view is that we look at the next billion kind of solutions and take them to the world. One is that, there are greenfield areas where we should be focusing on building up technology there. So, your view on that?
Yeah. No, I think there are 3-4 areas, and I'll talk about them with examples. But I think to the point that Som made on data, right? I agree with him that I think data is going to be the most important thing. But I think we need to be very proud of what we've been able to achieve in this country by having Aadhaar as a database which can be mined, having UPI, which is a fintech startup's gold mine, having Jan Dhan, the possibility of a national digital health platform, which will also be a very large database of not just individual citizens, but also of doctors, of hospitals, of nursing homes, of clinics, everything in one place. And the same team typically which was working on Aadhaar is working on National Digital Health Platform, right? So the confidence that they will get that going, personally, I feel is very, very high. Right? So I think the areas that India needs to focus on clearly from a technology point of view going forward is, number one, I would say smart manufacturing. Clearly, I'll let Sunil kind of talk about that. If we are going to become a manufacturing stronghold over the next 10 years, right? It probably makes sense for us to do manufacturing in a smart manner right up front versus trying to do it later, right? Again, leapfrogging that traditional manufacturing piece, right? So the whole usage of IoT and all of those solutions. Second, in my opinion, is smart agriculture, right? If you talk about doubling farmers' income, right? We did a small thing in Kerala for prawn farmers or prawn farming, right? Very, very interesting thing that there is a 2 to 3 day window in which the pH levels of the water for prawns changes. If you don't harvest in those 2-3 days, and it is currently being done on the basis of tribal knowledge of that farm, right? If you don't do it in that 2-3 days, the entire prawn crop is gone, finished. So it's 100% loss for that person, right? Now, clearly technology can help there, right? Third area, in my opinion, is smart logistics. If you think about it, right, if you can get as much manufacturing into this country, we are not competitive from a logistics point. 14% of our GDP is the cost of logistics in a country like India, right? Globally, if you look at countries like Germany, which obviously invented the Autobahn and all of those things, that is in the region of around 8 to 9%. So you look at the gap that we're talking about, close to 6% logistics gap, cost gap, right? So somewhere the government has to give subsidies to make that work. And I think the fourth area is clearly digital health, right? So I think these are the 3 or 4 areas, in my opinion, which can be solved at scale by technology. But again, I agree with Som in that 80% of technology products over the next 10 years will not be built by technologists. They will be built by non-technologists, people who see problems, real problems day in and day out, telling someone, boss, ye program kar. But it's not going to be about a AI ML specialist sitting down and building a product because he thought of an idea. That doesn't work in that way. So I think these are 3, 4 areas that we need to look at, and we need to listen to people who are actually facing the problems and build solutions for them.
So it will not be a sort of a expert thinking of a solution, but
don't go through the route of technology. Go through the route of solving a problem, and then seeing what can you use from a technology repertoire.
I'm glad that this debate, this discussion has sort of turned around the new world order, what it means for Bharat. We're talking about the innovations and changes, the new world order coming for so far the untouched or the underprivileged and so on. So some thoughts there. Any of the panelists would like to share what you see as the key area for social change emerging out in the next few years?
Pradeep, I think, coming on the point of the digital divide, which I mentioned, and I think one of the points that I wanted to highlight was that if you see, India is still one of the largest market for sales of feature phones, right? Out of the sales of, let's say, 500 million phones a year, still about 180, 200 million phones are feature phones, right? So that means the people who are buying those phones do not have access to, digital education. And that's why I've talked about the digital divide. So I think we really need to see that how we could bridge this gap by making, let's say, smartphones and technology more affordable for people, right? Unfortunately, still smartphones are looked at as a luxury product, taxed at very high rates, not very affordable. There's no finance available, from leading companies. So I think we really need to see that how we can bring that, these products into the hands of the consumers in the rural market. That's one of the big challenges.
Absolutely. So one thing is get devices into Bharat, right?
Absolutely.
What else?
So one thing, PG, I think we should not skirt around is in a country like India, government plays a very big role, right? They in fact run a lot of things. They have to really partner with the industry rather than, so the relationship between industry and partner, I'm going to ask Sameer to say more about it, is really a vendor relationship, right? And that also, so today, government will play, so NDHM is coming in and it's a very big project. And I think we have the right leader there leading it. They're building blocks, which are amazing. I hope you can have PG one of these days, Mr. Sharma, really talk about it because it will be a game changer in a sense. But then as we are building it, you got to get the industry involved just like we did in Aadhaar. We had the entire industry working with Nandan at that point of time, right? To get the right technology, all the experts, every expert that he wanted with a device, security was involved in it. So I think this collaboration has to change, and I don't think we should be throwing GFR rules and so on, which makes technology buying by the government so difficult. Projects don't end.
No, I agree with you there. So, I'll tell you, I am trying to make a $30 million investment in India to put up a cloud for one of my SaaS products for the last 2 years. And, they're putting more blocks on the way to try and put that $30 million investment. Everything is ready. All my imports are done. Everything is done to set up that cloud. But I think that in my opinion, is the way forward. Because I think there is, in my opinion, a very large scare amongst the bureaucrats to do anything transformational, which goes against the procurement policy of the government, right? Because anything that you do transformational also requires the procurement policy to be transformed. And that is why it continues to be a vendor-buyer relationship, right? But there could be a few areas that are identified by the government where they say, listen, we will buy differently. We will buy in a partnership model. We will buy in a PPP model, which could be a joint investment model. I think areas like agriculture, manufacturing again, I think with PLI it will probably hasten the process. But agriculture, manufacturing, small and medium businesses, these are areas which will require a transformational way of partnering. It won't happen otherwise. Similarly with 5G, if you come with 5G with a spectrum cost which is prohibitive, again the telecom sector will go down in a kind of a slump. So you've got to figure out a way in which you partner with them, where some investments come from the government, some come from the private sector, and both make money. So I think there is a very dire need in certain sectors to look at transformational agendas being funded differently and partnered differently.
And how should we go about doing it? Because there are different models. One is, as Som you just now pointed out, that under Nandan there was a mission, right? So it was more in the mission mode. The one is, another success story is what happened in terms of the payment, where you built up the whole stack, or in health, where you're building up the health stack. So what is the kind of, the right sort of an intervention that should be done to ensure that that government plays the role of sort of, creating a baseline, and then on that there can be businesses that can then flourish. Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, so I think even before. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, sorry. Yeah. No, I think Pradeep, even before we look at what the government can do, I think there is lots that even we in the private sector can do, right? So first is, I think there is the largest telco in India, Jio, is about to launch a very, very innovative scheme where they're giving a smartphone at something like a down payment of just a couple of ₹1,000, and even that is payable over installments. I think we could also look at let's say designing these low cost products in India. Why can't we look at, let's say, designing a low cost Android certified phone at less than ₹4,000? I'm sure that's possible. But I think that's where the bigger question comes in. And the question is that how do we build also a design ecosystem in India, right? So besides Make in India, how do we encourage design in India? So, recently I was talking to a company which developed set-top boxes, and India is a large market for set-top boxes. They developed boxes both for cable, satellite, and amazing work that they've done. And they told me that, when they went to raise some funds and they wanted to get some working capital. So, banks get into the normal this thing of collateral, security. There is no concept of, putting in money, losing money for 4-5 years. And really, that's what design companies do. So I think we'll have to look at, innovative solutions and how we can encourage design in India besides Make in India.
You look at passport model. Look at the passport seva model that TCS has done. Right? It's a transaction-based model, pure PPP model, right? No investment in real estate required, only technology investment, and you get per transaction money. Now they're exploring that, and today if you go and see the experience at a passport center, it is mind-boggling, right? They meet the SLAs. वो बोलेंगे 7 दिन में आएगा passport, तो 7 दिन में आता है passport. So I think that is the kind of partner. Put in smart cities, in 60 smart cities, you gave 250-400 crore rupees to every city. The government funded the whole thing. Tomorrow, go with the TCS kind of model, the passport seva kind of model, and let that private partner make money managing that city, right? If you look at, there are 16,000 ITIs in India for skilling, right? Managed by the government of India, right? You give it to 4 partners across 4 regions in the country, 4 private sector players who are very good in education, or even someone like a Byju. Bolo, boss, tum chalao. They'll make money. The objective of making money will also happen, and the objective of getting people skilled will also happen.
So Samir, this is exactly what they did almost 8-9 years back. But then again, the interventions that the government guys did, people just withdrew. All these ITIs were assigned to private sector. But I think that leads us to, let me just say one to Sunil. Sunil, you'll be very happy to know that there is enough capability to do what you said. I know of a company in Bangalore, Centum Electronics. They put in 40 very, very difficult, complex modules in Chandrayaan. If we can make and design something which is reliable and was in Chandrayaan, I'm sure there are capabilities. And across the sector, whether it is Nokia or it is Apple or whatever, there's a lot of design effort that's going on. Why not for a low-cost phone? But there is one factor, PG, which is required, and I think it has been successful at times. There are always people who don't want to follow the rules, but the industry and government, there has to be good trust level. If everything is going to work on mistrust, then you're going to only make rules which are very difficult to follow. There will be this 1% guys who will misuse. In the software industry, while I did say, I think government played a big role. They were partners, complete partners. We started with a 64K satellite link. That is how we started. But gradually, when they understood, they opened it up. We had fiber coming. Day by day, we were having STPI, which meant I could start a factory anywhere for software in my homes. So Bangalore, every house had an antenna up there because we were operating from home. This was a trust level which was high. And I think there is need to build that trust because the scope, this is our time to do it, right? That we build that trust. Otherwise, if we're just going to put all these regulations, intent is very good, capabilities are there, we will probably not get there.
Yeah, you are right. STPI was an amazing example where there was a sort of an island created while the rest of the bureaucrats didn't understand what was happening. Gentlemen, we are coming to the close of our discussion. So perhaps I would request each of you for about 1 or 2 minutes, give your sort of assessment of what is required to ensure this new world order for India.
Well, let me go first then. I personally think that there's a great opportunity. India is ready. We have the resources available to us. And to make this happen, I think there is far more collaboration required between the government and the industry with trust. And the only thing we need from the government is enablers. I think we have the rest of the capability, funds, everything to do it. So just provide the enablers and we can list them out.
Okay, let me go second. No, I think we have a massive opportunity today to unlock this potential. We have the intent, we have the technology to turn probably this next decade into one of the most tremendous growth decades for India, right? But there are complex challenges that all of us face here. Lack of robust infrastructure, low digital literacy, which is getting faster, much better now. Lack of economic and lots of economic and social gaps. So I think what we need is a doubling down on digitization to kind of propel growth at scale, especially around 5 areas, right? I think Industry 4.0, transforming logistics, kind of making talent smarter, right? Upskilling and reskilling talent and getting more women in the workforce. And then, of course, 5G and agriculture and small business. I think these are areas that this government is focusing on and needs to continue to focus on. But it will take collective ownership, right? And I think Sunil mentioned that, and Som also mentioned that it will not be just the government. It will be, government is going to be key, but we'll need individuals, we'll need tech companies, we'll need industry bodies, we'll need small businesses, we'll need startups. We need everybody to come together to make this a success. I personally believe we are at the cusp of a massive growth in this country. After the subdued last 4 or 5 quarters that we've had. I'm very bullish on the next 3 or 4 years at least. So, but all of this has to come together.
Yeah. So I think I completely agree with that. I think we are sitting on a very, very major opportunity, and the opportunity of making India really as a hub for manufacturing, these products for the world. Now, if you look at just example of Vietnam, right? As a country, a much smaller country with much smaller population, their exports of ICT products is almost $90 billion, whereas our exports, even though it's growing, but it's hardly about $13 billion. So I think this could definitely happen, that we could look at being one of the largest exporters within the country from being the largest importers. In fact, we are the second largest importer after oil as far as ICT industry is concerned. But I think this industry could be the largest exporter. And really, we will. I'm very, very confident that India will indeed emerge as the next hub for manufacturing. A lot needs to be done. As I mentioned, we need to focus on creating that component ecosystem. We need to encourage design in India besides make in India. And also, I think Samir also mentioned a very, very good point that we need to focus on scaling. So I think these are some of the things that we really need to focus on. And I'm sure if we do that, we will get this right.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. Perhaps that दिन is now arriving soon enough. So thanks a lot, and once again, Som and Sunil, congratulations to
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, leaders, for such a valuable session and sharing your experience and insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the most important and the concluding part of this day's conference, the 28th edition Dataquest Jury Awards since 1993. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ibrahim Ahmed, Consulting Group Editor, Cyber Media, to take the ceremony over.
Good afternoon, friends, and a very warm welcome on behalf of Dataquest and Cyber Media to the 28th edition of Dataquest Awards, the oldest platform in the industry to recognize and felicitate Indian ICT's movers and shakers. Dataquest Awards are given to people who have made big contribution to the growth of ICT in India in every way, in sales, deployment and usage, and innovation. The selection process includes nomination of names by magazine readers, the shortlisting that is done by the cyber media editors, and then a jury meet where the shortlisted names are thoroughly discussed and debated to select the final winners. This year's jury meet, which was held on the 12th of February, included the following industry leaders: Mr. Rajendra Pawar, who is the chairman and co-founder of NIIT. He was also the jury chair. Mr. Prakash Kumar, former CEO of GST Networks, and now Senior Advisor with Deloitte India. He was a jury co-chair. Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD of Cyber Media Group. He was also a jury co-chair. The other members included Mr. Golok Simli, the Chief Technology Officer with the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Ketan Patel, Managing Director of HP Inc., Mr. Kulbeet Bawa, President and MD of SAP India, Dr. Neeta Verma, Director General, National Informatics Center, Mr. Rajan Vagadia, Vice President and President of Qualcomm India, Mr. Sandeep Patel, Managing Director, IBM India, Mr. UB Desai, Director, IIT Hyderabad, and Mr. Yugal Kishore Sharma, Chief Executive Officer with One Broadband. So it was a very diverse panel of experts so that all aspects of the Indian ICT could be represented. The three awards that they decided on were the Dataquest Atmanirbhar Bharat Champion Award 2020, the Lifetime Achievement Award, and the Dataquest IT Person of the Year Award. Let's start this afternoon by talking about the Dataquest Atmanirbhar Bharat Champion Award. For this person, becoming the most trusted partner in gaining trust of the customer for a long-term business relation and evolving as their extension is more important than volume growth. The mantra ensured focus on R&D for producing world-class products through state-of-the-art facilities, making him a poster boy of hardware manufacturing in India. Today, his company has evolved from being a 14-inch TV manufacturer to become India's leading contract manufacturer of electronics, including smartphones for Samsung, Motorola and Nokia, TVs for Xiaomi, washing machines for LG, and lighting products for Philips. It has also emerged as one of the top 5 LED manufacturers globally in terms of scale. Enabled by his clear vision of creating hardware manufacturing ecosystem in India and focus on innovation, the year 2020 also saw him drive the company to seek approval under the PLI scheme and invest rupees 250 crore to set up a new facility in Noida with manufacturing capacity of 25 million phones per year. Driven by his commitments to launch phone-designed products and tapping on the new market requirements, the company also entered the medical electronics space and started manufacturing the RT-PCR test machines in India. His company's shares have surged over 800% since the initial IPO in 2017 and closed last year with a revenue of almost 6,500 crores. A very strong believer in India's ability to harness the Y2K moment for electronic hardware, he has also been working with industry bodies for change in the mindset and policy to create a very strong component ecosystem that is vital for making hardware manufacturing more viable in the country, and the right environment including funding mechanism to support R&D efforts and design companies in the country. The Dataquest ICT Awards 2020 jury and the editors of Dataquest magazine were unanimous in their recognition of his contribution towards enabling the company to break the glass ceiling and meeting the scale through business model innovation, perseverance and resilience, and is deeply honored to confer the Dataquest Atmanirbhar Bharat Champion Award for 2020 to Mr. Sunil Vachani, CMD, Dixon Technologies, for carving a slot amidst the global manufacturing majors and scripting a Made in India showcase success story. Congratulations, Mr. Vachani, and I would like to invite you to share your reaction to this award.
I would like to thank Dataquest for having selected me for this very prestigious award and for this honor. This award was made even more special because I got a call from Mr. Rajendra Pawar, someone who I deeply admire and someone who is also close to my late father, Mr. Sundar Vachani. And when he told me that how well he knew my late father and when he said that he would have been proud of me that really made my day and made this award even more special. I accept this award today on behalf of 14,000 family members of the Dixon family. And this award has been made possible because of the extreme dedication, hard work, and their sincerity. And I accept this award on behalf of all of them today. I would also like to thank my partner, my mentor, Mr. Atul Lal, who's been such a pillar of strength for me and my family and has been such an integral part of this journey. And really, he's one of the people responsible for where the company is today. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the organization who have worked so hard to bring the company where it is today. Also like to thank the jury members and Dataquest for having selected us for this very, very prestigious award and for this honor. Dixon started with a dream almost 30 years back, a dream of becoming one of the largest Indian electronic manufacturing services company. And in a very short period of time, today Dixon is the largest Indian electronic manufacturing services company in diverse fields such as consumer, lighting, home appliances, mobile phones, security systems, medical devices, set-top boxes, and many other products. Having achieved that, now the vision of the company is to emerge as one of the top 5 players globally amongst the global EMS players, and also to make India as a next hub for manufacturing of ICT products. With the very proactive policies of the Government of India and all the stakeholders, I am extremely confident that it's just a matter of time that India does emerge as the next hub for manufacturing of these products. Once again, thanking all the jury members and all the stakeholders for having selected us for this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vachani, for your speech, and once again, congratulations on behalf of Dataquest and CyberPeak. And now for Dataquest Lifetime Achievement Award for 2024. This award goes to a man with a very vast experience and one who has been wearing many hats during his 46 years career, from being part of the engineering and automotive industry to leading IT products companies and later as the president of NASSCOM, senior advisor to the World Bank, McKinsey and Company, and the Government of New Zealand, among many others that he's done. During his stint as the NASSCOM head, he set up the Data Security Council of India to promote data protection and develop best practices for cybersecurity and privacy. He also initiated the NASSCOM 10,000 Startups program that aims to foster entrepreneurship, build entrepreneurial capabilities at scale, and strengthen early stage support for tech startups. Over the years, the program, with over 5,800 startups, 500 startup corporate connects, and 400 startups in the global ecosystem, 150 new product concepts, has helped India become one of the top 3 startup ecosystems across the world. He steered the industry through some of its most challenging phases, including the Satyam crisis that could have severely impacted the credibility of software sector in India. He also led the public advocacy efforts globally and was able to overcome protectionism issues in the US, UK, EU, Canada, and Australia, among other countries. Consistently reiterating commitment to free trade, he took a strong stance against perils of protectionist policies, demonstrating how Indian companies contributed to local economies and at the same time ensuring that policies in India follow the same principles. He has also served as a member of the Indo-US and Indo-EU ICT strategy dialogues, as a member of the Prime Minister's Committee on National E-Governance, and as a board member of the Global Advisory Council of WITSA. He initiated the digital literacy mission in rural areas and was a member of the committee to review the BharatNet project that aims to provide broadband connectivity to 2.5 lakh panchayats across the country. The Dataquest ICT Awards 2020 jury and its editors were unanimous in their choice for the outstanding commitment, pragmatism, and leadership, as well as his personal contribution to policy making in the IT BPM sector, and feel deeply honored to confer the Dataquest Lifetime Achievement Award for the year 2020 to Mr. Som Mittal for his stellar contribution to the ICT sector in India over his lifetime. Congratulations, Mr. Mittal, and we would be delighted to hear from you about the award.
I'd really like to thank the jury, Dataquest, and Cyber Media for this honor. I've seen Cyber Media playing an immense role in the evolution of the industry, and I thank all of you for this recognition. When I look at the list of the people who have received this award before, I really get humbled because they have contributed so much and significantly more than I have. In this industry, I'm a way outsider. In 1989, I came in from the auto industry, and I was really happy that the industry accepted me and made me one of them. There were many people who played a big role in my earlier years: Mr. Ashok Sudha, Mr. Premji, Hemant Bhai, Bobby Chunawala, and then, of course, so many other leaders who have been guiding and helping me in my journey. I was also very fortunate that I saw the evolution of the industry from being a hardware industry when I joined it to software and services and products and now digital. And you've seen the evolution of companies getting larger, new companies started coming up. So it's amazing as to how this industry has been working over the years. We had lots of ups and downs and adversities during this period. But when I look back, I don't think there's anything that I'd like to change. NASSCOM in particular was a very amazing experience for me. Every success of every company felt like our own, and so did the pain and any downs that they had. The spirit of the sector was what brought it where it is today. Everybody joined hand, including the government. And while people used to talk about our goals, which were very ambitious, that they were impossible, but the sector actually met and exceeded them each time. One learning that I had during these years was you can create markets, you can create new businesses, you can generate large employment when nothing existed. I think as we went through this journey, it wasn't that we didn't have hurdles, we had plenty. We had no connectivity virtually. We had 64 kbps to start with, and that was the symbol of the software industry with the towers mushrooming over homes and otherwise. We didn't have an image of a quality country. Infrastructure was poor. We had people coming out from the colleges who were bright, but they weren't really industry ready. I think we found solutions to these. It wasn't just complaining and asking others. We worked with the government who acted, and I think many areas like STPI, etc., were amazing, and how the academia participated in this. We also had a lot of critics. People said we were cyber police. This is labor arbitrage. You're doing white work back end, and I think in a sense it was a little unfair to all the youngsters who have contributed so much to the sector. The sector has people who are just average age of 26 years of old who are who's working at odd hours, learning as they go because keeping up with the new technology. And I was always impressed when I went down to our campuses to see how these youngsters were working through the Diwali nights, New Year's, Christmas, festivals didn't mean very much. So in a lot of ways, the industry owes the success to these youngsters, and I think they continue to contribute in a lot of ways. And now with the startups, the power of the youth is visible. It was always nice to see the large number of women who joined the sector and grew to very senior positions and the contributions they made. I would believe that the best years for the industry are still ahead. I was very blessed to have amazing colleagues, people who worked with me, people who guided me, helped me in my journey. And it is it's amazing that after 46 years of my first job, I'm still connected with many of the colleagues that I had all through the various organizations that I worked with, and not only with their families, so how everybody became part of the family. And I would also say that a lot of credit to what one was able to navigate goes to my wife, Vidhu, and our children, Nidhi and Taran, who hosted a large number of dinners we had at home, the innumerable interviews and the constant chai that was served, late night calls and travels. But then they were also part of the family and continue to be. So thank you again. I'm very humbled with this award, and I do hope that in the years to come, there'll be many, many more people who would continue to help grow this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for your acceptance speech, and once again, congratulations on behalf of Dataquest and Cyber Media. We would now move to the last and final award of this evening, and that is the IT Person of the Year Award 2020. The award given to somebody who's made a major impact on Indian IT industry in the past 1 or 2 years in terms of growth, new directions, and trends. Some of the illustrious past winners have been people like Nadar, N.R. Narayan Murthy, Rajendra Singh Pawar, Azim Premji, Sunil Mittal, Nandan Nilekani, Pramod Bhasin, N. Chandra, C.P. Gurnani, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, and Abhish Agarwal. Dataquest IT Person of the Year 2020. He is one of the youngest CEOs in the Tata Group and is seen as a personification of TCS's commitment to a culture of customer focus and exceptional service quality. His astute leadership saw TCS quickly adapt to new normal, not just help the company weather the pandemic, but also step into its next wave of growth with an improved services portfolio in the digital realm and endless opportunities for new innovations with clients. Under his stewardship, TCS embraced a new operating model that prioritized the health and well-being of its employees, while enabling it to continue supporting its customers, not just in their mission-critical operations, but also in their growth and transformation journeys. Its Vision 25-25 and pioneering work around Talent Cloud have reinforced his credentials as a thought leader on the future of work and a trendsetter in the industry. He has been instrumental in crafting the second round of restructuring, driving empowerment deeper inside the company to help the company's next wave of growth. The company's agility, resilience, and responsiveness during this crisis also earned it tremendous goodwill from customers and enhanced its standing in the market. This enabled TCS to become a $22 billion company by the end of March 2021. With over 488,000 consultants, it also became one of the largest private sector employers globally with the highest retention rate. The fiscal year also saw TCS brand value touch $14.9 billion. A fiercely capable business leader, he has quietly become one of the most powerful forces and an influential voice of the country's IT services and digital technology sector. The Dataquest ICT Awards 2020 jury and the editors of Dataquest magazine were unanimous in its recognition of the outstanding work done by Rajesh Gopinathan in the IT sector and his contribution towards strengthening the IT industry globally, and is honored to confer the Dataquest IT Person of the Year 2020 award to him. Congratulations, Mr. Gopinathan, and I would like to invite you to share your feelings on winning this award.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my absolute honor and pleasure to receive this award, and I want to give my heartfelt thank you to Mr. Pawar, other members of the jury, and the entire Dataquest team for having bestowed this recognition on me, and even more so on TCS. I accept this on behalf of all my fellow TCSers and whose dedication, commitment, and innovative spirit is reflected in this recognition that the jury has given us. It's also a special honor because I do believe that in the IT industry, the role that India has played is very significant, and our relevance is only increasing as we look forward into the decade ahead. The opportunities ahead are tremendous, and with all your support and goodwill, I'm sure we'll continue to do well going ahead also. Thank you once again for this recognition.
Friends, that brings us to the end of the Dataquest Awards 2020 function, and we look forward to having all of you again next year, hopefully in a physical, in a hall where we can, after the announcements, and we can also celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure being part of the 20th Dataquest Digital Leadership Conclave and Awards. I hope you had a fruitful day and lots of food for thought. I'm happy to inform you that each of the sessions will be available as video on demand on Dataquest YouTube channel and the website. Please feel free to share and watch again whenever you feel like. I also take this opportunity to thank everyone who supported the conclave and made it happen. Our technology partner, Nokia, gold partner, ST Telemedia, internet partner, Nixie, training partner, NIIT, and power partner, Numeric. I also extend my gratitude to our academia partner, APG Education, associate partner, IESA, research partner, CMR, and platform partner, vConfex. On behalf of the magazine, I also express my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for taking out time and sharing their insights. And last but not the least, a big thank you to the entire Cybermedia team and all of you for joining us and making the Dataquest Digital Leadership Conclave and Awards so meaningful. Signing off now, I'm Shubhendu Pad, editor of Dataquest. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your valuable time to join us for this 28th edition of the ICT Awards and Dataquest Digital Leadership Conclave. I would like to once again thank our partners, our gold partner, ST Telemedia Global Data Centers, internet partner, Nixie, training partner, NIIT, power partner, Numeric, academia partner, APJ Education, associate partner, IESA, research partner, Cybermedia Research, and our platform partners, vConfex. I hope you enjoyed today's conference and the learnings that we got through such industry stalwarts that had joined us. Thank you for joining us till we meet the next time.